In fact, Jiyu didn't understand this kind of mysterious technique that attracts people, but it is not rare to use it in the ordinary days. He is also interested to see where the opponent's limit is. Seeing the head of the Jincheng faction, he had already sucked away all the profound energy of Jiyu's inheritance of fire. But seeing Jiyu still explode with powerful profound energy. Unexpectedly, this guy still has such terrifying profound power. He has inherited 2 or more powers of inheritance. What? This is also extremely rare in our ancient profound line. How can his small body accommodate 2 inheritance powers? The leaders of the several sects discussed with each other, although they all clearly understood in their hearts that if Jiyu could not defeat the leader of the Jincheng sect in front of him today, then he would face the issue of life and death. Before they die, they will be satisfied if they see such a peerless genius. Jiyu looked at the head of Jincheng in front of him with disdain. The sky-splitting profound art in the body has been continuously operating, and the technique has become more and more powerful. The opponent's heart suddenly became frightened. This guy can't it anyhow. Don't you have 2 powers of inheritance? The old man sucked it over. I settled down in my heart, and the head of the Jincheng faction, the absorptive power of the mysterious skills in his hands increased. The second power of inheritance has also been absorbed cleanly. But along with it, there is a third power of inheritance. All the heads have seen it. This is no longer a genius to describe Jiyu, this is simply a monster, a full-scale monster. Impossible, impossible. The head of the Jincheng faction looked at Jiyu with fear. The third power of inheritance is absorbed cleanly. The fourth. How can one person accommodate the 4 powers of inheritance? No matter, now the arrow is on the string and I have to send it. The 5th power of inheritance. Is this guy still a human? Moreover, every power of inheritance has a double foundation in the human profound realm, which is really terrifying. After thinking of this in his heart, he suddenly said, "You kid, who is it? I'm just a profound practitioner." Damn, who doesn't know the mother's daughter? After Jiyu's 5th inheritance power was sucked up, his body was still bursting with powerful profound energy. Ding, the host used Sky Split and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The sound of the system kept ringing in Jiyu's ears, and the Sky Split, the infinite profound power that can hold the heavens and the earth, is powerful. No matter how hard the head of the Jincheng faction works, he can't up Jiyu's body. Profound strength. This is really terrible. Jiyu suddenly raised his hand. "If you want, I will give it to you." After saying this, Jiyu's profound strength was filled up at once, and all of the 5 inheritance powers were replenished at once. Seeing this scene, let alone the head of the Jincheng faction, even everyone present was stunned. V2 Chapter 658 I lost. After saying those words, Jiyu's heaven-splitting profound art has been operating to the extreme. Although the head of Jincheng wanted to withdraw his profound energy, it was too late. There was no way to withdraw the profound energy in his hand. The more I think about it, the more anxious I become. The profound energy in his hand was gradually released in an instant of kung fu. Unexpectedly, Jiyu's profound arts were so powerful. It can't be absorbed anymore, it can't be absorbed anymore. The head of the Jincheng faction thought crazily in his heart. This strength is simply terrifying, he yelled, drew out his treasure, waved his hand heavily, and instantly his arm broke apart. One arm fell to the ground. He panted and said, "Boy, you have a seed." Jiyu smiled faintly. The strong man has broken his arm. The head of Jincheng is so courageous. Originally you and I have nothing to do with each other, I only want to know the way to the polar regions, but you do not have eyes. Then I will laugh at your profound arts. Ding, the host used the mysterious technique to gain experience value of 1 by 999. The head of the Jincheng faction floated up, and the profound energy he had absorbed from everyone and Jiyu just now returned to Jiyu's body. This is more than that. The original profound energy in his body is constantly being absorbed. How could this be possible? No wonder the kid didn't fear himself at all. It turned out that he also had such a powerful mysterious skill. He looked at Ji Yu in horror, and saw his muscles gradually dry up. The profound energy on his body was even more emptied by Ji Yu. He faintly said, "I am the one who lost. If I didn't provoke you, would I not end up like this?" Ji Yu nodded unceremoniously. To tell the truth, the life and death of the 5 great profound sects are also related to Ji Yu for half a dime. He deserves to die if he offends him. After Ji Yu absorbed the profound strength of his body completely, he sat on the ground and started crying. He never expected that he had been studying hard for a lifetime, waiting for such an opportunity, and he also succeeded. But the profound energy on his body was also sucked up. Thinking of this in his heart, he felt very wronged inexplicably, and even a little wanted to cry, but there was no way for tears to appear. Because the suction power on Ji Yu's body is countless times stronger than the techniques he obtains in the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, the profound strength on his body completely disappeared. When he fell on the ground, his eyes began to become white, and his body disappeared into this world like dust. Seeing Ji Yu's terrifying strength, everyone's hearts began to tremble. Ji Yu took a step forward and said faintly, "The head of Xingxing, it's time to hand over the secret road." The head of Xingxing sighed. If he doesn't want to die now, he can only obey him obediently, but there is a trace of unwillingness in his heart. Why do we want the life to be in the hands of such a person? He sighed and took out a head token. "Throw it into Ji Yu's hands." After receiving the token, he said faintly, "The entrance of the secret path is in the secret room of Shengshengshunmen." Originally, this token was held by the 5 martial sects, but now, the head of Jincheng is also in your hands. The remaining few masters of the martial arts did not dare to be careless, and took out their tokens and handed them to Ji Yu. Ji Yu arched his hand, said thank you, and then took a medicine bottle from his arms and threw it at the heads of you. Fairy Roland looked at handsome Ji Yu, and her heart suddenly bloomed like a flower. He is so handsome, and so powerful, wouldn't he be able to climb to the top of the profound gate in the future? Several elders of the Jincheng faction also saw this, and knelt on the ground one after another. "Please Master Ji Yu, take over our Jincheng faction." Ji Yu looked at the token in his hand, so he agreed. There are countless mysterious skills here that Ji Yu can learn all with just a glance. Several elders saw Ji Yu's learning ability so strong and suddenly felt that even if their skills were not restored, what would happen? With Ji Yu in the Jincheng faction, wouldn't it be tomorrow that the day of recovery will come? Ji Yu was sitting on a profound beast. He needed to go to the St. Xingxian gate to the far north. Now he can resurrect the Frost Queen only 2 places in the branch hall. Of course, Ji Yu didn't tell outsiders about this matter. They thought that Ji Yu wanted to go somewhere to grab the treasure. They also went before and defeated the people who lived there all the year round. Only the guardians who were sleeping under the ground did not wake up. But it doesn't matter anymore. They are just a trash right now. Presumably after returning, the disciples who survived in the trial palace can take over the names of the elders. The carriage was swaying constantly, and it took a full 2 months before they arrived at the site of Shengshengshunmen from the Jincheng sect. It is indeed the site of the Shengshengshunmen, which has developed into the appearance of a small city formation. Ji Yu raised his head and looked forward. Only seeing hundreds of people falling in the air, they directly countless Ji Yu, kneeling at the feet of the palms beside Ji Yu. Worshipping the return of the Holy Lord. The head of Shengshengshunmen stepped out of the carriage and said faintly, "Everyone, please." Everyone looked at their head now that there was no aura of profound strength in their bodies, and they were very curious. Could it be that the head has broken through? Who knows, what makes everyone different is. After the head came back, he immediately announced that he was no longer the head of Xingxian sect, and all of it would be handed over to his true disciples to inherit. Everyone was surprised. However, their strength is not as powerful as the true disciple, so I dare not say more. After receiving their surprised eyes, the head of Shengshengshunmen took Ji Yu to a huge rock in the back mountain. I only saw the golden light shining above the stone, as if it was the most wonderful existence between heaven and earth. He made a request. Jiyu took a step forward, gently placed his palm on it, only to see a golden light completely lit up. There was a golden light on the stone. All the 5 tokens on his body floated, and this golden light attracted attention throughout the entire St. Xingxian Gate. What a mysterious existence this is! He arched his hands and said to Jiyu, Lao Air now has no profound power and cannot accompany him to enter. Jiyu said, just stepping forward, he stepped into the golden light. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared in the same place, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived in the other big world. V2 Chapter 659 Either you die or she die. Unexpectedly, Baishue fluttered suddenly. I only saw those snow drifting down. But without the cold wind, it suddenly blew up at this time. The falling Baishue was more than 3 feet long, and Jiyu looked forward indifferently, and his heart became cold. He just took a step. The snowflakes suddenly fell in front of Jiyu, and Jiyu instantly disappeared in the same place, and ran straight forward, surrounding the snowflakes. The air instantly solidified at this moment, and Jiyu disappeared into place in the blink of an eye. However, the snowflakes froze Jiyu's Qi Gang in an instant, and Jiyu's profound energy turned to the extreme, and the power of the flame directly covered Jiyu's body. The flame is constantly spreading out. He stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and in an instant, the flame gradually turned over his head. There was a group of flames floating in the air, and the underground suddenly shook at this moment, and a giant beast 10 feet tall appeared underground, and only saw the giant beast locking its gaze on Jiyu's body. Roar! The giant beast let out a roar, and ran forward directly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu raised his hand. Suddenly at this moment, the giant beast flew towards Jiyu, and the flame was slowly falling at this time, resisting Jiyu's body. The flame collided on the Qi Gang. With a loud bang, Jiyu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He took a step back to his side. Jiyu disappeared in the same place in a blink of an eye, and he took a step slowly. The giant beast ran out at this moment, and he leaped up, but flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly raised his hand, blocking his face with one hand. The giant beast kept backing up, roared twice, and bounced slightly. One person and one giant beast fisted frantically at this time, with 3 loud bangs. They flew out one after another at this moment. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly gathered the profound strength in his hand at this moment. The giant beast slapped his chest as if he was on this ground. He looked at Jiyu in front of him, and suddenly ran out at this moment, facing Jiyu directly in front of him. Under a fist. He raised his hand, and a loud bang came. All the profound energy flew out at this moment. Ding! The host used the wind and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The wind-splitting blade came to the front of the giant beast at this moment. It was originally in the place of ice and snow. Suddenly at this moment, the violent wind was strong, and at this moment the violent wind came in front of the giant beast. Large swaths of snowflakes fell on the giant beast, and he slapped it on the ground. At this time, countless ice-profound energy slowly flew to Jiyu's body. Jiyu disappeared in the same place. He raised his hand, and suddenly at this moment, he slammed his fist down again, and there was another loud bang. The giant beast flew out directly. Sliding on the ground, Jiyu waved heavily. The power of Kunpeng flew out at this moment, and came directly in front of the giant beast, only to see that Kunpeng had not passed through Jiyu's body, and passed through his body. A faint whiteness appeared in the eyes of the giant beast. The giant beast was stunned and fell down. A loud bang fell to the ground. Jiyu's Kunpeng directly absorbed, he disappeared into the place, and flew forward. He raised his hand, and the heavy profound energy was suppressed at this moment. The giant beast in front of it was directly reduced, and the powerful mental power was poured into the beast's body at this moment, and the mysterious power thread directly bound it. He pulled it up directly, and at this moment, the giant beast in front of him directly stood up slowly. The giant beast has become a puppet in Ji-Yu's hands. He carried the Inu Rong great sword on his back, walked out directly, and came to the front of the Temple of Evolution. Those who are sleeping underground, Ji-Yu still decided not to disturb them. Walking into the temple with the rope of soul. Boy, be careful. The words of Queen Frost directly affected Ji-Yu's body. His eyes were fixed on the front position, and the stone statue burst open with a bang. The figure of Queen Frost appeared in front of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu shrugged, and said to the person in front of him, "Go on." Remnant Soul Void looked at Ji-Yu contemptuously. She came directly to the person. Ji-Yu disappeared in the same place. There was nothing to intervene in the battle between this woman and the woman, let alone this women are fighting with their own souls. The two phantoms are now fighting each other. After a loud bang, Ji-Yu disappeared in place, and then the Frost Queen merged. Two remnant ghost shadows, fused together. He stood up, and he merged instantly. There was a loud bang. At this moment, the remaining people ran forward one after another, and they jumped directly. Ji-Yu disappeared into the place in an instant, and he raised his hand. Qi Gang appeared on his body at this moment. He disappeared in the same place. In the next instant, Ji-Yu drew out the treasure, and Qi Gang covered himself, and a loud bang sounded. At this moment, the two goddesses fought against each other one after another, but the master was more powerful. When I saw Queen Frost, the person attached to the stone statue was right at this moment. After seeing it, he wanted to escape frantically. Want to escape the Frost Queen. Although she is just a remnant soul, she longs for freedom. True freedom, as the soul of her mind, she wants to go. Ji-Yu said faintly, "Want to go, don't you?" "That's not okay." Ji-Yu disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, he revealed the Inu Rong great sword. A heavy sword was cut down on the opponent's body, and then he appeared in the same place, only to see him. Faintly said, "Is it so difficult to let me go?" Ji-Yu shook his head, "Lovely queen, now either you die or she is dead." After saying these words, Queen Frost glanced at Ji-Yu resentfully, as if this was the devil in the world. The soul of Queen Frost disappeared in the same place, avoiding Ji-Yu. She sensed the strength of Ji-Yu's human profound realm, and was unwilling to entangle him more, but accompanied by Ji-Yu's hands slapped on the ground. Above. Only saw a few ice walls at this moment, surrounding the Frost Queen's ghost. He knew that Ji-Yu didn't want to give himself away to survive, and turned around resentfully. The mental power was suddenly released, and at this moment, they gathered. There was a loud bang. V2 Chapter 660 Cheated by her. The mighty mental power spread out. In the eyes of Queen Frost, there was a sense of vigilance. She frowned and raised her head. "No, Ji-Yu will blow herself up." After yelling this sentence, he disappeared in place and appeared in front of Ji-Yu in the blink of an eye. Ji-Yu looked at the front of Queen Frost. When the Frost Queen dared to release her mental power to suppress the soul, a smile appeared on the corner of the soul's mouth and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I was deceived by her. The Frost Queen shook the behemoth in front of her very angrily. Ji-Yu took a breath. "Okay, don't be angry, let's see how to deal with it next." For the first time, the cold Queen Frost felt that she was like a little girl. Ji-Yu closed her eyes, and the powerful mental power spread out, and she couldn't sense the existence of separated soul. Every time Queen Frost came out, there was a time limit, only to see that she returned to Ji-Yu's soul rope in the blink of an eye, and Ji-Yu disappeared into the place in a blink of an eye. Waiting for the next moment to appear, it is already 100 miles away. Waiting to leave this far north. Ji-Yu appeared at the St. Xingxian Men, and countless disciples were waiting at the bottom of the mountain with treasures in their hands. Their eyes were fixed on Ji-Yu. Only he knows this, as long as he is killed, no one will know everything. I don't know who yelled first, and the rest of the people killed in Ji-Yu's direction one after another. Ji-Yu raised the Inu Rong great sword in his hand and waved it heavily. In an instant, a burst of light flashed in the sky. Ding! the host used the wind fierce blade to gain experience points of 1 by 999. In the gusty wind, with countless heavy blades, everyone was directly wounded. Jiyu disappeared into the place in an instant. When he arrived at the end of the crowd, a group of people had fallen in a pool of blood. He sneered and disappeared in place. Now that the 10,000 Immortal League is scoring the attention of the soul, Jiyu absolutely cannot let the Frost Queen's soul be captured. He thought of this in his heart and instantly disappeared in place. His goal is the Jincheng faction. The head of the Jincheng sect died, and the elders lost their profound strength. Now the sect is already facing the problem of life and death, and the second-rate sect, who did not know where it came from, led countless people to stand outside the gate of the Jincheng sect. Fortunately, the formation of guarding the mountain gate still exists, but the disciples who went out to purchase were arrested by them. The disciples who were in the formation were anxious, but they were helpless. Their eyes were fixed on the disciples of the Jincheng faction. The head is a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. Xia, Fenggu Taoist, today I heard that Jincheng sent a problem, and Xia is willing to take the profound gate of Feng to take over the Jincheng faction, so that your holy light can continue to shine on this land. Nonsense. I don't know who came out first, and spit in his direction, but the saliva fell outside the circle, only made a ding sound, and was blocked. He didn't care, he just laughed. What can you do if you hide inside? If you have the ability to let go of the magic circle, your female disciple will also become our male disciple of the profound clan of wind. After saying this, the remaining disciples of the profound sect of wind laughed one after another. An inner disciple gritted his teeth, and now the entire sect left him at level 4 or higher in the spirit profound realm. He took a step, and the profound strength and Qi Gang covered his body. Let go of my brother. 4th level of the spirit profound realm. Little rookie. Taoist Fenggu just glanced at him contemptuously, waved his hand, the person beside him took the lead, only to see a long braid appeared in his hand instantly. Snapped. A huge boulder shattered instantly. He faintly said, "Boy, don't be arrogant. Give it to me." After yelling this sentence, everyone around him flew forward, and the treasure in his hand even pulled out and swung directly onto the opponent's head. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man immediately avoided going to the side. Seeing the long sword fall, he waved the whip in his hand to greet him, and the whip suddenly struck the long sword at this moment. With a snap, the long sword shattered unexpectedly. He looked at his broken sword in horror. It was a 5th-grade treasure, and it was handed down from generation to generation. How could this be possible? The disciples of the Jincheng faction next to him yelled even more anxiously, "Brother, are you okay? Brother, be careful." The disciple of Taoist Fenggu grinned, and suddenly put his foot on his body. Seeing him fall to the ground, 4 or 5 treasures were instantly mortgaged to his throat. Taoist Fenggu said with great grace, "Give you 1 minute to withdraw the big formation to me, otherwise, I will kill him." When hearing this sentence, everyone bowed their heads. The elders of the Jincheng faction walked out with a cane, sighed on his face, and didn't know what to say. He just closed his eyes and took out a token. He sighed, "My Jincheng faction can't be there anymore. Let's open it." After saying this, he walked towards the cliff of thought in despair. Everyone suddenly laughed. At this moment, an immature voice sounded. "Get out of me. Who is such a guts?" They turned around one after another, only to see Jiyu leading the horse, slowly walking towards everyone. He faintly said, "Get out of the way. Boy, you are looking for death." One of them yelled, holding a long sword, and killing him directly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu didn't dodge, but he bent his body and disappeared into the place instantly. In the next moment, he took out the Inu Rong great sword and slashed it directly on the 2 of them. Those 2 disciples, who had a level 4 or higher in the spirit profound realm, were killed by Ji Yuijian, and they were suddenly surprised. There is no profound energy fluctuation in this kid, how can he be so powerful? Ji Yu's greatness is far more than that. The giant puppet he used to refine before is also time to see the sun. He stretched out his hand and waved, and suddenly a giant beast appeared on the ground. It slapped its chest. There was a roar. Roar. V2 Chapter 661 Renamed Temple of Evolution. The giant beast looked at the people in front of him. When Jiyu forged it, he didn't block its wit. After being affected by Jiyu's wit, the giant beast actually had a certain amount of wisdom. This is extremely rare in puppets. Is it just a broken puppet? A gloomy look appeared in his gaze, only to see his figure flashed before disappearing into the place, and when he appeared after a while, he was holding two huge axes. Cut it down directly in the direction of Jiyu. The giant beast watched his master being chopped off, where he was still sitting down, just let out a roar, slapped his chest, and turned around. He directly waved his hand and grabbed the axe in front of him. He roared over. He flew the axe directly with his hand, only to see the axe coming in front of the two men, only to see that they raised their hands and resisted the axe. However, all the profound practitioners of Feng-gu Taoist felt a sense of fear in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared into the spot, standing on the shoulders of the giant beast. Kill the roadblocker. After receiving Jiyu's order, the giant beast was driving its body and stepping forward step by step. While it roared, it uprooted all the surrounding trees, and only saw it waving that tree directly. After going out, all the disciples of the profound sect of the wind around were pumped into flight. Before he knew it, Jiyu had already arrived in front of the mountain guarding formation. I saw Jiyu faintly opening and saying, "You are so useless, you won't come back to me." After hearing these words, the disciple of the Jincheng faction beside him stood up all at once. The head of the profound gate of wind suddenly became furious. When did he endure such bullying? He walked to Jiyu's body, pointed at Jiyu's nose and yelled, "Boy, you are so deceiving." After shouting out this sentence, he instantly disappeared in place. The formation suddenly landed slowly at this moment. The eyes of the people of the Jincheng faction suddenly lit up. They looked at each other, only to see Jiyu step out, and in the blink of an eye, a white light lit up around him. Jiyu disappeared in place. At this moment, Taoist Feng-gu stepped forward, and he faintly said, "Boy, you dare to provoke our Feng-gu line. On. I want him to die." When all the disciples heard these words, they surrounded themselves one after another in Jiyu's direction. After seeing this scene, Jiyuze turned around, and it seemed that it wouldn't work if he didn't want to kill anyone today. Under Jiyu's thoughts of the giant beast, everyone around him took a step and rushed forward directly in the direction of the giant beast. In an instant, countless profound lights directly collided with the giant beast. The giant beast was just a puppet and didn't have any feeling. He grabbed several other people one after another, and with a strong hand, the crowd vomited blood. Everyone fell in a pool of blood one after another. Jiyu said faintly, "Catch the thief first, capture the king." After shouting this sentence, the giant beast took 2 steps, lifted it up with one hand, and threw one of them to the ground with a punch. A mouthful of blood came out from the crowd. Feng-gu Taoist was simply furious, and a hurricane emerged from his hands. The hurricane came in front of Jiyu in an instant. Jiyu raised his hand and swung another sword in his hand. Ding! The host used wind fierce blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The two winds collided together at this time, and countless sharp blades in the gust of wind smashed directly on his body, and the blood immediately dripped. Gufeng Dao people never expected that his moves would be so simple. His blood continued to flow down like spring water. This is simply incredible. He has never experienced anything like this before. He suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared into the spot in an instant. In an instant, he drew out the treasure in his hand and swung a heavy sword down, followed by a loud bang. All the people around flew upside down. Seeing that they all fell on the ground, Jiyu raised his hand, and his body instantly disappeared in the same place. After the next moment, he waved the treasure, and the treasure fell on the opponent's head. Only a puff of blood fell suddenly. Feng Gu Taoist never expected that today he was cut off by a kid who was dissatisfied with 18. But none of this has anything to do with him. He instantly fell to the ground. Counting that this was the second time Ji Yu had rescued their lives, countless joys burst out in an instant. Countless disciples of the Jincheng faction surrounded Ji Yu, and the mountains kept shouting for thousands of years, and the mysterious wind was always there. When he shouted these words, Ji Yu became the official head of the Jincheng faction, and their eyes were fixed on Ji Yu. Ji Yu said faintly, "Okay." In the night of that day, bonfires spread throughout the Jincheng faction. Standing on the Xianfeng platform, Ji Yu said faintly, "From today, this place has been renamed the Temple of Evolution." All the disciples of the Jincheng faction looked at each other. However, the Jincheng faction has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it should be satisfied now. Ji Yu's strength alone can destroy him. How can they stay in a stalemate, just kneel down one after another, willing to show obedience? Ji Yu brought the dean of the academy in from the Sky Realm city. After he walked in, he fixed his gaze in front of Ji Yu, and he faintly said, "You did a good job." The separation of the soul ran away, the goddess is anxious. After hearing these words from Ji Yu, he raised his head, and his heart suddenly became anxious. "You mean the goddess is still alive in this world?" After hearing what Ji Yu said, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Ji Yu smiled slightly and waved his hands heavily. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared. The current Queen of Frost is no longer the same as the man in Ji Yu Costume City. The beautiful figure is extremely eye-catching in this temple. However, the figure of the goddess only flashed by. The old man was overjoyed in his heart, and he knelt on the ground, worshipped the goddess, and the great elder. He knew in his heart that Ji Yu had now become the great elder of the Evolution Temple, and only the identity of the great elder could have the rope of soul. V2 Chapter 662 Waiting for the final battle. Ji Yu asked him to stretch out his hand. "Elder Feldspar, let me see how your injuries are." The Feldspar laughed. "I don't know what the little friend, the old man was injured with a hidden weapon in the past, but now I am afraid that the medicine stone is ineffective." Ji Yu said that he wanted to let him see if there was a possibility of recovery. The old man also smiled slightly. He couldn't believe how powerful he could still be. He raised his hand, only to see that the surrounding profound energy was slowly approaching Ji Yu at this time. Accompanied by the blessing of spiritual power, it directly entered the body of the old man. In the battle of Elder Feldspar 100 years ago, due to his weak strength just after waking up, he added Shengsheng Shunmen and assembled many sects of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. It is normal to lose. Only saw Ji Yu gradually radiate out his meridians along the way. Under the maintenance of Ji Yu's mental power, those meridians are slowly gathering together, and it seems that there are faint signs of recovery. Ji Yu slapped his back heavily, and a mouthful of blood was vomiting out at this time. He opened his eyes wide and sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing his profound strength gradually formed, but now that the elder Feldspar will solidify the profound strength, he still needs to help him reshape his Dantian, and there must be a strong Dantian as a new Dantian. Ji Yu had already prepared for this. I only saw him wave his hand, and in an instant, a corpse appeared. After seeing the corpse, Ji Yu directly stretched out his hand and inserted it on the corpse. He stretched out his hand and pulled abruptly, and immediately pulled Dan Tian from the corpse. Originally Ji Yu planned to use ancient-style Taoists to make puppets, but now his Dantian can be used first, and with a wave of his big hand, he punched that Dantian into the Elder Feldspar. Elder Feldspar suddenly widened his eyes, and his heart became refreshed, which was simply too pleasant. His strength is constantly breaking through. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu waved his hands, injecting a profound energy into him. Elder Feldspar's new Dantian blended well with himself, and soon formed a new strength. He took a breath. This is simply incredible. I didn't expect that the Dantian would be destroyed, and there would be the possibility of rebirth. Ji smiled faintly. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yeah. He burst into laughter in an instant, never expected that Ji would be able to reshape things to completion with just such a light touch. Ji faintly said, "From today, we welcome the return of Elder Feldspar." After hearing these words from Ji, Feldstone sighed, "It's just a pity that my good brothers are still sleeping underground." Ji said faintly, "There is no way, they can only see the return of Queen Frost if they continue to sleep." "Ha, yes. From today, this is the new Frost Temple. But these disciples are too weak." Ji shook his head, but took a step forward. "I closed my eyes, as if I heard something beckoning them. In the blink of an eye, rows of classical holy books appeared in front of them. Elder Feldspar has touched those books graciously, so why don't they worry about being strong with these books?" The Frost Queen kept urging Ji to find the soul, but Ji was not in a hurry. He just wanted all the disciples to walk into the square, and he had to check it personally to see if there were any talents among these disciples. Ji glanced at the disciple who was at the end of the crowd. "That disciple, please go out." "What? That waste can get the eyes of the Lord. This is just a trash, presumably the chief of the palace drove it out." "That's it," everyone said rushingly. Ji's mental power was injected into his body. Fairy Rulin has now completely lived here in the Palace of Evolution. Her slogan is that her master is here, then she must be here too. Ji couldn't smile a little bitterly, but had to accept it. He faintly said, "Well, my good boy, you can stay here." Hearing these words, she suddenly became excited. When Ji saw this child, he was also outstanding. Although there was still some dead in his body, his eyes were telling Ji that he had an incomparable mind to evolve. "You are willing to worship me as a teacher." Suddenly everyone was in an uproar. The young man looked at Ji in surprise, never expected that the fate of the day would fall on him. He asked cautiously, "Master?" "Ha ha ha, starting today, your name is Jiang Qing, and you are my beginner disciple." "What?" Everyone was dissatisfied in their hearts. Why this fool could become their true brother. Ji was only a little bit on his body, and the more meridians that had been hindering his development instantly broke open, and the profound energy that had been squeezed instantly filled his body. Tempering body realm. Imperial profound realm. Spirit profound realm. In the end, the 8th level in the spirit profound realm stopped. I never expected that a disciple who was just a wasteful meridian completely released the strength of the 8th level in the spirit profound realm just because of a meridian. They knelt on the ground one after another, slammed their heads to Ji and said, "Well, I will follow Master for the rest of my life." It's more like a ringing horse race, but Ji didn't care too much in his heart. He helped him up and said faintly, "As my apprentice, you must first be someone who can live up to yourselves, and then do more good deeds within the scope of your ability." After speaking, he taught him the Foamli blade, the inheritance of the wind. Jiang Qing can't be said to be unnaturally talented. After only 3 hours, he ran over and told Ji that he had mastered these profound skills. This made Fairy Rulin very dissatisfied, and took Ji's hand, insisting that he teach her more powerful mysterious skills. Ji taught her another mysterious technique. "After studying for a few hours, I haven't made any progress." However, while Ji was enjoying these beautiful years, the Dragon Extinguishing Gang handed him several monthly reports. Ji suddenly frowned. It seemed that the war in the southern region was not going well. The forces of the 3 major regions were unable to take the eastern region down. The western region where Ji was located had already caused a lot of casualties. The main force of the northern region has taken over the force of the western region, waiting for the final battle. V2 Chapter 663 Outsmart. Turned over to the Jianhu Monthly Report on the next page. I only saw the record above that several sects of the western regions were destroyed by a mysterious woman at the same time. A new gang was born, called the Free Xian Men. Ji smiled faintly. This girl was clearly explaining to him that she must conquer Ji in the future. Ji didn't care too much, and put it down again. In the final big character poster, only a large figure appeared in it. Wanxian League investigates the Jincheng faction. It seems that they finally fixed their eyes on Ji-Yu's evolution temple. They were very curious about what kind of treasure the Frost Queen left in the evolution temple. If they want to take it away, as long as they have the treasure in the evolution temple, they can step into a new realm. What I thought was pretty beautiful, and Ji-Yu remembered it at this moment in his heart. Just after leaving the gate of the main hall, two people ran outside the gate, knelt on the ground, and said with their hands, "Enlighten the hall master." An envoy came from outside the gate. Ji-Yu walked out, looked at the person who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "You are called a messenger, where is the messenger?" Hearing Ji-Yu's words, they burst into laughter, raised their heads, and said faintly, "Here is Chen Nian, the seventh elder of Xuanli Xianmen of the second entrance sect of the Wanxian League. The name is quite long, but it's a bit of yourself." After hearing these words, he clenched his fists. "Boy, you are so courageous. I'm waiting to hear that you modify the sect without authorization, presumably it is mainly to annex. Wanxian League has not yet the habit of annexing other sections. Do you know what crime you committed?" He said to Ji-Yu angrily, "You don't have to kneel down obediently, and let the old man take you back from the school." It seems that he is extremely confident in his own strength. Ji-Yu smiled disdainfully, "You have to have that ability, too." After seeing Ji-Yu's smile, he took a step forward with a slight disdain. He seemed to regard Ji-Yu as a scourge. He faintly said, "Boy, you are just a trash. You dare to stop the old man. You are looking for death." After shouting this sentence, they took a step forward and looked in Ji-Yu's direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place. The next moment, he suddenly shot and pierced in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. When he appeared, he had already come behind him. He clapped his palms heavily, and there was a loud bang, his palms slapped on his back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Unexpectedly, Ji-Yu's strength was so powerful. He suddenly turned around, his eyes fixed on Ji-Yu's body. 1,000 miles of flying insects. Mysterious skills suddenly appeared, and all the flowers, plants and trees, disappeared in the passing of those insects. Ji-Yu snorted coldly. Ding, the host used the Burning Fire City and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The raging fire instantly burned on the bodies of those insects, and the insects were burning. He frowned. He never expected that the fiery burning city in Ji-Yu's hands was so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place, with a saber out of his hand. It was the old man who underestimated you, but then you will not have that good luck. He snorted coldly, as if he wanted to take Ji-Yu's life away. Ji-Yu drew out the treasure, and a heavy sword collided with him. He didn't use any profound energy. Under the collision of this sword, he made a huge sound of gold mingling. The two huge swords instantly collided together and made a huge sound. It was as if two treasures were showing each other's ranks. He suddenly withdrew the treasure, and said faintly, "Go back and tell the Wanxian League that from today onwards, the Jincheng Profound Gate will become the Frost Temple. If you don't accept it, you can come at any time." His words made him feel angry. "Get up immediately and leave." Now Chen Yan didn't have any self-confidence and could fight against Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu walked into the field alone and looked at the poor land. He suddenly realized that it was an evil, and there was one more thing to judge. He walked to the ground, took out countless particles from his arms, and scattered them on the ground, only to see the seeds that had fallen, which instantly sank into the ground. Waiting for a month will surely surprise everyone. As soon as Wanxian League's old age returned to his own school, he started crying. Wanxian League was furious. For so many years, no school dared to oppose them. Where did Ji-Yu come from? Even dare to oppose them. Maybe they haven't been born for a long time, so that their eyes and ears are blocked. I was reluctant in my heart, but when I heard that one of the doors of the wind had been wiped out, my heart was immediately unwilling to provoke Jiyu, only to declare to the public that Jiyu had seized other people's sects. It is for evil. The dragon-slaying gang has been attacked by countless people in the mortal world. Jiyu slapped heavily on the boulder, and this group of courageous bandits had such courage. He directly summoned 18 golden puppets, and attached a trace of his soul to one of the puppets. The puppet suddenly became Jiyu's appearance. Jiyu was himself, returning to the cave. He had to absorb the profound energy of the 5 profound doors. Let it turn into your own treasure. His clone, Jiyu, who is now alive, came to the Dragon Slayer gang, and they were extremely excited to hear that their gang leader had become the head of the Jinchang Profound sect. A 5'3" rough guy said, "It's great, we can finally get rid of this bad breath." But the puppet said, "I am just a clone of the master, and my strength is not strong, so this time, we have to use wisdom." Outsmart. There was a thump in everyone's hearts. Since the Wanxian League listed them as a cult, they have become the rats crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. Jiyu's clone is not hurried. A few days ago, didn't you make a saint out? They all say that the saint is still flowered by the profound beast. It is to eat the heart and the liver, not a good thing. Everyone agreed, but Jiyu clone sneered, "We have the foundation of the people. They don't know that the profound practitioner is nothing but vain in front of the vast people. Then what should we do?" Jiyu Avatar moved to accept the ring, and in an instant, countless bottles of profound roots appeared. Jiyu Avatar said lightly, "Go, send these to the people, but a certain fee will be charged for mysterious stones and gold coins." V2 Chapter 664 Give you chance. Everyone thought in their hearts that these things must be good treasures, but they can make them a fortune. Thinking of this in their hearts, they looked back at each other one after another. The next day, in the streets of Tianjing City, Gumozi's father walked out of the mortal doors of the various martial arts with the child crying. He sighed. "You don't have the ability to be admitted to the profound clan, and you can only become a mortal in the future. There is no way that you can do it. You will be good at farming in the future." After saying this, he took a step forward and shook his head, frustrated. At this moment, a wicked guy came out. He asked trivially, "Guest officer, do you want to become a profound practitioner?" Who doesn't want to be a profound practitioner? But Gumozi's father is a shrewd man. This man looks so ugly, and he asks at the end of the street if he is a liar. He became vigilant in his heart. He raised his head and asked faintly, "Who are you?" The man said lightly, "I am the one who has come to give you a chance." After hearing these words, Gumozi and his father looked at each other. "Don't come here to fool us. Since ancient times, only those who have obtained profound roots have hoped to enter that wonderful world. Our father and son know what status we are, and you should not come here to harass us." They looked at each other and seemed to agree with this view. The wretched man said, "You dare to come with me, after reading it, you will understand." Watching him walk away carelessly, but stepping into the profound practitioner means that he can become a fairy in the legend. This is even the emperor's heart, let alone their miscellaneous mortals. Thinking of this in my heart, the two of them, father and son, looked at each other. "If you dare to deceive us, father and son, you will definitely interrupt you." After speaking, they snorted and stepped directly into the small room in front of them. They looked at each other, only to see that the people here were playing various advanced mysterious skills. Flying around, obviously a group of masters. The people who came with them and a few teenagers, a teenager couldn't bear this enviable scene, took a step forward. "I don't know, do I have this ability?" Only one of the old men in long robes came out, his face was kind, "Is a good boy." After touching the young man's head, the old man took out a ginseng-like object, and the young man put a big gold coin bag on the basin. He took the lingzhen carefully and couldn't wait to eat it. After eating, I drank another bottle of holy water. In an instant, his temperament changed dramatically. He walked in front of a boulder and slammed it down with a fist, and the boulder shattered in an instant. He looked at his hands in surprise. Go Wanzi and his father looked at each other. Could it be that this kid is a mysterious god? Is a genius? But he doesn't look like a smart person with his nose. Now you should believe me. I dared not say anything more, but obediently took out a big bag from my arms and put the bag on the basin, throwing away the gold coin bag in his hand. A smile of joy appeared on their faces. Go Wanzi and his father suddenly became a standard profound practitioner. They were very happy, but they also saw that because they had no money, they couldn't step into this doorway. The butler just asked them to donate their blood. It turns out that those sects have always monopolized the so-called chance. Everyone can become a profound practitioner. There is no such thing as a lack of talent in this world. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ji Clone stood on top of the tall building, watching the scenes in front of him. We only need to wait for a month. Everything in this world will be different. You listen to my order and distribute these medicines to the nearby towns here. Ji Clone is still wrong to estimate the people's desire for profound practitioners. After only half a month, Ji Clone's medicines have been sold completely. It's also time for someone to get a condom. Now it is not rare for everyone to enter the sect of those ancient Xian men. They were very curious about what was going on in this. They asked someone to inquire about it. It would be bad if they didn't inquire, but they almost didn't get surprised when they inquired. I saw a few people kneeling on the ground and reported the news to Li Nian of the Xiaoyao sect. Li Nian was a representative of the mortal world. In order to obtain the title of profound practitioner, he paid more than everyone else. But now that he was told that anyone can become a profound practitioner, isn't this a big joke? If it spreads out, all of them, profound practitioners, don't need to mix up. Thinking of this in his heart, an inexplicable wind of anger filled his mind. This is simply outrageous, this is just a mess. He was extremely angry, but with a slight beckon, countless disciples knelt on the ground. Ji Clone sensed someone coming, stood up, and said to everyone in the Dragon Slayer gang, get those corpses up. Artificial profound roots also have a big flaw. Not only can they allow people to enter the stage of profound practitioners, but there are also people who naturally reject such artificial profound roots, but no one will denounce it. Among the tens of millions of people, there are only more than 100 dead, which is already a great fortune. After Gu Avatar finished saying this, the puppet masters controlled the corpses and stood there, and the people in black fell down one after another. They represented the disciples of the Xiaoyao faction. They just want to represent justice and completely eliminate this sect. Today was unexpectedly fast. Hundreds of demon cultists were actually vulnerable to a single blow and collapsed when they touched them. They raised their swords and dropped their hands one after another at the crowd. Seeing the corpses all over the floor, they left triumphantly. Not enough, they never expected that a profound stone would record everything they had done. Gu Avatar found that in the profound stone, it only needs a little modification to record everything around it, present the original picture, and can also copy it wirelessly. After the people of Xiaoyao Xianmen left, they threw these stones with portraits into every house. Now that Gu Clone's artificial profound roots are in short supply, everyone is waiting for the profound roots to be released, but now the people who issued the profound roots are dead. V2 Chapter 665 with the total death. All the mortals, as well as the profound practitioners who plan to upgrade their spiritual roots, have received this news. Holding the treasure, they looked angrily at the so-called cultivators. They ran to the door of those people's house aggressively and yelled loudly. Get out of here, why are you murdering? Yes, it's simply deceiving people too much and handing over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. Each of them shouted aggressively, with a fierce appearance in their eyes, as if they were trying to clean up everyone in front of them. The soldiers standing above the city wall all looked under the city wall, and their hearts trembled slightly. They looked at each other, and one of them came forward and said faintly, "Who is so bold, dare to be so disrespectful?" He faintly shouted, "Kill." The people around took a step forward, and everyone who ran out of the mansion had a fierce light in their eyes. They seemed to be bloodthirsty beasts, and rushed directly in the direction of the people. The screams were endless for a while. After hearing these screams, Ji didn't do anything, nor did the profound practitioner who had been watching. But those who got artificial profound roots couldn't sit still. They wanted to ask for justice for the dead. Everyone wouldn't use profound skills because they themselves were extremely powerful. After seeing the avatar of Ji, they involuntarily stood behind Ji, looking at the people in front of them as if they were dead, and they raised their hands. With the heavy swing of his hands, he saw countless bows and arrows flying in an instant. These bows and arrows are all wearing profound energy. Although they don't have profound strength, these mortal profound practitioners are not very strong in their own right. Under these bows and arrows that are filled with profound strength, they can resist a few arrows and it is considered good. After being penetrated through his chest by these long swords, they fell in a pool of blood one after another, and another group of people came out, crying out the names of the dead, and then said, "We are sent by the saints, and the world can lead to eternal life. We will always, I won't die, one me is dead, and there are thousands of me. Can you agree?" After hearing what he said, everyone looked at each other, agreeing too much. After saying this, the man took out the holy water again. Holy water is here, everyone worships. All of them knelt on the ground in an instant. After knowing that it was the saint who did such things with the great Bodhisattva's heart, everyone was spurning those who had slandered the saint, except for the representatives of the various profound sects in the world. They were ashamed to commit suicide with their knives. It is impossible not to commit suicide. Just by spitting the stars, they can completely swallow them down. After feeling this, they withdrew one after another. They knelt in the pool of blood one after another, and Ji Clone said faintly, "From today onwards, the Frost God sect will spread in the heavenly realm city." The facts are also as estimated by the clone of Ji. Now if anyone dares to say that the saint is not good, someone will want to let you go. Let alone slander the holy church, that would be beaten by all the crowd. Seeing that his mission was completed, Ji Avatar stood up and returned to the former Jincheng sect. The current icebound temple, Ji in the cave, also completely digested the profound energy absorbed from the Jincheng sect leader. Come down. Now the 5 great inheritance powers have all been elevated to the triple level of the human profound realm. Opening the Sherman, only seeing his clone standing outside the door, Ji just slapped his forehead, and the spiritual power suddenly returned to his body at this moment. He just moved his mind, and everything entered Ji's mind. Ji laughed happily like a child. He didn't expect that his clone would use such a method to solve the problem. I am still very smart. At this moment, news of the dragon-slaying gang came, and all the ancient profound sects that had been wiped out by the avatar of Ji were no longer working. Chen Yan returned to the sect, and immediately talked to the Xiaoyao faction. This matter please. They didn't know that Ji was the master of the Dragon Slayer gang, so they led people down the mountain gate aggressively and removed the 2 strongholds of the Dragon Slayer gang. It is said that in that stronghold, men, women, children, and even a mouse were killed by them. This is not killing the mouse, it is wiping out the face of the dragon gang. But after a fight, they weren't opponents at all, so Tang Mingyuan brought someone to the Jincheng faction and asked Ji to help. Ji snorted and stood up. He has now completely handed over the dragon extinguishing gang to his brother, and his brother's business is his own business. He took Tang Mingyuan and galloped towards the Dragon Slayer gang. When he arrives, the Dragon Slayer gang had been heavily surrounded, and a 5 big and 3 thin man stood in front of the gate, but he knew that he was not the opponent of these ancient mysterious gates, so he held a small treasure. Loudly shouted, "Brothers, the gang leader has gone to find the old gang leader. We have to guard here now and our Dragon Slayer gang. If we want to die, let us die first. Live and die, live and die." Everyone waved the treasure in their hands and shouted continuously. The old age of Xiaoyao Xianmen looked at the people in front of him with disdain, feeling that these people were here to die, but why did he stop him if others were coming to die? Thinking of this, he smiled happily at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand heavily. Brothers, these people don't want to live anymore. We don't need to save their lives and kill me. After killing, I will be responsible for all the consequences. After yelling this sentence, everyone behind them ran out one after another. Under them, they took out a handful of long profound arrows. After shouting, countless profound arrows flew out. The 5'3" rough guy couldn't bear it even when he saw his brother die by his side. What did he think? He pulled up the treasure. My day, your grandma. After shouting this sentence, he held the treasure and directly killed him. The person on the opposite side snorted coldly, as if watching a group of ants attacking him recklessly. He smiled faintly, as if in an instant, these ants who didn't know their life and death could be pinched to death. V2 Chapter 666 You are strong. He took a step forward. With a heavy wave of the treasure, the two disciples of Xiaoyao sent out the treasure. The three treasures collided together, and the treasure in the hands of the two Xiaoyao disciples broke apart at this moment. He flew out upside down, raised his head, and looked forward. He faintly said, I want my brother's life, it is here. The disciples of the Dragon Slayer gang behind them were not to be outdone. They also took out profound strength crossbow arrows from their arms, and launched a series of profound arrows together, with 3 loud bangs. Collided with their treasure. Although their treasures are in peace, there are also small white spots. Seeing these white spots, they immediately became furious. These people are just small profound practitioners, so why are they opposed to these high-ranking ancient profound practitioners? Thinking of this in my heart, the killing intent became more and more serious. They waved together, and suddenly countless arrows shot out. They rioted at the same time. The people from the Dragon Slayer gang killed them and came forward. Seeing them, blood was about to flow into a river. Suddenly, a violent shout came from behind, You dare to move. It was Ji Yu's voice. Ji Yu came from behind and appeared in front of everyone, with fierce eyes, as if something wrong would kill everyone here. Seeing Ji Yu's terrifying eyes, they backed away one after another. Chen Yan, as the elder of the outer door of the Xiaoyao Xian men, how could he allow others to dominate his head? He disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. His treasure fell like thunder, and the power of thunder and lightning was filled with this small 6th grade treasure, and a loud bang came from it. Ji Yu just turned around, and after entering the human profound realm 3rd layer, the profound skills in his hand no longer need to use the Inu Rong Great Sword, and can be used directly. The power of thunder and lightning is in his hands. Mysterious skill, Thundering Iron Fist. This is a profound technique of the Jincheng school. After Ji Yu glanced at it, he had already learned it. Of course, it was the result of the system. Ding, the host used Thunder Fist and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The power of thunder and lightning suddenly broke out at this moment, and he came out with a boom, and his iron fist hit the old fist heavily. With a loud bang, Ji Yu disappeared in place. He faintly said, Kill. After shouting this sentence to kill, everyone around ran in and surrounded Ji Yu. Ji Yu instantly disappeared in place. He held a long sword and watched Chen Yan standing in the crowd. In the middle. I'm afraid that I want to use others to protect myself. A smile appeared in the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He landed on the ground and raised his hand. The moment he turned around, he instantly chopped off the heads of several people in front of him. Chen Yan's eyes when looking at Ji Yu became distorted. What kind of evil is this? He suddenly remembered in his heart, and disappeared into the place in an instant. He still wanted to fight back, but he didn't expect that Ji Yu had disappeared in front of him. Ji Yu's iron fist was swung down again, carrying a powerful profound energy. The almost breaking thunder sounded in his ears. There was a booming voice, and he disappeared into the place, and Chen Yan snorted coldly, You might underestimate Lao Tzu. I am also a profound master who controls the power of thunder and lightning. At this moment, his fist suddenly waved out. With the sound of thunder coming out, the two thunders collided together, and the old man's hand burned in an instant. He took a step back, and his arm disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ji Yu disappeared in the same place instantly. Chen Yan just uttered a scream, and he never expected that he, a magnificent spiritual profound realm expert, had his arm cut off and he could only stay in place. His gaze turned to Ji Yu's body a little deep. Gritted his teeth. Looking in the direction of Ji Yu, "You are very strong. But you shouldn't be against us." After saying these words, they held the treasure and ran forward directly in the direction of Ji Yu, their eyes fixed on Ji Yu. This Ji Yu's figure instantly disappeared in place. Countless thunder and lightning are falling to the ground at this time. The power of thunder and lightning thundered 3 times and fell to the ground at this moment, only to see a scorched black earth on the ground. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Only saw him raise his head and look in front of him. He frowned tightly and looked forward. Xiaoyao Xianmen never expected that his outer sect great elder would be knocked down by the thunder and lightning power summoned by Ji Yu's profound skills. The smell of scorching black spread slowly at this moment. Ji Yu asked faintly, "Are you still coming up?" After hearing what Ji Yu said, the two of them looked at each other, raised their hands, and pointed in the direction of Ji Yu. "Okay, kid, you wait for me obediently." He turned his head and was just after 2 steps backwards, but at this moment, he landed on the ground and raised his hand. Ji Yu said faintly, "Your sect, it's better to send some come master, otherwise it's not enough for me to kill." Seeing Ji Yu's arrogance, they glanced at each other. Ji Yu was too much to dare to despise them so much, but now they had nothing to do with Ji Yu, so they had to help each other and walk out. Ji Yu sneered. For Xiaoyao Xianmen, 1 policeman must be killed. Everyone walked in the direction of Ji Yu, their gazes as if they were looking at a god. Ji Yu said faintly, "Brothers, take the guy's business, let's go and ask for it back." They shouted excitedly. "Spit out what you owe me, give me back if you eat mine." After Ji Yu finished speaking, he led the Dragon Slayer gang and ran towards the Xiaoyao Xianmen. Xiaoyao Xianmen watched the 2 disciples come back. Chen Yan, the head of the profound sect, looked at the 2 and asked, "How high is that kid's profound strength?" "We don't know, it's just that Elder Chen died under the protection of so many people." "Do they know what profound sect we are?" "He knows, but he didn't fear us at all, and slaughtered all of us." After hearing these words, they clenched their fists, and he faintly said, "You trash." V2 Chapter 667. Is this crazy? Chen Yan suddenly became angry. He stood up, and the profound strength in his hands suddenly burst out. He grabbed the person in front of him and lifted it up high, with a slight force in his hands, and immediately the 2 ineffective disciples lifted up, with a slight force in their hands. The man screamed. The blood was slowly flowing down at this moment. Seeing the blood all over the ground, Chen Yan didn't move too much in his heart, but his body trembled slightly, and he disappeared in place, standing in front of the profound door. He sensed something that seemed to be wrong in front of him. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. He saw that several profound practitioners in front of him stood in front of the mountain gate one after another, only saw them raising their hands and pointing the long sword in the direction of Ji Yu. He faintly said, "Kill." The countless disciples behind him flew out and killed in Ji Yu's direction. They raised their hands one after another, and in an instant, they killed in Ji Yu's direction. They jumped up, slashing heavily in the direction of Ji Yu. The people around them drew out treasures one after another. There was a loud bang, and they raised their hands. Then, the brothers of the Dragon Slayer gang, although they were not strong in profound strength, they were absolutely loyal people, and they sneered. He also drew out his own treasure and slew in the direction of the group of people. The battle broke out in an instant, and they came directly to Ji Yu, and they fixed their gazes in front of Ji Yu. His effort disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Killed in the direction of Ji Yu. The two people's eyes widened at this moment, and those people stood up, and he looked at each other's body. Two loud bangs. The brothers of the dragon-slaying gang successfully killed one of them. They fell to the ground, their eyes widened in an instant. The melee can only be described by the melee now, and there are screams everywhere. Ji-yu opened his eyes, her figure flashed and disappeared in place. Ding, the host used Wind Fierce Blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Countless gusts are hitting the mountain guard array. He laughed out loud and shouted unscrupulously, "You are too ignorant. With your strength, do you want to destroy my guardian formation?" Chen Yen originally thought Ji-yu was a master, but he didn't expect Ji-yu to be so stupid. He thought faintly in his heart that at this moment of effort, disappeared in the same place. Ji-yu originally didn't want to use this light blow to destroy his bodyguard Qi Gang, this is just a small strategy. Along with the wind, his mental power entered the formation. The violent wind was blowing violently at this time, and his mental power merged into the Qi Gang. Directly destroy the formation eye of that formation method quickly. The formation eye was originally created by great power. Even with Ji-yu's strength, it could not be easily destroyed. It is a pity that Ji-yu is also a formation mage, who is very clear about the weakness of the formation. There was a loud bang in the rumbling. Qi Gang collapsed in an instant. He disappeared into the place, raised his hand, and waved his hand heavily. At this moment, the powerful profound strength slowly flew out and hit the powerful soil wall in front of him. Under this impact, the front eye turned into a dust, and instantly disappeared in the same place. Everyone stayed in place, too strong, this strength is too strong. In a short time, it broke the mountain guarding formation of the ancient profound gate. This is simply unbelievable. They looked at each other. There was a silent expression on his face. Chen Yan gave a thump in his heart, he jumped up suddenly, and ran out behind him. After he was halfway there, he turned his head abruptly. Countless treasures were pulled out from his arms. These treasures were all based on hidden weapons, and one round mark came in front of Ji-yu. After the profound energy in his hand flew out for an instant, a loud bang came, and the round mark burst out in an instant, and the profound energy around him fell one after another. A white mist blocked Ji-yu's front. Ji-yu shook his hand. This dispelled the dense fog in front of him. He frowned his brow. He didn't expect that Chen Yan's profound strength was not strong, but he had a lot of thoughts. After sensing Ji-yu's coming, their figures disappeared in front of Ji-yu. He frantically ran to the front of Xiaoyao Immortal Cave. With a loud bang, a figure flew down. After activating the rock dragon claw in front of him, a gate gradually rose, when Ji-yu came to the outside of the cave. The gate landed directly, and fell to the ground with a bang. Ji-yu stood outside the cave door, and he pulled out 18 puppets from Neji. Ding, the host used 18 puppets and gained experience value of 1 by 999. They took a step at this moment. At this moment, the figure flashed, and instantly came to Ji-yu's body, and he ran forward directly in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He turned his head and looked directly at the people behind him, only to see blood flowing down all over the place. He said faintly, "There are so many profound practitioners." Several profound practitioners next to him followed slightly, and they looked at each other. They never expected that the master of their profound door had escaped into the cave during the opponent's moves. This is simply a shame. But it doesn't matter anymore. Ji-yu stood in front of the door, and he reached out and put his hand on the stone wall. The people of the Dragon Slayer gang backed away a few people. "Helper, save us." Ji-yu let the 18 golden puppets stay here. On the other hand, he came to the people of the Dragon Slayer gang, and it turned out that Xiaoyao Xuanman's support came. "Little guys, our group of old people are still there, and the Xiaoyao gate can never be destroyed." A smile appeared in the corner of Ji-yu's mouth, and he said faintly, "Is it up to you?" After hearing this, they clenched their fists. This kid is too defiant. Several members of the Dragon Slayer gang said indifferently, "Old fellows, haven't you found anything wrong? The unborn ancestors of Xiaoyao Xianmen looked around one after another, and instantly understood that Jiyu, a small person in front of them, had such terrible power to destroy the mountain protection formation here. Opened. Is this world crazy? They suddenly couldn't believe it. V2 Chapter 668 turned out to be like this. Just now when Jiyu chased the head of Xiaoyao school, Chen Yan, to the entrance of the cave, as a long-standing school, there must be some unborn old guys. They have no idea how long they have lived. However, after all, he still couldn't break through the human profound realm, and his lifespan had come to an end. If there were no accidents, they would have spent all their lives in deep sleep before the opportunity arrived, but they did not expect that when he woke up today. They were the end disciples of their own school, they knelt on the ground. Crying that the Xiaoyao faction was about to end, after hearing the news, their hearts suddenly became furious. It was because of Jiyu that they had to wake up. After waking up, it's hard to fall asleep. Therefore, all the anger in their hearts hung on Jiyu's body. It's all to blame for this kid, let them return to this world, the most important thing is that they can't break through to a more powerful realm. But what made them even more curious now was that Jiyu actually directly smashed their mountain guard formation, and it seemed like garbage, directly smashed without a trace. Thinking of this, their hearts are full of anger. A man walked up. In the next 5th generation head, Feng Jihe has met this young man, and I don't know what the people under my family have done to make you kill us. To be able to crush their mountain guarding formation, this kid must have some ability. Thinking of this in his heart, there was a trace of vigilance in his mind. As for the strength of this kid, he didn't know in his heart. Jiyu stepped forward and arched his hands. I've seen this senior, you guys from the free and gangsters who killed my gang, so you have to kill the sect as compensation. It turned out to be so. The ancestors breathed a sigh of relief, and they took a step at the same time. They opened their mouths and said, it turns out that this is the case. This is just a small problem. Let's do this. We are willing to compensate the black stone as compensation. I wonder if the sun is still satisfied. Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu, and it seemed that as long as Jiyu refused, they would obliterate Jiyu without hesitation. Jiyu sensed their fiery gaze, and smiled in his heart. This guy's killing intention is so heavy that he has locked his chi machine on himself before he speaks. The lives of our Dragon Slayer gang are far more precious than you think. This sentence is tantamount to dashing the hope of the last peace talks. Even if you don't want to give us a way out of the profound door, then you don't have to go anymore. The sun is so courageous, brothers, give it to me. After shouting these words, they instantly disappeared in the same place. Waiting for the next moment, he appeared in the square. They opened their eyes, and the long sword in their hands was placed in their hands at this moment. Boy, you made a choice, so we have to send you on the road. Feng Jihe looked at an old man beside him. Mysterious skills, the inheritance of swords, the sword will seal heaven. After he finished drinking and screaming, the triple profound strength of the human profound realm was injected into the 7th grade treasure in his hand. He was very confident, and he didn't know what the old master was afraid of. Just being a hairy boy, how much profound strength can he have? After thinking of this in his heart, the long sword in his hand swung down heavily. The treasure gave out a huge light, a loud bang came, and a burst of white light came out from the surrounding area. A huge aperture appeared in the sky. Countless long swords poured down like heavy rain. Jiyu frowned, do you want to hit me at such a slow speed? Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He instantly disappeared in place, but the aperture made Jiyu unable to break through, so he had to retreat first, and the 5 long swords were inserted beside Jiyu, forming a circle. Above the long sword, a cold sword light emerged. He faintly said, do you think my mysterious skills are trapping people? But you are wrong, my mysterious skills are murderous. Jiyu only saw the long sword surrounding him thrust into the ground. As if a ray of thunder light surrounded the long swords, he snorted coldly. Just now, his profound skill was to completely lock Ji Yu on the ground. When it moved, the aperture burst out. Just like a long sword under the rain, at this moment, everything fell down. A treasure appeared in Ji Yu's hand. He raised his hand and waved it one after another, smashing the long swords one after another. This treasure is very beautiful. Brother, I will kill this kid later, and bring this treasure to you personally. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter in an instant. Ji Yu suddenly raised his head, and waved the treasure in his hand. Ding, the host used the split blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding, congratulations to the host Feng Liebyan for breaking through to slightly small success. Originally it was only in the violent wind with an invisible blade. At this moment, the blade was at this moment, and the violent wind blew in front of the opponent, and he suddenly jumped. In Ji Yu now, his gust of wind is coming up at this moment. And whirring, they discovered that this gust of wind could actually fly all the ground underground, blowing in front of the aperture one after another. It burst out with a bang. At this moment, the aperture was split, and the power of the wind was too terrifying. At this moment, the aperture flew upside down one after another, and countless long swords were instantly inserted into the sky. Ji Yu raised his head and said faintly, "Kill." After yelling this sentence, the ancestor of Xiaoyao Xianmen who used the sword took a step back. This is the formation he constructed with blood and essence. When the formation was destroyed, he also encountered a huge backlash. A mouthful of blood came out from his mouth. Junior brother. Little 7. The people of Xiaoyao Xianmen shouted anxiously. A good helper. Long live the helper. The gang leader will last forever. The people of the Dragon Slayer gang also screamed. Ji Yu raised his head, and he ran forward in an instant. He saw his brother of the Dragon Slayer gang, several of them had no arms, and he held the person in front of him with one hand. He raised the treasure in his hand, drew out a heavy sword, pierced down with a sword, and instantly disappeared in place. The two treasures collided in an instant. V2 Chapter 669 Either you die or I die. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand seemed to have found the best food. After the two sides collided, they greedily absorbed the strength of the other's giant sword, and gradually transferred to his own long sword. There was a sneer in the corner of his mouth. Seeing the smile in the corner of Ji Yu's mouth, his heart suddenly became frightened. At this moment, he wanted to escape, but he did not expect that his treasure had been completely integrated with the opponent. The power in the treasure in Ji Yu's hand is quietly entering the opponent's treasure. He opened his big hand in his hand and came out and sucked in the long sword deeply. At this moment, he was holding his own treasure and wanted to pour a powerful profound energy into it, and he had this profound energy. He is extremely confident that he can destroy the treasure in Ji Yu's hand. But it was too late. The giant sword in his hand was crazily absorbed under Ji Yu's Kunpeng giant sword, as if he was trying to absorb the profound energy of the opponent one after another. There was already a trace of fear in his eyes. This wave felt like a treasure in Ji Yu's hand, capable of eating the spirit of his treasure. And the fact is just so. He had no choice now. He turned around and looked helplessly at the people behind him. After seeing this scene, they said at the same time, "Junior brother. Brother, save me." He cried out in pain. Feng Jihe couldn't bear it either, so let him all go to with the rules of the world. He beckoned heavily and shouted loudly, "Brothers, come on." After shouting this sentence, several people beside Feng Jihe looked at each other, took out their sabers, and ran forward one after another. They raised their long swords and slammed forward directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place. He turned around and swung out a heavy sword. The treasures were gathered together at this time, and the power of thunder and lightning was concentrated on Ji Yu's treasures, but at this time, a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. The moment is at this moment. Countless sky thunders are landing at this time. At this moment, the power of thunder and lightning burst to the ground. Those old ancestors barely resisted those thunders with the treasures in their hands. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the power of three thunder and lightning, collided on the Qi gang on their bodies. The power of thunder and lightning is constantly wandering around. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the place where everyone was running to Jiyu. Jiyu reached out and absorbed the treasure in his own hands. He flew out, and accompanied Jiyu flying forward. The four powers of thunder and lightning were gathered together at this moment, and the thunder and lightning were solidified together, one after another, as if it were a whip. It hit the profound strength Qi gang. With a bang, the shield of Qi gang combined by the ancestors shattered in an instant. They withdrew one after another, with a touch of blood in their mouths. His eyes looked bitterly in Ji Yu's direction. "Boy, don't go too far." After shouting this sentence, their eyes gathered at this moment. The ancestors said lightly, "The head, it's up to you." They looked at each other. "Go to hell." One of the ancestors' profound strength suddenly reached the extreme, and he ran forward in the direction of Ji Yu, and suddenly the profound strength of his Dantian position suddenly reached the extreme. The light gathered at this time. Accompanied by a bang, a loud bang sounded. He flew upside down in an instant. Ji Yu turned around, and he said faintly, "I never thought that I was not your opponent." A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and a smile appeared from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He held the treasure in front of him. However, he never expected that the profound energy in his Dantian was shattering at this time. "How can I blow myself up if my Dantian is gone?" Thinking of this in his heart, he smiled helplessly in the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes and didn't expect that after living for such a long time, he would eventually become a waste, which made him more uncomfortable than killing him. "Brothers, I'm going one step ahead." After saying this, he picked up the treasure on the ground and wiped it directly across his neck. He fell to the ground at this moment. Everyone beside him took a step one after another, their gazes turned in Ji Yu's direction. Everyone in the Dragon Slayer gang now feels as if flying into the sky, which is so exciting, so exciting. Their gang leader actually killed an old monster. He took a deep breath, he disappeared into the place, picked up the treasure in front of him, and he looked directly at Ji Yu in front of him. "I, Feng Jihe, swear to the heavens today that either you die or I die today." After he finished shouting, he gathered the profound energy of his whole body in the sky. "Boy, my method of attracting thunder is the most powerful existence in this world." After shouting this sentence, countless lightning bolts instantly fell on the treasure. "Want to play thunder?" His heart was grinning suddenly at this moment, and the power of thunder and lightning gathered on him. The treasures are now gathered on the saber. He waved it out with the treasure. As if it were a starfall, the entire land was cut down, and bursts of scorched blackness appeared in the land. At this moment, they disappeared in the same place. Ji Yu held a huge treasure in his hand and directly killed him. The rumbling was accompanied by a loud noise, and the surrounding land began to burst. Ji Yu stood up. There was a loud bang. The surrounding sounds began to burst out. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the wound on his body started to scorch black when he was such a strong man. He took 2 steps forward. Feng Jihe was now kneeling on the ground, and the sky thunder triggered by Ji Yu was much stronger than him. Basically this time, it was Ji Yu's inheritance power that killed him. He knelt on the ground and raised his head with difficulty. Looking in the direction of Ji Yu, he exhausted all the strength of his body. "Please, can you let him go?" Ji Yu sighed, shook his head, and said faintly, "Sorry my brother can't die in vain." After saying these words, Ji Yu's treasure was slightly harder, and suddenly at this moment, the treasure penetrated his chest. V2 Chapter 670 Give you a gift. When Ji Yu withdrew the treasure, he walked in front of the cave. Under the supervision of 18 golden puppets, even if there is a secret road in this cave that can leave this small mountain range, he can't escape from here. In other words, Chen Nian is still in the cave now. A smile appeared from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He stepped on the huge boulder, and the Kunpeng huge sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and a heavy sword slashed towards the huge stone, accompanied by a loud bang. The boulder shook with a bang. However, as the shaking fell, the Kunpeng great sword could not leave any traces on it, which immediately attracted Ji Yu's great interest. A smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that everyone has forgotten the most important point when designing this mechanism formation. They can only withstand the impact of profound strength from the direction of the huge door. But they can't resist the entry of other places. Ji Yu glanced at his 18 golden puppets. Under Ji Yu's control, the 18 golden puppets flew one after another. They floated in the air, spinning their bodies quickly, and lined up one after another. The 18 golden puppets simultaneously aimed at the weakest part of the mountain and thundered down. Suddenly approached and crashed into the mountains. When the 5th golden puppet fell in the middle of the mountain, a loud bang came out, and the land was collapsing at this time. Seeing so much land collapsed, Ji Yu's mood suddenly improved. He disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He ran forward frantically, only to see that profound energy was approaching Ji Yu's body at this time. A faint smile appeared from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. With a thought, the 18 golden figure puppets in the air flew down and 2 puppets came down, one left and the other took Ji Yu and flew into the cave. When Ji Yu entered the cave, he had already seen Chen Nian limping under his feet. He raised his head and looked forward. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be able to chase here, it's pretty good." Ji Yu smiled faintly, "I will give you a gift." At this moment, he flew away the things beside him, and his head fell to the ground at this moment. 10 human heads rolled to the ground. Their eyes were at this moment, and they took a breath of cold air. "How is it possible, how could our ancestors die in your hands?" After hearing this sentence, he took a step back, just stepping under a rock, and suddenly the ground began to collapse, and he looked at Ji Yu as if looking at a fool. "You go to and shame our ancestors." The collapse of the ground quickly came to Ji Yu's side, but the 2 puppets pulled Ji Yu up with just a slight pull, looking coldly in Chen Nian's direction. Although this guy's profound strength is not very good, but the mechanism in his hand will give you a little surprise from time to time. Ji Yu has some doubts about what this guy was built with. He doesn't seem to be the head of a sect at all, but it is more appropriate to say that he is like a mechanic. But these small organs are also useless to Ji Yu. When he reached the end of the road, he knew he couldn't escape when he was there. Chen Nian turned his head, and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that I would die here today, but even if I die, the old man will pull you up and let you see the power of the treasure master." His hands slapped against the huge stone statue in front of him. Accompanied by a bang came a loud noise. At this moment, the huge stone shook, and directly broke his own stone statue with a punch. A giant forged from profound iron all over his body appeared in front of Ji Yu. This is completely different from the huge stone statue seen in the trial palace. Ji Yu felt a powerful threat on his body, and was approaching Ji Yu bit by bit. His brows fell heavily. Ji Yu said faintly, "I didn't expect you to have such a treasure." Chen Nian laughed loudly. He looked at Ji Yu and asked, "The treasure in your hand doesn't look like an ordinary person can make it. I want to ask who gave your treasure. You forged it." Ji Yu smiled faintly, "I forged it myself, and I continue to infuse it with instrument spirits to improve its rank." The 2 of them seemed to be friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, and greeted them cordially. Ji Yu smiled faintly, "You didn't expect it, my original treasure was only a 5th grade treasure, but under the occasional opportunity, I killed 3 profound beasts and it became what it is now. Unexpectedly, this kid's chances can still be so strong, it is really enviable. My treasure, you have to be careful." Chen Nian jumped directly, and the whole person was not in the treasure forged with profound iron, as if he could control the giant in his hand at once. The giant glanced at his hands and legs. He aimed at Ji-yu in front of him. I knew a long time ago that I couldn't break through to a more powerful stage, so to be on the safe side, I deliberately created this treasure. I had no other purpose, just to be able to summon it and let him conquer this world for me. What a pity, what a pity. He kept sighing, as if all this was a pity. After he finished these two sighs, he stood up and said faintly, "But I made this thing. With this thing, we are a happy group and we can guarantee that it won't be destroyed for a long time. Unexpectedly, your ancestor was killed by you, and my disciple was also half destroyed by you, which is really ridiculous." He laughed twice. The Iron Man suddenly moved, raised his hands, two flames, directly ejected. The power is actually comparable to Ji-yu's burning city. Ji-yu suddenly raised his hand. Mysterious technique, the sky is full of water. Ding, the host used the flood to fill the sky and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The water in the air is gathering together quickly at this time. It became a huge water dragon, and it collided heavily. The two flames and the water dragon were entangled together. The two looked at each other, both showing a glimmer of admiration. V2 Chapter 671 Even if I die, I'm satisfied. But Ji-yu has more than just a power of inheritance. He took a step. Suddenly at this moment under the footsteps, a small aperture was born. Wind dragon, fire dragon, thunder dragon, earth dragon. The four giant dragons had already started flying beside Ji-yu, and let out a roar in the air. Through the hollow eyes of the Iron Man, Chen Yan saw that he still had 5 inheritance powers. He did not expect that such a genius would exist in this world. It's great to be able to pull such a genius on the road together. I thought of this in my heart. He was controlling the Iron Man on his body, but now his hands were playing with 2 of flame. Do you think that my peerless treasure has only such a little strength? After shouting this sentence, 2 small apertures appeared behind the Iron Man. Countless thunder and lightning were splitting down the power of thunder and lightning in an instant, directly forming a small insulating zone, isolating thunder dragon and fire dragon, etc. He saw the thunder dragon, and it was flying to Ji-yu at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Ji-yu. Decisively disconnected the long dragon in front of him, a heavy sword fell, colliding the fire dragon and the water dragon together. He flew up, and Chen Yan looked at the Iron Man in front of him, and suddenly a trace of emotion was born in his heart. Smile out. The giant stood up at this moment. He roared, picked up the giant's stone long sword beside him, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He took the long sword and killed him in the direction of Ji-yu. He jumped up suddenly at this moment. A loud bang cut in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu raised his hand, and in an instant, profound energy was concentrated in his hand. He disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the air. Ji-yu waved his big hand, and in an instant 2 profound strengths spread quickly, and the 2 profound strengths collided together with a loud bang at this time. He flew out and said faintly, "Kill." Ji-yu faintly said, "Come on." At this moment, the treasures of the 2 people heard a loud bang, and they collided with countless long swords, and suddenly disappeared in place at this moment. Ji-yu's gaze was locked on the opponent's body. A smile appeared from the corner of Chen Yan's mouth, and the Iron Man shrank into a ball, like a wheel, continuously spinning. At this moment, he quickly started moving in the direction of Ji-yu. Rotating directly, he came to Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu raised his hand and blocked the giant wheel with one hand, accompanied by the spinning wheel. Ji-yu's Qi Gang was attached to his hand, and he turned that powerful force at this moment. He turned around and disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, he came into the air. He waved his hand hard. In an instant, the Iron Man was also taken into the sky by Ji-yu, and he flew into the air. With a slight force in his hand, he flew it to the ground, and Ji-yu retreated 2 steps back, his eyes locked on the opponent's body. He said lightly, "You lost." Chen Yan fell to the ground and took a long breath. He fell to the ground and laughed loudly. He touched the corner of his mouth and suddenly laughed. Satisfied, satisfied, today I am satisfied even if I am dead. He laughed loudly, because he was too strong, but his treasure is still in this world, and he is satisfied in his mind. I didn't expect to be able to fight against a master like you before he died. He took out a small iron rod from his arms and flew into Ji Yu's hands. From today, it's yours, treat him well. Ji Yu stepped forward to check. It turned out that when he dropped him to the ground, his chest was penetrated through his body by a long black iron. He didn't lose, just lost by luck, otherwise the two could continue to fight for a while. He sighed, walked to the other side, pulled it up, and then threw it into the abyss. Ji Yu didn't take Neji from his hand. It was just to let the disciples behind him still have a thought. Ji Yujing disappeared in place at this time. He took a step slowly, and at this moment, he disappeared in the same place. The brothers of the Dragon Slayer gang came out one after another. In their eyes, when they saw Ji Yu coming out, they surrounded Ji Yu in groups. The helper is mighty, the helper is mighty. The two of them were jumping for joy at this time, and they kept raising their spears. Ji Yu said lightly, "Go home." The people of the Dragon Slayer group straightened their chests. As for the remaining Xiaoyao sect disciple Ji Yu, they did not let anyone kill him. It is enough today, but the Xiaoyao Xian men will soon be sent by other Wanxian League sections. Swallowed it down. A smile appeared from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. Unexpectedly, he could destroy a school by just doing such a small thing. He disappeared in the same place. Everyone is at this moment. After returning to the Jincheng faction, Ji Yu glanced at the cultivation of all the disciples, and seeing that their cultivation was not bad, he walked out alone. The brothers of the dragon-slaying gang continued to inquire about the Free Profound sect, but Ji Yu wanted to see what this little soul-splitting would do. When he came to a small piece of land, he raised his head, reaching out as a move. A small fishing rod appeared in Ji Yu's hands. Ji Yu sat on the chair, he waved his hand gently, and in an instant, the fishing rod waved out in an instant, and the fishing rod thread fell on the small lake. The fish is constantly swimming. Seeing that Ji Yu was about to catch a big fish, a scent suddenly came from behind Ji Yu. Without a sound, he leaped up and landed not far away. He looked out. The dog thief is coming. Ji Yu lightly touched the surface of the water, avoiding its blow. Constantly jumping up and down on the water. The beautiful figure approached Ji Yu's body, holding the small spear in his hand and pulled the spear to Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu stretched out his hand and grasped it on his spear. It was just a slight force in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang from the spear. He pulled the girl into his arms and slapped her heavily. V2 Chapter 672 shouldn't be overwhelming. The girl gasped. Okay. Ji Yu said faintly, why didn't I fight enough last time, but now I'm being beaten again. The girl was the girl I met in the forest. Ji Yu took a step, and the two looked at each other. The girl said, do you remember my name? Ji Yu smiled slightly, you haven't said it again, you just wrote a golden letter in my hand. Ha! You want to take me to play, I want to see the world. The identity of the girl is definitely not simple. When the two met last time, the girl's men almost took his life away, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay. After saying these words, Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place. After the waiting meeting appeared, he was already on the road. Ji Yu took the girl and walked to the street. She saw a gambling shop at a glance, and she wanted to pull Ji Yu into it. Ji Yu's ears were not too sensitive, after shaking the sieve a few times. Ji Yu Gang was about to say something in her ear. But unexpectedly, the girl covered Ji Yu's mouth and took out a few black stones. Those profound stones were pressed on it. He saw this scene, turned his head, and said faintly, you shouldn't be overwhelmed. After shouting this sentence, the person in front of him opened the sieve cup in front of him with a smile, only to see that it was opened wide, and the corners of their mouths laughed happily. Ji Yu stood up and said faintly, look, I didn't make a mistake. After hearing what Ji said, he said lightly, "Thank you, son." Ji disappeared in place at this moment. He took a step forward slowly. The girl gritted her teeth and stepped on her feet, and snorted, as if she was very upset. Ji touched her head. Faintly said, "It's all right, don't be angry." After saying this, Ji turned around, took out a bag from his arms, put it directly on top of the sieve, and shook it twice. After he put it down, Ji put his profound strength directly on the table, amidst a loud bang. The sieve shook slightly. Ji said lightly, "Let's go." The shopkeeper smiled. His ability to shake the sieve is very powerful, and he has always controlled the points of the sieve. "This one is 2 to 3. This fool gave me so many profound stones, it was extremely stupid." When he thought of this, his heart was about to laugh, but he didn't expect that Ji pointed directly at the location of the sieve cup. As soon as the sieve cup was opened, only 3 sixes were placed on the table. The store's face stiffened all of a sudden. He tremblingly pointed his hands in Ji's direction, and kept saying, You. After he finished speaking these 3 words for you, his face suddenly became dark, and his heart quickly began to calculate. The girl suddenly jumped into Ji's embrace. He touched the girl's little head. When the two left, several people intercepted all Ji's path. Ji glanced forward. He faintly said, "How many people, what's the matter?" Those few people raised their heads and surrounded Ji. At this moment, they came forward in the direction of Ji. They took out their sabers, not even treasures, but some mortals. A smile appeared from the corners of Ji's mouth. When seeing Ji, the few people curled their lips. He rushed forward directly in the direction of Ji. He jumped up, and sacrificed his Kunpeng giant sword. For such a bully, Ji simply didn't like it. With a sword swung, there was no need to use any profound strength at all. The profound strength seemed to be like a small explosion wave, directly flying out, and a loud bang came out. There was a sound of explosion around. They fell in a pool of blood one after another. Several people covered their chests, and they didn't expect that they would actually meet a profound practitioner today. How could the profound practitioner be so terrible that they could resist it? After thinking about this, several of them looked at each other. His body shape flashed, and he disappeared into the same place instantly. Appearing to be very afraid of Ji said lightly, "Huh." After a cold snort, he disappeared immediately. Ji closed his eyes, but he sensed it. Several people around him stared at Ji, and he raised his head. Looked towards the sky. Several people were falling on the ground at this time, looking at Ji as if looking at a dead person. A smile appeared in the corner of Ji's mouth. "You want to go together?" Several people looked at each other, obviously feeling the threat of Ji, and their hearts suddenly became uncomfortable. "Boy, don't think that you are a profound practitioner." A faint smile appeared in the corners of their mouths, and they came forward directly in the direction of Ji. At this moment, Ji jumped up, waved his hand heavily, and suddenly an extremely powerful profound energy swept over. The thugs of those gambling stalls were all profound practitioners themselves, but they didn't expect Ji's strength to be so strong. At this moment, a few people ran over and shouted at Ji, "Don't do anything for the master." Ji turned his head, and the few people in front of him took a long breath. Fortunately, he didn't do anything just now. If they didn't, then they would be unlucky. Only a few people looked at each other and smiled. "My son, are you tired? These are our people. When did I allow you to set up a gambling stall?" Seeing Ji's cold face, everyone's heart suddenly shook. Ji's gaze was really terrifying. If they could, they would like to flee here now. They knelt on the ground one after another. "Helper, we were wrong." Ji said lightly, "From today on, the Dragon Slayer gang will not be allowed to do this kind of business." Several people kept kowtow and said yes. Ji just stood up, took the girl by the hand and walked out. The girl didn't like to eat meat. Ji Yu took her to a few vegetarian restaurants and shouted directly to the boss. The boss fires a copy. The boss came over and said with a smile, "Good guest officer." After eating and drinking, they planned to go to other places to stroll around. At this moment, a few people fell down and blocked their way. V2 Chapter 673 I care who you are. Miss, please follow us back. The girl sighed and said to Ji Yu, "It's a pity, I can't have fun today." Ji Yu said lightly, "Do you really want to play here?" Upon hearing Ji Yu's words, the girl suddenly widened her eyes. "But thinking of the rules at home, I had to sigh. So what can be done, my dad will definitely not allow it." After speaking, he sighed, and Ji Yu laughed, "As long as you want to, then I will definitely let you have fun." The two black-robed men in front of him frowned at this moment, because that Ji Yu had injured one of their guardians last time. They only recognized Ji Yu now. One of the guards took a step forward. "Who are you? Boy, you have offended us last time. What else do you want to do now? You are not the kid who can manage the affairs of our Lon family. Your strength is still too bad." After finishing this sentence, Ji Yu faintly said, "I am in charge of this matter today. What can you do with me?" After hearing this sentence, the two guards frowned suddenly, disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye, raised their hands one after another, drew out their swords, and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu stomped on the ground. He jumped directly, and in an instant appeared a giant sword in his hand. Ji Yu's effort disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He swung out a heavy sword. The épée was cut down at this moment. One of the black-robed guardians took 2 steps forward, and there was a purple flame in his hands. It can be done without using any profound skills, and the fire of profound strength can be spawned out, presumably the strength will not be below the human profound realm. Flame and Inu Rong's great sword collided heavily. There was a loud bang. The two of them flew out in unison. Ji Yu raised his head and looked directly at the bodies of the two protectors. He faintly said, "Boy, you still have some strength." After speaking these words, the two guardians raised their hands at the same time and waved their robes. At this moment, the robes were instantly overwhelming. They stretched out their hands, and they pointed at each other. A small sign appeared from the air. They waved their hands in Ji Yu's direction, and the rune immediately struck Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't sense any profound changes in the opponent's body, but his strength was blocked. The formation in this one actually has a huge mystery. His heart trembled slightly. Could this be the formation in the legend? Thinking of this in his heart, Ji Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a while, he appeared behind them. Ding! The host used 3,000 yundong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host Sanshan Yundong for upgrading to a mastery. Ji Yu looked at the two people in front of him. He was jumping up at this moment, holding the Kunpeng giant sword. It was cut down with a sword, and another loud noise came. The sound of explosions around was continuously reaching Ji Yu at this time. Ji Yu faintly said, "You are very strong, but it is a pity that you met me, Ji Yu." The eyes of the two law protectors were locked on Ji Yu's body. It seemed that countless murderous opportunities were locked in Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu resisted that powerful mental power, but after a while, one of the magic protectors suppressed Ji Yu with mental power. In the blink of an eye, the two profound powers in the other magic protector separated on both sides. 2 blazing blades of profound strength appeared in the hands of this protector. At this moment, the guardian waved the fiery blade in his hand and flew in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu sensed this profound energy, and he raised his hand. The qi gang on Ji Yu's body suddenly covered his body. He turned around lightly. In an instant, disappearing into the place, he raised his hand, and in an instant of effort, the group of flames collided on the qi gang, and the qi gang seemed to have a strong suction. In an instant, the flame was absorbed. Boy, what a demon's profound technique. If you use such profound skills, I think Wanxian League will punish you. The girl took a step and said to the guards in front of her, "Wait, I'll go back with you, you don't want to embarrass Big Brother Ji. The two protectors looked at each other. The girl came to Ji's body, "Remember, my name is Lan Jin." After speaking this sentence, countless fragments fell in the air, and the two put their hands on Lan Jin's body and disappeared in place. Ji snorted coldly. He clenched his fists heavily, "Lan Jin, no matter what family you are, I want to come and have a look." Several disciples of the Dragon Slayer gang arrived slowly. "Do you have nothing to do with the helper?" Ji shook his head slightly. They just stepped forward, and walked straight ahead. Ji Yuzheng raised his head at this moment. He disappeared in the same place, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared thousands of miles away. The few of them looked at each other and said faintly, "Young Master Ji." Two people stood in front of them, and they said lightly, "If you don't hand over the head of the Jincheng faction today, we will definitely kill you to the ground." Ji smiled faintly, "That also requires you to have this ability." "Boy, do you know who we are?" "I care who you are. We are the adjudication legal person of the Wanxian League. You can't leave today." A smile appeared in the corner of Ji's mouth. When they wanted to take back the Jincheng sect, didn't they just fall in love with the profound stone of the Jincheng sect? Ji suddenly stretched out his hand, and there was a ring in his hand. "There are 1,000,000 high-grade profound stones in it." Seeing Ji say so, they put their hands in Ji's hands and picked up the bag in Ji's hands. When he opened the bag, only black stones appeared in it. "So many profound stones can also show that you are respectable and upright." Ji said, "We will hand in a certain amount of profound stones to the Wanxian League every year in the future, and please also ask the two guardians to be more tolerant." After saying these words, the two looked at each other, they smiled, and arched their hands. "Then we're leaving. By the way, as long as there is this decree, no one in the 10,000 Immortals League will dare to have an opinion on your Jincheng Profound Gate in the future." V2 Chapter 674 Comparable Sun and Moon. Ji arched his hands. The remaining people disappeared in place at this moment. After returning to the Jincheng faction, Ji thought, now their cultivation talents are not high, so everyone in the martial arts gathered. Then according to the contents of the mysterious Book of Formation, there may be an ascending tower on it, which is divided into 30 layers in total, which can directly absorb the profound energy from the heavens and the earth and gather it in the ascending tower. Several elders came over and saw that Ji was reading. They stepped forward and asked Ji, the master, "What are you doing?" Ji turned his head and said to the person in front of him, "I plan to forge the ascension tower of the Jincheng sect. In this way, the profound strength of all the disciples will be greatly improved." After hearing this sentence, everyone looked at each other. They opened their mouths and said, "The head's kindness is really comparable to the sun and the moon. I'm waiting for a head to lead us, so why not worry about the Frost Temple not being famous?" After he finished saying this, the few people behind him took a step, looked at each other, and said faintly, "But this requires a lot of profound products and countless geniuses and treasures. This genius treasure is very difficult." They sighed. At this moment, Ji disappeared into the same place, and came out with the giant blade in his hand. He took 2 steps and said slowly at this moment, "It doesn't matter, I can find it." After Ji's voice fell, they looked at each other. It should be said that a part of it can be purchased from various places with black stone, but the flying locust stone cannot be found in a small field. So we can only search in that ghost place. After saying this, they looked at each other, they raised their heads, and at this moment, they took a step forward and bent over slightly. Ji frowned and asked, "Where is it?" "Hell Valley." "Where is that?" They glanced at each other, and faintly said, "It is said that this place is not seen all year round, and there are other 11 states in the early years of the Devil Throne in that sealed space. Later it is said that a great power sealed it up." They sighed involuntarily, they still knew something about the Frost Temple. At this moment, they looked at each other. faintly opened his mouth and said to Jiyu, "We know where the entrance is, but we don't have any profound power in our body now, and there is no way we can help you." When the voice fell, Jiyu's heart beat quickly. At this moment, he took a step out, and his heart hovered quickly. "Just know where the entrance is, please, everyone. Everyone shouldn't be too satisfied with this new head." They bent over slightly, arched their hands and said, "Master, we will open that profound door tomorrow." After saying this, the two looked at each other. After hearing these words, the disciples of the martial arts came out one after another, arching their hands towards the direction of the palace in charge. Those profound practitioners have put their body protection treasures outside the palace of the head. It is rare for someone to make such a huge contribution to them. They know the horror of Hell Valley. It is said that no one has ever been able to get from that hell. In the valley, back to the real world. Early the next morning, everyone gathered under the profound gate of the back mountain. They glanced at each other. Several heads stood under the Tongtian platform. They stretched out their hands, and according to the command of the heads, all their profound energy was injected into the Tongtian platform. At this moment, Jiyu also raised his hand at the same time. He waved his hand heavily, and several profound energy was injected into the profound door. Xianmen was emitting a huge mysterious light at this moment. It seemed that there was a powerful profound energy that was constantly exuding power, as if to absorb everything in front of him. Jiyu disappeared in front of the profound door in the blink of an eye. Darkness completely shrouded this world. As if nothing existed except darkness. Jiyu raised his hand and sacrificed a long wooden stick out of Neji. The inheritance of fire in his hand ignited the stick in a moment. This made a small light shine out in this dark world. No one can know whether flying locust stones exist, where in this world they exist. He took 2 steps. Focusing on the front, he shot out his mental power. The spiritual power was covered in this world and spread, but there seemed to be taboos around it, and Jiyu's spiritual power was bounced back. He took a step. Even if he used 3,000 cloud movements here, he would feel confused when he didn't know the direction. At this moment, he looked around. Countless wind and fire blew up. There seemed to be countless fine sands covering Jiyu's body. Feel the wind and sand blowing nearby. Suddenly Jiyu laughed loudly, how he hadn't thought of it just now. He slapped his hand on the ground. The power of the inheritance of the earth transferred Jiyu's spiritual power into this fine sand. It seemed that at this moment, Jiyu melted into the fine sand and saw the world clearly. But he sensed a small city in front of him. This makes people feel very unexpected. Just before he walked to the gate, 2 black shadows appeared in front of Jiyu, only to see them carrying a powerful killing intent. Instantly locked his gaze on Jiyu's body. One of them walked out with a grimace. He laughed loudly, unexpectedly. After a full 1,000 years, there will be new people here. They looked at each other, and Jiyu slowly said, "Hello everyone, may I ask, do you know where there are flying locusts?" Upon hearing Jiyu's words, the shadows suddenly laughed. "Flying locust stones, ha ha ha, this is simply stupid." After they finished saying this, they looked at each other, and at this moment they slowly said, "You want to get the flying locust stone, maybe there is something you want in it, you can come in." V2 Chapter 675 Reckless Guy. The huge profound energy was suppressed in Jiyu's direction at this time. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiyu's mouth. Then dispelled that power. Even in the face of the powerful profound strength of the dark shadow man. But he didn't expect that the profound energy was gradually spreading towards the surroundings at this moment. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Jiyu walked into the city gate. A revealing girl came out. Jiyu wouldn't treat her as a girl. Didn't you hear the person who had just guarded the city gate say that the people here also have a lifespan of thousands of years? After hearing these words, Jiyu disappeared in the same place. After a while, the girl laughed at the corner of her mouth. Thousands of years ago, prisoners like us were exiled here. Those righteous people continue to send in, thinking that they could use us as stupid guys who could improve their profound strength. Fortunately, Lord Snake, our profound strength is boundless, this dark world is blocked. While talking, a few thin people walked out. The craziness rushed to Ji-Yu's body. The girl snorted coldly, thinking of life and death. After yelling these words, the two skinny people suddenly stiffened in place. A sharp huge sword appeared in the girl's hand, and it was cut down suddenly at the two people, after accepting the sword to cut it down. She instantly disappeared in the same place. Suddenly stopped her footsteps and looked in Ji-Yu's direction. She slowly said, "This is a safe area specially arranged by Lord Sky Snake. You must not fight here, and those who violate the order will die. On the contrary, in the city, there is a fighting field, and you can fight on the top. Moreover, you can get the fountain of youth and immortality by fighting every day." Spring of youth. A look of doubt appeared on Ji-Yu's face. What is the fountain of youth and immortality? We can enjoy eternal life here, but we will continue to age. Some people cherish their lives and are willing to trade their youth for peace, but what can we do? A disdainful smile appeared from the corner of the girl's mouth. She waved her hand. I saw a building next to him collapsed, and on an iron bed, there were 7 or 8 corpses that were so dry as to look like they were about to die. If you also want peace, this is also a good choice. Okay, I'll just say here, then choose the right, in your own hands. After that, she seemed to disappear like a ghost. Ji-Yu sensed that the people here, the weakest, are still at the first level of the human profound realm. Upon sensing this point, countless passers-by walked out of the tavern on the side. The tavern will always exist no matter where it is. Especially in this dark world, people's hearts need to be stabilized. Ji-Yu also walked into the tavern. Only one of them raised his head and slowly said to Ji-Yu who was beside him, "What is the guest officer going to drink? Just give the bottle to the bar." After saying these words, they took a step forward and slightly arched their hands to look in the direction of Ji-Yu. Soon afterwards, a cup of blood was placed in front of Ji-Yu. At this moment, the two raised their hands, and at this moment they cut the long sword in the direction of Ji-Yu. Looking at the cup of blood, Ji-Yu just turned to the side beside him, the long sword slashed on the table, and the table fell apart in a short moment. He opened his eyes, looked aside, and said faintly, "Why are you attacking me? He has black stones on him." After yelling this sentence, several people beside him looked in front of Ji-Yu one after another. I'm in the first level of the lower human profound realm. With 2 levels in the lower profound realm, I also want to fight against the young master. What nonsense, I heard that this kid is a newcomer, maybe he is the so-called decent people, do you think he is murderous? That's it, you might as well add me. They all laughed, as if Ji-Yu were like the funniest joke between heaven and earth. Ji-Yu frowned, these god-killed guys really regarded him as a bully. He stepped on the ground under his feet, and instantly disappeared into the same place. In the blink of an eye, he drew out his saber. Seeing the treasure coming out of his body, he swung a sword out, and the silver light flashed at this moment. The light appeared and wiped their necks. According to the truth, the figure of the girl appeared in this bar. She looked at the two dead. There are rules in the safe zone, you dare to violate the rules. After she shouted out these words, she snorted coldly, and the huge mental power covered it, and Ji-Yu stood there, just using his mental power to bump it up. There was a loud bang. The two spiritual forces are colliding together at this time. Ji-Yu took a step behind him and raised his head. The power of inheritance in his hand burst out in an instant. Numerous waves of thunder and lightning seemed to be like small snakes, twisting his body directly towards the girls. The direction flew out. The girl took a step, her figure flashed, appeared behind Ji-Yu, smashing the thunder snakes to pieces. She smiled faintly, turned into a long snake, moved around the ground twice, and came to Ji-Yu's back. The sharp teeth of her grown-up bit directly into Ji-Yu's neck. Ji-Yu turned around, and the Kunpeng giant sword fell on the teeth of the long snake. Ding, the host used the City of Burning Flames and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding, congratulations to the host, Blazing City, for breaking through to a slight success. The girl was burned into her teeth by this flame, and she sensed Ji-Yu's pure profound energy, and immediately turned into a human form. You are so bold. Ji-Yu snorted coldly. They attacked me first. You haven't been able to protect me yet, so I have to protect myself. What's the guilty of this? After hearing Ji-Yu's words, the other party glanced at each other and slowly said to Ji-Yu in front of him, in this case, it is indeed reasonable, but you are also violating the killing precept. You are no longer there. The qualification to stay here will only hand over the token I gave you. Ji-Yu took out a token from his arms, and flew the token toward her. The girl took Ji-Yu's token and asked him to leave the safe area immediately. V2 Chapter 676 Run. The few remaining people in the tavern glanced at each other. Walked straight to the side. Their eyes were fixed on Ji-Yu, and a smile appeared from the corners of their mouths. Without the protection of the safe zone, it means that Ji-Yu is about to face endless killings. In a middle line, there are several dark shadows standing in place. Fierce gazes appeared among them. He raised his gaze and looked beyond the center line. Seeing Ji-Yu coming, he didn't see his waistband hanging on his body, and there was a trace of joking in the corners of his mouth. You can go in, but when you go in, you will face death. Go in. What surprised these men was that Ji-Yu entered beyond the center line without turning his head. Several people beside him stood up and drew out the long sword. You are going to hunt him down, right? Several brothers, this kid is very powerful, you have to be more careful when I escape back later. After speaking these words, the two guards laughed loudly. Don't worry, I will wait here and you will surely protect you from death. After these people heard these words, their mood instantly improved, and at the same time they arched their hands. On. They waved their robes and slammed directly in Ji-Yu's direction. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji-Yu's hand came out, and he swung out his long sword as soon as he turned around. The heavy sword collided with a bang. Knocked the two back out. A dozen people wore their waists, their eyes widened, and they fixed their gazes on Ji-Yu. At this moment, they were killing in Ji-Yu's direction. Mystery, the cart of dirt. One of the old men in the purple robe yelled. The sand that was constantly scraping solidified rapidly at this time, and the sand was rapidly condensing at this time. Like a sea wave, it was pounced in Ji-Yu's direction at this time. Ji-Yu's heavy Kunpeng giant sword was chopped down. The giant sword slammed into the clod with a bang, and the clod was gradually devouring Ji-Yu's Kunpeng giant sword at this time. At this moment, the fine sand slowly entered the giant sword. Suddenly a fire came out from the giant sword. The fire burned the giant sword out, as if the owner of a firebird roared and fluttered out, breaking through the clods, and the fine sand was shattering one after another at this time. Ji-Yu took a step forward. Looking at the fine sand in the sky, my heart suddenly became vigilant. At this moment, he swung out a long sword, a heavy sword swung out. There was a loud bang. The fine sand was collapsing in two directions at this moment. Ji-Yu looked forward. At this moment, those clods came forward again, and Ji-Yu Kunpeng's giant sword called out. Mystery, the snake of thunder. After yelling this sentence, countless thunder snakes were flying out, and those long snakes were flying out at this time, directly rushing in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu turned around and instantly disappeared in the same place. After waiting for a while, Ji-Yu flew up, the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand, calling out the weapon spirit. How could these little profound practitioners be able to resist the power of Kunpeng? Seeing the soil stones, Kunpeng roared out, and opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, it seemed that there was a huge mouth swallowing the sky, and it opened up. He swallowed everything in front of him into his stomach. Those long swords happened to be swallowed up at this moment. Those more than a dozen people had never expected that Ji-Yu had such strength, and his heartbeat continued to accelerate. "No, we are not his opponents, run." I don't know who yelled this sentence first. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, as if they were crazy, and ran out in the direction of the center line. But Ji-yu is like a bloodthirsty devil, following them. From time to time, Ji-yu will take a life away with a sword. 3 others finally saw the light, and they were now standing outside the center line. Those guards immediately released their profound strength. Chi Gang was covering the air at this moment. They fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. But Ji-yu turned around, eyes widening at this moment. Ji-yu widened his eyes and waved his hand heavily, only to see a few mysterious lights lit up, and 18 golden puppets flew out instantly, and they flew in front of the few people, as if as long as they were taking a step forward, will face death. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu's figure flashed, and instantly disappeared in place. He opened his eyes wide. It disappeared in an instant. He slowly said, "Kill." The 18 golden puppets turned their heads at this time, and the golden puppets in their hands raised their hands at this time, and the few people shouted anxiously, "Help me." After shouting these words, they fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. The guards locked their gazes on Ji-yu's face at this moment. They turned around and locked their gazes on Ji-yu's body. At the same time, they raised their hands and prepared to kill in Ji-yu's direction. Ji-yu only took 2 steps, and the giant sword in his hand was waving out in an instant. There was a loud bang in the rumbling. 2 shots of blood were cast on the 2 of them. They fell to the ground one after another. The 2 people just placed one hand in the middle line, and they closed their eyes in despair, where there was still a trace of the profound practitioner's gaze. At this moment, they set their sights on Ji-yu. Ji Yujing said slowly at this time, "They are already dead. What do you think?" After hearing these words, the 2 looked at each other, and one of the guards said, "You actually killed before the center line, but his hand is above the center line, which may be a little suspicious." After saying this, he put the center line in place. Several people looked at each other and fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. Ji-yu took out 2 bags from his arms, threw them into the other's hands, and saw so many profound stones. A faint smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Then with a heavy wave, they took 2 steps forward and closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. Ji-yu snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out in the other direction. At this moment, a thunder appeared in the air. V2 Chapter 677 Dual Voucher. Ji-yu looked forward, only to see a huge light curtain appearing in the air, constantly splitting and falling on the huge duel arena. Ji-yu stepped into the duel arena. A guard walked out and handed a token to Ji-yu's hand. They fixed their gazes on Ji-yu, and he slowly said, "This token is your proof of entering the duel." At this moment, Ji-yu stepped into the huge duel arena. Everyone sat in the audience and yelled constantly, "Boy, whether you decide to participate, we can gain the power of the strong by relying on points." He pointed to the list of treasures behind him. Ji-yu saw the flying locust stone above. He slowly said, "How many points does this locust stone need?" 99,999 points are enough, but in a duel field, only 1 point will be awarded for a win. After saying these words, Ji-yu gave his hand slightly. Turning his body, he took a step and walked to the duel arena. Several people looked at each other. Ji-yu said lightly, "I have signed up." After yelling this sentence, the 2 looked at each other and recorded it in a notebook. On the duel field, a man walked out and put his hand in his throat. After this sound spread, that profound strength was spreading at this moment. "Everyone, welcome to the duel arena, let us welcome the great Lord Snake." An old man walked out and sat on the seat. He waved his hand, and everyone was sitting on the viewing platform. There was no way. His strength was indeed too terrifying. In an instant, they could only lower their heads. Only Ji-yu was still standing. Looking at Ji-yu in front of them, they slowly said, "Duel, duel." When the shouting of the crowd came, the crowd raised their heads. Focused on Ji-Yu's body. Ji-Yu took 2 steps slowly, only to see him fix his gaze on Lord Snake that day. However, the commentator of the duel was already yelling loudly. "Everyone, we are about to start the first duel next. Let's welcome, Thor." A fat man walked out, and the person's profound realm's fourfold profound strength was suddenly released, and everyone screamed enviously. "Thor, Thor." His opponent, Tian Fonger. Tian Fonger walked out and set his sights on Ji-Yu. They slowly said, "Kill, kill, kill." Thor, with 63 victories, hasn't missed a defeat so far. Tian Fonger has only lost 1 game. Which one is stronger and weaker? The game officially begins. After yelling this sentence, the two looked at each other. Tian Fonger smiled faintly, and Lei Shen said with a smile, "According to the truth, the losers die, but Tian Fonger, your beauty really makes the next unforgettable." The corner of his mouth smiled faintly, "You are so beautiful, if you can spend the night with the god, then I can let you go." After these words fell, a Thunder God's great sword appeared in Thunder God's hand, holding the Thunder God's great sword. At this moment, it was killing in Tian Shifang's direction. At this moment, Tian Fonger disappeared in the same place, and appeared in the void in the blink of an eye. Numerous peach blossom petals slowly fell. It seemed to be the most beautiful scene in this world, especially these trapped in this dark world. They are very eager to return to the world. As long as they can return to the world, then they will definitely pay any price. But now there is no such opportunity, but they locked their eyes in the room, only to see countless petals falling down from the room. These petals remind them of when they were in the world. Even Thor, he had to be taken aback for a while, but his heart trembled slightly when he thought of what happened before. Many of those opponents would die after seeing the petals. Thinking of this in his heart, he suddenly turned around, he swung his long sword, and swung out a heavy sword. A sword slashed down. He grabbed the thunder sword in front of him and slashed in Fonger's direction that day. Tian Fonger suddenly turned around at this moment. The 2 lightning forces in his hands suddenly lit up. A smile appeared at the corner of Tian Fonger's mouth. The silk thread in his hand was slowly flying out at this moment, and those silk threads were bound in Thor's hands, and Thor was actually locked to the ground by these pink silk threads. She raised her hand, holding the long sword, and was slowly walking to the front of the Thunder God. She raised the giant sword in her hand and stabbed it at this moment. The long sword in her hand pierced the opponent's body at this moment, and he was bleeding blood at this moment. The heart of Thor was dug directly by Tian Fonger. Everyone took a breath. His eyes were fixed on Ji-Yu's body. Ji-Yu said faintly, "Boy, you are so brave." After yelling these words, Ji-Yu's figure flashed and disappeared in place. After a while, he appeared not far away. He stood on the ring. When Tian Fonger left the field, he glanced at Ji-Yu, with a faint smile on his mouth. The remaining few people looked in Ji-Yu's direction. Such a thin person is simply looking for death. I don't know what this kid has the ability to enter the duel. To be exiled here, I must have a reputation in the world, and I don't know what this kid has. After everyone's voice fell, the commentator said, everyone, today we have a new person. This gentleman has never stepped into the duel. Let us welcome this brave man. Duel, duel, duel. After 3 shouts, their gazes turned towards Ji-Yu's direction one after another. Ji-Yu faintly said, "Come on." After saying this, they looked at each other. Let's welcome the Excalibur Li Fei. Li Fei walked out, with a trace of disdain on his face. "You really lost my face by letting me fight against such rubbish." Their expressions, with a trace of disdain on their faces, looked in Ji-Yu's direction. Ji-Yu said faintly, "Who is rubbish, I will know later." After hearing this sentence, the two looked at each other. V2 Chapter 678 Immortal Spring Water. Li Fei snorted coldly, "Boy, I just wanted to forgive you because you are a newcomer. I didn't expect that you are so unsure of good or bad now. In that case, you can die. The narrator eagerly shouted, since this is the case, then let's start. After all, who can win the final victory, and who is the master of the pinnacle? Let's start. After yelling this sentence, the two looked at each other. There was a smile at the corner of Divine Sword Li Fei's mouth. He slowly took a step out, and the long sword in his hand waved heavily. In an instant, the divine sword shook constantly. Li Fei is a master of the 4 levels of human profound realm, and his strength is comparable to that of Thunder God. He closed his eyes, and the in his hand pointed out heavily, that the 8th rank treasure on the ground instantly flew out, and the long sword flew up. At this moment, he flew forward in the direction of Gu. Come. Great. You really deserve to be a profound practitioner, with one hand controlling the profound skills of the sword is simply superb. A smile came out on everyone's faces. Ji Yuzheng took a step forward slowly at this time. He directly grabbed the long sword in his hand, but Li Fei was a strong sword controller. Spiritual power was injected into the long sword, and the long sword was here. At the time, it seemed as if he had been ordered. He suddenly turned his head in the air, flying forward like a long sword. Ji Yu's Kunpeng giant sword was rioting in an instant. Good treasure. Li Fei looked enviously at the Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand, and felt jealous in his heart, but what about it? As long as Ji Yu is killed, that treasure will become mine. Thinking of this in his heart, he turned around. He walked directly to Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu said lightly, mysterious skills, foam lie. After shouting these words, the violent wind was constantly blowing and dancing at this moment, and a violent wind directly hit Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu's figure flashed, and then turned around, heavy. A sword swung out. The long sword collided with the giant sword. There was a loud bang, and the 2 profound strengths were intertwined, and at the same time they withdrew one after another. The violent wind blew in front of the guy, and there seemed to be countless blades coming out of the wind, blowing on his skin, as if he had been directly scraped. The Hell Valley deserves to be called the Hell Valley. After suffering such a serious injury on his body, the guy was able to raise his head and fix his eyes on Ji Yu. Boy, you just don't know good or bad. After shouting these words, they slammed forward in Ji Yu's direction. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand swung forward towards his head. After feeling Ji Yu's hostility, the arm in his hand was already covered with bones. He suddenly took a step back and fixed his gaze on Ji Yu. Li Fei felt the thick mysterious arrow in Ji Yu's hand, and he was suddenly at this moment in his heart, looking in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu took a step forward. In an instant, the power of the 5 paths of inheritance gathered in the air. Ji Yu wanted to try for a long time, how the power of the 5 paths of inheritance merged together. Ding, the host used mystery skills, and the colorful colors penetrate the sun. The 5 profound strengths merged together. After the fusion, it turned into an air of nothingness, and no one knew how the mysterious skills in Ji Yu's hands were forged. At this moment, that profound energy was gradually oppressing. In the blink of an eye, he turned his head, and at this moment, he slowly raised his hand. At this moment, the profound energy gathered quickly and flew forward. The 2 profound energy were heavily intertwined. After a loud bang came. Li Fei turned his head. He took 2 steps forward, and the divine sword in his hand swung out again, directly slammed out in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu just controlled the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand. A firebird flew out again and rushed onto the opponent's body. At this moment, the 2 profound energy collided together, accompanied by a loud bang. He took a step back. Right at this moment, he fixed his gaze on Ji Yu's body. The flesh and blood on Li Fei's body was being swallowed down at this time. He faintly said, "You have already lost." After speaking these words, the 2 looked at each other, and he said faintly, "Mysterious skills, the sword of 10,000 feet." The long swords gathered quickly at this moment. Turning into a heaven-shielding treasure, they all raised their heads in unison, looked in the direction of Ji-yu, and took a deep breath. Presumably, Ji-yu's sword fell after a while, accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, the two profound strengths were constantly intertwining, but Li Fei had just been swallowed by the firebird, and now there was no way to resist. He slowly stepped back. Blood came out from the corner of his eyes. After seeing so much blood, Ji-yu took 2 steps forward and put a heavy kick on his body. After accepting this kick, he instantly fell to the ground. Li Fei fell in a pool of blood. Everyone who was watching the battle showed a hint of surprise on their faces. The narrator was even more dazed in place. It's impossible, impossible. Excalibur Li Fei actually died on rookie Ji-yu. After they yelled this sentence, everyone had forgotten who the Excalibur Li Fei was, but they remembered that Ji-yu showed great power and killed him. Tian Snake's eyes looked in Ji-yu's direction. A smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. There is only one duel every day. Ji-yu took 2 steps forward and entered the capital. Several people glanced in Ji-yu's direction. In this place, a battle could break out at any time. When they saw Ji-yu coming, they drew out the saber in their hands and slew in the direction of Ji-yu in front of them. Ji-yu is changing rapidly in front of her body. He flew up, only to see a blood-red face appeared in front of him. Just now you have points, but you have 1 point. As long as we get his points, we can redeem a cup of youthful spring water. Kill. Several people rushed towards Ji-yu's direction one after another. Ji-yu just raised his hand, and the power of thunder and lightning was suddenly released. Ding, the host used razor and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The thunder snake was wrapped around them in an instant, and gradually locked up, feeling that the body was restrained and the power was shrinking, and it carried the power of thunder and lightning. V2 Chapter 679 split into 2. I sensed the power of thunder and lightning on Ji-yu. Their eyes showed a trace of vigilance, and they looked at Ji-yu's body, as if there was a slow force burning their skin. Feeling the flames engulfing their bodies. It was the first time that everyone felt a sense of fear and death. It was not the first time they felt it, but it was like this feeling of being tortured. There was a sense of fear in their hearts. Thinking of this in his heart, Ji-yu slowly took a step in the other direction. At this moment, they did not turn their heads back. Run! After yelling these words, they turned their heads and ran out in the other direction. Ji-yu ran out a few steps. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Countless thunder and lightning were landing at this time, and with the sound of the bombing force, they fell in a pool of blood one after another. Ji-yu led everyone to kill in their direction. After seeing Ji-yu, they turned their heads and said to the Ji-yu in front of them indifferently, "We are wrong, please don't kill us." Ji-yu didn't listen to their begging for mercy, just waved the long sword in his hand and killed them with a single knife. Several men in short sleeves walked out of a building, and they buried them all. The old man walked out of the room, and after seeing Ji-yu, he folded his hands and said, "Xia is the person from the inn in the land of killing." After they finished saying these words, they stretched out a hand. Ji-yu took out a profound stone, handed it to his hand, returned to the room. Ji-yu crossed his legs. Feeling the profound strength on his body, it is constantly solidifying in the position of his dantian. He slowly stood up. At this moment, the skill of sky splitting was constantly flying. At this moment, something is constantly forging. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the drops of water in the basin in front of him. Ji-yu knew that several hours had passed. Ji-yu stood up. He picked up the Kunpeng giant sword and walked out of the room. At this moment, a thunder light was constantly coming. When the power of thunder and lightning came out, his figure flashed, disappeared in the forehead, and slowly took a step forward. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked in Ji-yu's direction. They said at the same time, "It turns out to be Ji-yu." After saying these words, they fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. Ji-yu took a step out slowly. People in the duel field naturally knew that Ji defeated the Excalibur Li Fei yesterday. This was not the most powerful one. After the duel, he encountered an ambush. Under the ambush, he was able to kill so many people. After thinking of this in their hearts, they fixed their eyes on Ji. Ji slowly said, "I'm still here to sign up today." After hearing these words, the two looked at each other, and whispered in Ji's ear, "Young Master Ji, we have all placed a heavy bet on you." In the corners of everyone's mouth, a faint smile came out one after another. After seeing this smile, Ji suddenly disappeared in front of them. The narrator stood on the ring again. 7 or 8 games have ended by this time, but only a few people were lucky enough to survive. The narrator continued, "Next, is our most exciting competition today." At this moment, 2 people walked out beside them, and they slowly raised their heads at this moment, and a smile appeared from the corners of their mouths. These 2 are the people who are known as the 2 evil spirits. At this moment, they raised their heads with a smile on their faces. They waved 2 treasures. Wind Howl Hammer. The 2 were smiling triumphantly, and the narrator said, "According to the truth, they are 2 people against 2 people. But today, we are playing against a single player. Please have a newcomer who creates mythology, Ji." Ji slowly walked out from another direction. Taifeng Shuangsha was at this moment, his eyes widened, and at this moment they slowly raised their hands. Killed in the direction of Ji. The game hasn't started yet. Taifeng Shuangsha actually seized the opportunity, even if so, the competition will begin. After yelling this sentence, he flew forward and slammed directly in Ji's direction. 2 gusts of wind were blowing in a short moment. As if it were countless big knives, killing in Ji's direction, Ji coldly snorted, "Do you want to play with the wind?" After this sentence fell. Ding, the host used Wind Fierce Blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. After the words fell, the gust of wind came to Ji, and Ji jumped directly. His hands were directly raised at this moment, and the long sword was turning at this moment. Come past the body. 2 gales collided together. A trace of anxiety suddenly appeared in their hearts, and they quickly retreated behind them. After seeing this gust of wind, their eyes seemed to be like poisonous snakes, hanging directly on Ji's body. With a flash of Ji's body, he disappeared in the same place. Ji's hands burst out in an instant. At this moment, he flew out and swung out the long sword heavily. In the next second, Ji disappeared into the place, turned around, flew out, put one foot in the opponent's body, and the other party suddenly fell to the ground. He gradually got up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They rushed towards Ji, and Ji slowly took a step. At this moment, a bright light appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning fell. The bomb hit him, and the person's body was charred at this moment. They were scorched at this moment. Ji kicked up, and after a loud bang, the 2 iron wind Shuangsha both flew upside down at the same time. They fell in a pool of blood and wailed constantly. Ji mortgaged the long sword on the neck of one of them. When he saw the long sword, he felt a sense of coldness in his heart. He faintly said, "Iron wind is divided into 2, the world is invincible." After yelling this sentence, the 2 separated, with a gloom in their eyes. V2 Chapter 680 Golden Sword. Ji Yujing disappeared in place at this time. Taifeng Shuangsha raised his hands. The gust of wind was blowing right now, and the remaining few people flew to Ji's body. They suddenly raised their heads, and said faintly, "Go to hell." After shouting these words, Ji suddenly turned around, and the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand swung down heavily. With the sound of a huge explosion, heavy smoke emerged from the surrounding area. Everyone looked at the ring. The 2 masters of the profound realm and the triple level played against a Mao Tu boy. No matter how they looked like they were invincible, if it weren't for the opponent that Ji defeated in the last game, it would be really surprising. This time they have long lost the confidence to watch. When the smoke dissipated, everyone poked their heads and looked towards the ring. Taifeng Shuangsha, two people still stood on the ring with a look of surprise. Their treasure broke into two pieces with a click, and fell to the ground. Now the treasure has been broken, and either surrendered or can only face death. In Hell Valley, there has never been any kindness to tell. The two of them glanced at each other, walked to Ji Yu's body one after another, and knelt down. We surrendered. Ji Yu put away the Kunpeng giant sword. Suddenly a fierce look appeared in the corners of their eyes. He didn't know where he took out a sharp weapon and shot it directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Listening to the sound of breaking wind next to his ears, Ji Yu suddenly turned his head and took the two hidden weapons in his hands. The two leaped up quickly, and they didn't know how many masters there were. At this time, their hearts were softened, and it was precisely that they killed the two brothers. I still remember the desperate glances of those masters before they died. The hearts of the two of them became complacent involuntarily, and at the same time they raised their hands, and a wave of wind profound energy hovered in the hands of the two with a great compression force. As long as this hits, no matter what kind of fairy you are, you can't escape. Thinking of this in my heart, both of them were about to laugh. However, Ji Yu suddenly disappeared in the same place, and appeared behind them in the blink of an eye. Ding! The host used the dark forest and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He appeared behind the two. With a face like an evil ghost from hell, a guy like Iron Wind Shuangsha who didn't know how many lives was under his hands, after seeing Ji Yu, his eyes showed a look of fear. The silver light came on. A loud bang appeared, and the two fell heavily to the ground. All the bones and flesh and blood on his body were picked up by Ji Yu. Watching this scene, everyone's eyes showed a trace of fear. They fell to the ground one after another. With blood vomiting out of his mouth, Ji Yu put away the giant sword. After seeing Ji Yu's decisive killing, everyone screamed frantically, as a fart in their eyes. They kept cheering. At the same time, in the two boxes on the second floor, Tian Fonger looked at Ji Yu, who was far above the ring, with a smile on her lips. Unexpectedly, there are such gods and men in this world. The people next to her also slowly said, "Yes, Master, what should we do next?" "It's okay, he might be part of our plan." "Yes." In another box, a man with a golden mask stood on the ring. Looking deep in the direction of the ring, he said coldly, It's really interesting." He faintly said, "Ji Yu, will you be a good opponent for me?" The narrator stood on the ring, and after it was cleaned up, he shouted loudly, "Then, let's welcome the next duel. First of all, we have the golden sword." Ji Yu originally planned to leave the ring, but when he saw the golden sword appearing, he stopped and turned his head. The golden sword on the ring also looked in Ji Yu's direction, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two looked at each other. The narrator couldn't wait to shout, "Welcome to the golden sword, let us welcome the next player to enter the arena, the Troll Man Tuesday." A giant with a height of 12 feet stepped into the arena of competition. It seemed that the whole land was shaking. The surrounding crowd kept shouting, "Troll, troll, troll, troll." The troll slaughtered his chest, "Isn't it a golden sword?" After the commentary started the competition. Troll Run 2 took the lead. Who could have imagined that such a tall body could still have such excellent speed? Ji Yoshin thought, this trip may be the right one for himself, and there is more than just mystery that can accumulate here. Power increase. There is also a wealth of combat experience. The Troll Run 2 was in the ring, and 3 afterimages appeared. No one knew which inverted afterimage was the real troll. Ji Yu saw it in his eyes, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. But this troll really underestimated this golden sword. I saw that the man still stood on the spot with his hands on his hips, closed his eyes, and did not move. 3 afterimages shot at the same time, and 3 huge iron fists hit directly in front of the golden sword. The golden sword turned around in an instant and raised his hands. As soon as he grasped the opponent's iron fist, the iron fist made a loud click. The sound of the broken bones spread throughout the hall, and the giant beast fell to the ground at this time, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth, and the blood continued to flow down. His eyes turned to Ji-Yu's direction. As if provocatively, his gaze was locked on Ji-Yu, and Ji-Yu suddenly turned his head. The figure was disappearing into the same place at this time. Ji-Yu disappeared in the hunting ground. When he walked out, the two came forward and said to Ji-Yu, "We are from the Safer League. I don't know if brother Ji-Yu is interested in joining us." Ji-Yu shook his head. The two said anxiously, "We still have some treasures here. If brother Ji-Yu is interested, we can contribute. Why choose me? The golden sword is more suitable than me." "Not so. We only want to be safe in this hell. We are all opposed to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance before being sent to this hell. It's not a villain, please." The two knelt on the ground. Ji-Yu softened his heart, and said to the two of them, "Take me over and have a look." V2 Chapter 681 There must be a decision. Even in this bottomless hell, 1,000 years of time have allowed these people to settle down. The place where they established their residence is not far away from the hunting ground. Normally, no one rarely engages with them. After all, knowing that they will give birth to offspring, so when you have time, wouldn't it be fun to come and bully them? A small village appeared in front of Ji-Yu. Two people in armor stood at the entrance of the village. The bright moon should be taken in the air. I have my freedom. The two in front of Ji-Yu were Daniel and Mavericks, and the two looked at each other, and only after they exchanged the signal with the guard, they let them go. Among the tall buildings on both sides, there were two people standing, and there was still a breath in their eyes. He faintly said, "This is the master we invited back from the hunting ground. As long as he is there, we will have a lot of improvement in the future." Daniel looked excited and introduced to everyone. The men, women, and children looked in Ji-Yu's direction one after another, not knowing what they were thinking. His eyes were cast on Ji-Yu's body. A man walked out, "My name is Gaglo, I have asked the sun for advice." After yelling this sentence, Gugela galloped forward in the direction of Ji-Yu, and with a heavy punch, he waved and fell towards Ji-Yu's head. In case the two people, one big cow and one big cow, are deceived, wouldn't they give the spirit treasure in vain? In this dark land, they can still grow things. This has already attracted the attention of the surrounding Slayer Alliance forces. If they didn't know how to grow these crops, I'm afraid there are hundreds of people living here. Was slaughtered a long time ago clean. They don't want to be restrained and people everywhere, so they want to make a strong man their leader, and now, Ji-Yu seems to be very suitable for this position. Ji-Yu naturally knew that he did not kill him. It's just that Spirit Profound Realm 1 Heavy can be regarded as a great master outside. There is only one part of being bullied here. Ji-Yu raised his hand, caught Gaglo's blow, and then dropped it to the ground. Only saw that Gregory spit out a mouthful of blood. When the rest of them saw that they were injured, they immediately became vigilant. Although they wanted a master to sit down, they didn't want to be squeezed by one person. Their eyes were fixed on Ji-Yu. They drew out their own treasures one after another. The people of Gaglo yelled anxiously, "Hold on." After shouting out this sentence, everyone turned their eyes on him. He touched his body. "My previous injury has healed." When Ji-Yu took the shot, he injected a profound energy into Gaglo's body, opening up his blood-clogged blood vessel. Gaglo said with a look of admiration, "The sun is really unparalleled in the world, and he is worshipping and persevering." The rest of the people looked at each other. For a master, willing to shelter them is a miracle, and now willing to help them heal their injuries, it would be even better. After thinking of this in their hearts, a faint smile appeared in the corners of the mouths of several people. They slowly said, "Meet young Master Ji-Yu." While they were talking, a few cries of profound beasts came from outside the door, and everyone turned their heads and looked outside at the same time. A person in charge of guarding the gate of the village ran in anxiously. It's not good, people from the Killer Alliance are here." As soon as the voice fell, several people riding profound beasts ran in, but those profound beasts were all in pitch black, with gazes in their eyes. The person headed by them slowly said, "Each family contributes a virgin, and each family contributes 500 plants of profound spirit grass." Daniel took the lead to step out. "We won't listen to you anymore." The man rubbed his ears, as if he had misheard. A wicked smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. "Court death." After yelling these words, the two people beside them slowly walked out, holding the huge profound sword in their hands, and slashing the heavy sword down in the direction of Gu. With a flash of Gu's figure, he instantly disappeared in place. After waiting for a while, this appeared in the same place, and at the same time a human head appeared in his hand. Ding! The host used the dark forest and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Quan Sha blew again. Seeing that his leaders' heads were cut off, they looked at each other and said faintly, "Boy, you dare to kill the people from our massacre alliance, good boy, you wait for Lao Tzu." They drove the profound beast to run out in another direction. Two people, Daniel and Maverick, walked up anxiously. "What should we do now? They will definitely invite all the masters out when they go back." "Yes, the people in the Killers Alliance are unusual. If they suffer, the entire sect will work together." Everyone said anxiously, and Gu said lightly, "Don't worry, just let them come. There is always a decision for things." Hearing this sentence, everyone looked at each other and felt very reasonable. There was a sudden movement in their hearts. At this moment, the horn was blown out, and a whining sound covered the entire square. The whole land seemed to be trembling, countless fireballs suddenly smashed down in their direction, and the Qi gang on Gu was covering his whole body at this time, directly resisting everyone. One after another, the fireball fell on the Qi gang. There were also a few fireballs that fell on the side, directly smashing in the direction of the entrance of the village, burning the entire gate, and the rest of the people drove the profound beast and ran in. "The head is a guy with a beard," he said coldly. "Who killed my person? Stand up obediently." Gu said lightly, "It's right here." "Okay, kid, you have the courage, but even so, you are still going to die. I will shake your left arm first, and then let you eat it back until you die, ha ha ha. If you have the ability, you can try." Gu's indifferent words seemed to despise him at all. With these words, he heard a wave of anger in his heart rushing to his head. He raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers, kill me. Let them all die." After the beard leader yelled these words, the rest of the people slapped the profound beast and flew forward. Just as Gu just wanted to step forward to fight, Daniel, Mavericks and Gaglow said one after another, "Leader, let us go." V2 Chapter 682 Really ignorant. Brothers Daniel and Nyo looked at these guys who always invaded their village before. "You are looking for death." The beard leader of the Killers Alliance had to admit that Gu had such a skill, but Gu had the skill. It does not mean that these stinky fish and shrimps also have such skill, let alone challenge them. Accompanied by the whirring of horns, the two men and horses changed and killed together almost instantly. Before the two of Daniel and Xiaonyo charged, Gu suddenly called them and threw 2 pills of medicine for both of them. Boom boom boom. With 3 loud noises, everyone looked in the direction of the loud noise. It turned out that Daniel's profound strength had increased to the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Although Xiaonyo didn't have his elder brother, he immediately raised his level after taking Gu's pill, but he also gained tremendous power. It's only 1 step away from the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Although Gu is only the 3rd level of the human profound realm, the power in him cannot be underestimated. There are actually 5 powers of inheritance, and the 5 powers of inheritance are separated raised to the level of the 3rd level of the human profound realm. This was even more terrifying than a master of the 6th level of the human profound realm. Moreover, Gu is still an alchemist, so the pill produced in his hand can't be underestimated. At this time, Daniel only felt that he had supreme power in his body. He picked up the sledgehammer in front of him and shot it down. After a loud bang came, a person from the Massacre Alliance heard a sound. Screaming, no one dared to approach his left or right, but the Killers Alliance is known for being cruel after all. How can you stop your footsteps because of you, a small alliance of protectors? A person who had been transformed by Xian Tai all over his body pushed aside his companion in front of him. You dare to challenge us? The Xian Tai man felt that he had been greatly insulted. He roared, and rushed forward 3 times. Although he was huge, he was still extremely flexible. Daniel dodged to his side, first dodged his punch, and then quickly twisted his body, and then slammed his punch down, with a loud bang. The Iron Man didn't dodge or dodge, he just turned around with his extremely dexterous posture, and then slammed out again. There was no gleam of light in the collision of profound strength. The human profound realm itself was strong, and the burst of power directly destroyed the clothes on the two of them. Neither of them expected the strength of the other to be so strong. They withdrew separately and looked at each other. Boy, you are looking for death. Xian Tai Ren shouted anxiously. Yes, there are my family and friends here, how can I let you easily ruin it? Daniel shouted confidently. However, Xian Tai Ren suddenly stopped being anxious, and instead looked at him with a playful look. Do you know that as long as people have concerns, they have weaknesses? The kid wants to fight me hard and doesn't look at who he is. After the disdainful ridicule, he slapped his arm with a palm, and the whole arm flew out. Without the support of profound strength, the two profound strengths quickly lost their confrontation, and Daniel's body turned towards him. Flew over. Daniel could clearly see that Xian Tai Ren took out another iron arm where he had broken his arm. The situation on the Maverick side is not much better than that of the Daniel. He is also a powerful profound practitioner, but the horrible scene just appeared, as if a man in a robe with a terrifying face appeared behind him. When the calf turned and waved the treasure, the feminine man disappeared instantly. The Mavericks looked around warily. Classic blood spear, the 8th rank high-quality treasure, I really like it, otherwise you will give it to me, how about I forgive your sins? This was the treasure that Dad had handed over to him before he died. How dare the Mavericks give up? Their figures disappeared into the place in a flash, and the next moment, he appeared behind Mavericks. It seems that you are unwilling to hand in the treasure, so you have to kill you to take it back. After yelling these words, he raised his hands and waved in the direction of the Mavericks with a heavy blow. The calf subconsciously lifted the treasure in his hand to resist, but he didn't expect that the feminine man's treasure turned into nothingness and passed through the calf's treasure. The force of this blow was actually attacking the soul. Unlike the opponents that these two brothers met, Gu Zheluo met almost no one of his enemies. The treasures and pills that Ji Yu handed over to him made him feel a power after taking it. It broke out in his body. Holding the 8th-rank treasure of the Hurricane Longsword, even if the others were better than him in profound strength, their treasures broke when they confronted each other. The bearded man sneered and waved his hand heavily. Suddenly hundreds of people rushed up in the direction of Gu Gu. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 palms. After more and more enemies joined the battle, the relaxed smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and at the same time he became panicked. When the battle just started, Ji Yu directly attacked the bearded man, as the saying goes, catch the thief first and catch the king. Under the bearded man's seat, there was a white tiger hanging from a jingle, a disdainful smile appeared in his eyes, and at the same time he slapped the profound beast under him, and instantly the bearded man jumped up and flew down in the direction of Ji Yu. Ding, the host used all dust to unite and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The sand and rocks gathered around suddenly came and solidified together. Defense mysterious skills, really ignorant. A disdainful smile appeared from the corner of his mouth, and with a loud noise, the man quickly twisted his body and landed on the ground. Kill. Accompanied by a shout, the 2 people beside him directly killed Ji Yu in the direction of Ji Yu, but it was a pity that they were facing Ji Yu. Ji Yu just stretched out his hand to make a sword finger and waved in the direction of the 2. 2 earth dragons flew out of the mud wall, respectively entwining the 2 people in front of them. With Ji Yu's heavy handshake, the two people only felt that the bones of their whole body seemed to be torn apart. The two flew away, looking fearfully in the direction of Ji Yu. The blow made them feel as if they were in the middle of a sea of fire. Rolling to the ground, the beard leader just said a word of waste, and the profound beast under him bit their necks in one bite. The Massacre Alliance didn't need the wounded. His body hit Ji Yu's earth wall heavily, and only one of his hands was seen breaking through Ji Yu's earth wall, but this action only made his hands completely trapped by the earth wall. Jiao Jingbai, who abandoned the two corpses, flew in front of Ji Yu, turned into the force of two tornadoes, hit the earth wall, and the collar of the bearded leader fell not far away. The beard leader sneered and said, "You are good at joining us." Ji Yu wondered if there was a problem with his ears, and he heard such ridiculous words. "Look at your companions, you have no chance of winning, wait for my companions to get away." But he never expected that Ji Yu's face was still smiling. Ding, the host used 18 golden puppets and gained 1 by 999 experience. 18 golden puppets flew out instantly, and 2 puppets flew in the direction of Daniel and Maverick respectively. Xian Tai-ren was using his broken arm to kill Daniel with his waist. Daniel was also frustrated at this time. If Ji Yu's full help, he must have already died under their hands. Where was this fighter meeting? He couldn't help laughing when he thought of it. One of the 18 golden puppets turned around and swung a heavy sword and hit the person. The Black Iron Man's broken arm was made of the purest black iron. Under this sword, it broke into 2 halves. Only a squeak was heard, and a mass of blood appeared from his neck. Blood covered the ground in an instant. The feminine man on the calf's side raised the crying treasure in his hand, and was about to hook out the calf's soul. His own profound power was originally aimed at attacking the soul, until his heart was dug out by the puppet. The face is still the same. Why? He fell heavily on the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth. As for Gulg, it's much more crude. After shouting, the 18 golden puppets came to them and raised their hands. The Xianjian stab fell on the opponent. Those in the alliance of murderers are not Gulg's opponents at all. With 18 golden puppets, the 2 brothers, Daniel and Mavericks, and some people who were originally in the village joined the battle, the situation soon reversed. Stand up. Ji Yu and the people around him came to the spot one after another, and they looked at the beard leader in front of him with cold eyes. The beard leader was still in the mud wall, and didn't know what to do for a while. Ji Yu waved his hand, as if a huge whirlpool appeared underground, and the beard leader was descending bit by bit towards the underground whirlpool, and soon sand drowning his face, his head, directly drove him into the depths of hell. We have won. Accompanied by the yelling of an old man, the whole village was yelling, and the spies from various families outside the village also brought the news back to their owner. Almost all the forces had the same idea. If they want to retake it. The control of the village requires a lot of sacrifices, but in Hell Valley, human lives are worthless, but human lives are also very valuable. Once there are not enough people, they will only face death or annexation. No force is willing to accept this. The result of. Without the deity's order, you must not approach the alliance of protectors. The leaders of all forces commanded at the same time. That night, when a huge banquet was held, Ji Yu restrained his profound strength and didn't use it to fight, so he got drunk. V2 Chapter 683 The duel officially begins. The next day, Ji Yu rode the profound beast that was captured from the beard leader, and came to the duel without stopping. 2 people stood beside Golden Sword, and he walked up. I look forward to the day when I fight you. The 2 people who had been following him after he left came forward and looked at Ji Yu with a smile on their lips. Let the 2 of us be your opponents today. Their eyes looked at Ji Yu in front of him like a poisonous snake, and Ji Yu walked out without looking back. When the 2 saw Ji Yu's defiant appearance, they immediately stopped beating. Boy, how dare you dare to ignore us like this? We are also the apprentices of Golden Sword. The 2 of them gnashed their teeth and shouted. However, Ji Yu didn't care about this. To Ji Yu's surprise, according to the rules of the duel field, he really wanted to teach this golden sword apprentice. Accompanied by a shout from the narrator. The atmosphere of the audience was ignited. Known as the king of the duel field, one of the two masters, the apprentice of the golden sword is going to fight Ji Yu, which is big news. Several of them rushed to tell each other. I was expecting that this duel was indeed the apprentice of the golden sword. The way he entered the arena was abandoning and strolling on the stage, instead choosing Feijian to enter. It also caused a round of applause at the scene. The two are very proud of themselves, just see what Ji Yu compares with the two of us. Many people in the audience have to fight each other for their points. Although no newcomers have entered in the past 1,000 years, there are still many people in Hell Valley. It is still unknown who can escape. Where there is time to watch people fight every day, there are only 3 games this season. Most of the people who have watched the game are dead, so this group of people are again. New audience. Ji Yu appeared on the ring, and everyone locked their vigilant eyes on him. Where did this kid come from? They couldn't help thinking in their hearts. However, it is indeed a master who can defeat the giant orc too, not much to say, everyone is waiting for the game to start. However, this season's quiet debut mode is really unsupportable. Just stepping up, without any master's style, it must not be much better. Wherever there are people, there will be places to bet. Almost no one is willing to put the points on Ji Yu. When Ji Yu heard about this, he seemed to be happy like a child. What is this? When he is about to doze off, others just put the pillows obediently. Submit it. This is simply a great event, so he squeezed down 80 treasures. The black stone is not good in the duel, but the treasures of the wine treasure pill and the black grass, even if they lose to it's okay for you to come to exchange, of course you can't be killed by others. The duel has officially begun. The narrator shouted. The 2 apprentices of Golden Sword changed their names to Deijian and Xiaojian. The 2 of them are certainly masters. After hearing the commentator's words, the 2 waved their hands at the same time. The sword that was originally inserted on the ground suddenly flew up and flew in the direction of Ji Yu. This contained the power to destroy everything in the world, and the treasure fell heavily on Ji Yu, but the chi on his body immediately resisted it. Well, at the beginning of the game, the 2 swords of the big and small use the earth-level mysterious skills. It seems that they do not intend to leave any way for Ji Yu to survive. The narrator said excitedly. The apprentice as the king of duels is really scary. Ji Yu smiled at this level of attack and didn't know how Golden Sword trained the apprentice. He waved his hand. The huge profound energy was thrown into Ji Yu's chi gang and directly flew out, like a violent wind blowing away the 2 swords that had been poured into the huge profound energy. The 2 did not expect that Ji Yu could break open with one move. The tricks of the 2. Originally, the 2 of them thought that only their masters could do this. I don't know how to deal with the 2 swords. The 2 looked at each other as if, and they immediately made sword fingers with their hands, and put them together, and the profound energy became entangled between the 2 collisions and began to penetrate each other. Pounced like a tsunami. The 2 of them immediately avoided, but there was already a murderous sword aura in the air. Ji Yu was not in a hurry, just swung Kunpeng's great sword. Only saw the huge Kunpeng break away from the giant sword. Kunpeng is the overlord in the air, opening its fangs, and the sword aura came to its body and only swallowed it with a big mouth. Still very dissatisfied, he looked at the 2 of them, as if they were very disdainful. The 2 swords of the small and small seemed to be flying forward and came to them. After the huge sword fell heavily. Then came a loud boom. The Kunpeng great sword had already eaten a sword aura, but its expression still seemed very uncomfortable. I hope that Erjian and Xiaojian will obediently hand over the remaining sword chi. This sword energy was actually swallowed by the other party, and the other party seems to be dissatisfied. This may be the biggest humiliation of a swordsman. I don't know how the 2 of them should deal with themselves next. Ji Yu looked at the Kunpeng in front of him, with a hint of disdain from the corners of his mouth. Let's see how you deal with it. The size 2 sword seemed to be mad and constantly output their sword auras, but it was a pity that things were counterproductive, and those sword auras were absorbed cleanly by Kunpeng without hesitation. Jiyu looked at the 2 people in front of him, and said lightly, "Surrender, you are his first son, I can let you 2 go." But when these words came out, both of them felt that they had been greatly insulted. "Wouldn't you swallow sword chi? Then you can't swallow the real sword." They rushed to Jiyu with this thought, raised their hands, and slapped Jiyu heavily. Jiyu also raised his hands at the same time, and took the 2 treasures. The device resisted in front of him. If there is only this kind of strength, you can retreat. Humiliation is another huge humiliation. The 2 moved their hands again, Jiyu's eyes showed a trace of killing intent, and a heavy sword swung down. The 2 knew that they would not be able to avoid it anyway. A ray of light fell on the ground. I isolated a few people in front of him. A treasure made of gold and profound iron was inserted into the ground, but Jiyu went directly to them without any loss. The golden sword had to summon his treasure back, and at a later date, I was afraid that both of his disciples would go to see the king of Hades. Jiyu didn't panic, just drew his sword back, collided with his sword, and then pulled back. He stood in front of Jiyu, and the 2 eyes met each other. Jiyu said lightly, "How about today's battle?" The narrator smiled and said with a smile, "Naturally, the 2 of them lost." Jiyu fixed his gaze on the other person. "What do you think?" Golden Sword said faintly, "You have won." After Jiyu left, the 2 wanted to support their master, but they never expected that their master's hands were shaking constantly at this moment, as if they were about to break in the next moment. "This person is really scary, don't mess with him again." Jiyu returned to his village. Suddenly someone ran over and said that the fairy grass could not feed him. Jiyu stepped forward to check and burst into laughter. It turned out that this is a rare fertile place in Hell Valley. Jiyu said that he had not yet crossed the knowledge of farmers before. Everyone buried the dead beast's corpse on the ground in 2s and 3s. As expected, the land became fertile again, and smiles of joy appeared in the corners of everyone's eyebrows. Jiyu smiled faintly. "These are people who are unwilling to do evil with the Wanxian League, and they are worth cherishing." They returned home and were about to go to bed. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the village gate. "I don't know where your leader is, we Liang Xuanzhua would like to please." Jiyu asked faintly, "Who are you waiting for?" "We are also people who love the land, and we also love the cultivation of profound practitioners, so our leader is looking forward to being able to join the alliance with his seat." Jiyu said. Gugu said that he would protect Jiyu from being deceived by these bad-minded people. Jiyu laughed. He just taught his granddaughter to say a witty word or 2. He didn't expect that he would be so fast. Learn the past. The horse was headed towards him. Jiyu galloped in the middle of the avenue, and the people beside him hurriedly caught up. Finally, he caught up and brought Jiyu to everyone. A huge hole in the ground appeared in front of Jiyu's eyes, and when he went in, she was surrounded by girls. Jiyu was a little surprised. "Why is this?" The 2 people next to me replied with embarrassment, "We are all women who automatically become pregnant, so all of us are women, and it is precisely ours that makes others fall in love with them." Jiyu suddenly understood that in 1,000 years, it is impossible to break through the profound strength here, so the test of birth, old age, sickness and death appeared in front of these people. They do not have offspring. In Hell Valley, offspring also represents the fate of being killed or murdered madly. Even if they are people, they still can't bear to see this scene after all, but this does not mean that desire will disappear. Therefore, these women have become venting objects in their eyes. Every once in a while, girls are always taken. Tomorrow will be the day when the Slayer Alliance will come to collect rent. It is said that it is rent collection, but it is clearly stealing people. The leader of Liangde came to Jiyu in a brazen manner, and said openly, "This gentleman, please sit down, and see Liang Jing at the bottom." Although she is called Jing, she is not a personality that can calm down according to her temperament. Ji Yubao took his name and took the seat. V2 Chapter 684 Unreasonable. Leader Liang still had that bold look on his face. Unconsciously, she said her wish, no matter what Ji decides next, she will firmly protect her person. They looked at each other. His eyes were fixed on Ji body. Ji said faintly, "Ha ha ha." Chief Liang said, "Well, next, if we hang up together, let's move forward." After hearing what Ji said, Chief Liang was also excited. It was great to be able to unite Ji, and the corners of their mouths were full of smiles. Leader Liang immediately called everyone, banging the drum in front of him, booming. The sound of 3 bass drums was vibrating at this time. They took a step forward one after another, but a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky. After both of them had opened a hole in their hands, they dripped blood onto the big bowl. I only saw a mysterious light coming from the big bowl. At this moment, the light suddenly brightened. At this moment, the forces of the 2 sides were combined, and the forces on the 2 sides were considered to be an alliance. Leader Liang stood on the ring, held up the wine glass generously, and said boldly, "Everyone, we will not be bullied by others from today. Hooray, hooray." Below the stage, everyone shouted loudly, feeling excited for choosing such a famous lord. They kept waving their hands. At the same time, he was calling out loudly. With the sound of the horn sounded, I saw that they were slowly stepping out at this moment, and ran out toward the front at this moment. Only saw a caravan, being chased by a group of people from the Slayer Alliance. The rest of the people planned to get up and take a look. After all, the alliance between the 2 sides had just been established. It was the time of the test. Ji had no other words, but rushed out with the 2 behind him. The people of the Killers Alliance, when they saw Ji, a smile appeared in the corners of their mouths. "That kid killed the people of the Slayer Alliance, grab him and hang his head on the pillar outside." Ji landed on the ground, and the 2 people in front of him took out their own treasures and killed them in the direction of Ji, only to see Ji disappear into the place. After a while, they slew in the direction of Ji. They flew up and rushed in the direction of Ji. Their eyes were fixed on the depth of Ji, and they disappeared in place in an instant. He directly waved the long sword in his hand. He turned around, swung a sword out, and swung it out in the direction of Ji heavily. In the next second, he suddenly turned around, looked forward, and said faintly, "Go to hell." After yelling these words, Ji suddenly turned around. He turned around and dropped the long sword in his hand on the spot. As the heavy sword fell, the 2 profound strengths collided heavily. Ji suddenly flew up. However, at this time, the 2 flew back. Ji snorted coldly, and the profound energy in his hand was released to the extreme. Ding, the host used the City of Flames to gain experience points of 1 by 999. At this moment, the 2 flames flew into the sky, fell down, and burned on their bodies. The 2 screamed. Before they chased these Survivor Alliance members, they could only curl up on themselves. Inside the small village. If it hadn't been for the young family girl, their village would have been ruined a long time ago. After shouting these 2 sentences, the 2 of them looked at each other and came directly to Ji, who was burning the 2 flames directly on them at this time. They were swallowed by flames, and finally there were bones left. At this moment, Ji put away his treasures. He turned around and said faintly, "As your ally, I don't think you can stay in this place anymore." It was already being stung by someone here, and Ji couldn't turn around every time to rescue them. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Chief Liang came out and said lightly, "If this is the case, then the big guy will fix up for a night, and tomorrow we will follow Brother Ji back." With such a group of people joining, even if Ji didn't force them, in the course of time, he would definitely have enough development for the protection of the Protector Alliance, and he only needed to improve their strength. After thinking of this, Ji stood up, turned around, and walked out in the other direction. He faintly said, "Ji, it is unreasonable." The leader of the Slayer Alliance clenched his fists, and his eyes showed a trace of killing intent. People like them rarely paid attention to the dual field, but he felt that Ji must have something to do with the dual field. Thinking of this in his heart, he said, "Let me investigate immediately, where did this person come from?" The two knelt on the ground and said lightly, "Yes." After shouting these words, the two of them stepped back. After investigating, they came back and knelt in front of their leader. "Tell the leader that Gu is a newcomer. We haven't had a newcomer for thousands of years, so that person takes him seriously and wants to see how far he can go in the duel arena. This old guy deserves to die a long time ago. I am the one who moved him. What can he do? Send me 80 people to eradicate that village." After yelling these words, the two knelt on the ground, turned around, and walked back slowly. Gu was still asleep, and suddenly felt like a kitten was wrapped around his calf by his feet. His eyes widened suddenly, only to see Leader Liang massaging his legs. "You're awake. Chief Liang, what does this mean?" She sat in front of Gu. "I don't know how high your real strength is, but there is no doubt that you are strong, stronger than all of them combined. If a concubine can serve you, it is enough. Damn it, what about that bold heroine during the day?" "The heroine who gave me back." Gu stood up at this time, and he lightly said, "It doesn't have to be this way, I'm not that kind of person." Looking at the appraised Gu, Chief Liang was flushed at this moment, and he didn't know what to say. He turned his head and said faintly, "We are allies, and we are naturally the existence of both prosperity and loss. Don't panic." After saying this, Gu turned his body and walked out in the other direction. Leader Liang smiled helplessly. He never thought that in the past, others pursued him. How come to Gu and take the initiative to send it to the door? This enemy actually didn't even look at him. Going out, how can I see people, but because there is no daylight in this world, I can only rely on the changes in my heart, turn my body around, and walk out in the other direction. They raised their heads and saw that there was still a piece of black veil above. With a sigh, they pulled up their horses and walked straight out. Gu thought about it in his heart. After planning to arrange these people, he returned to the duel arena. He and the golden sword still need a battle after all. But what he didn't expect was that when they came to the door of the village, they saw that the village was heavily surrounded. They raised their heads and looked straight ahead. Only seeing the people in front at this moment, surrounded them in the direction of Gu. It seems that the blood they shed last time was not enough to make them afraid. He looked around and saw only a few people from the forces, all staying in the distance, intending to watch it, and wait until the end. What will change? Gu smiled faintly. This is simply stupid. He said lightly, "Today, I will solve you completely." Several people laughed loudly. "Gu, your words are too rampant, right? Do you know who we are? Kill." After saying this, they looked at each other and slowly said, "Brother from afar, can you help us?" They rushed forward, looked directly at the people in front of them, and said faintly, "Kill Gu, take our things back." After shouting, they came to Gu one after another, locking their eyes on him. At this moment, the mysterious crossbow burst out at this moment. At this moment, countless arrows flew out and fell on the people in front of them. They fell in a pool of blood, and the blood on their bodies was extremely heavy. Who could have imagined that the dignified person in the profound realm would actually die under the mysterious arrow? But these profound crossbows are the 7th-rank treasure specially created by Gu, and it is not a problem to fight against a small person who is at the top of the profound realm. However, Gu had already handed all these crossbow arrows to the villagers. Daniel, Maverick, Gugu, and others all looked ahead and fell silent. They didn't know what would change in the future, but they knew that Gu had given them the chance to survive. At this time, if they don't know how to work around or how to keep themselves alive, they would be too stupid. So all these crossbow arrows were shot out. After lowering those crossbow arrows at a low level, the remaining forces of all parties woke up, and this group of people was no longer the group of little sheep. V2 Chapter 685 You forced me. Everyone in the Slayer Alliance looked forward with horror. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Those who were just talents fell in a pool of blood one after another. They looked at each other, walked forward in the direction of Jiyu, summoned the treasures on their bodies, took them in their own hands, and sent out another round of mysterious crossbow arrows. However, it is clear that the people who have survived now are already people who are not afraid of Xuanmu. They only saw that they set their eyes in Jiyu's direction, and there was a trace of disdain from the corners of their mouths. One of them struck a horse and ran forward 2 steps, and said faintly, "I know you are great, but what about it? We know where your weakness lies." After yelling these words, he beckoned, and suddenly 40 or 50 people walked out from the side, holding all the men, women, children in the village in front of Jiyu. "Leader, we have captured all those people." The leader of the Slayer Alliance looked in Jiyu's direction, and said lightly, "Ha ha, boy, how can you even if you are good? I am holding a sword now. As long as I give an order, they will all go to hell to the Yama King. If you dare to move, they will immediately die under the sword." After yelling this sentence, Jiyu faintly said, "Really? You know that the most annoying thing in my life is that someone threatens me." He beckoned slightly, and a dozen people next to him walked forward and pledged the long sword on Jiyu's neck. Jiyu blinked, and a mysterious light flashed in his hand. Ding, the host used 18 golden puppets and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding, congratulations to the host, the 18 golden figure puppet has broken through to a slight success. Ding, congratulations to the host, the 18 golden figure puppet has evolved into an 18 golden figure Arhat. Jiyu could feel that the 18 golden Arhats on her body seemed to have drawn out a trace of spiritual power into her body in an instant. After receiving this powerful mental power, he slowly stood up. The 18 golden Arhats came to the front of everyone in an instant. With the help of Jiyu's dark forest, they flew up to the villagers, and when they fell on the ground, they pulled out a handful of treasures. The device comes. These treasures are the 7-rank high-class treasures forged by Jiyu. They were extremely sharp. At the next moment, they raised their hands and waved them out heavily. The 2 profound strengths collided together, and there was a clicking sound. The treasures in the hands of the Slayer Alliance fell to the ground one after another. They never expected that the treasures in Jiyu's hands were so powerful. With just a single knife, their original treasure was destroyed. At this moment, they looked at each other and turned their bodies around. At this moment, the dark forest appeared in the void again. 18 golden puppets led the villagers in front of them into the dark forest. They took the villagers and fell behind Jiyu. 18 golden Arhats knelt down towards Jiyu one after another, and said heavily, "Where to see Master Jiyu, thank you for your wisdom. From today on, I wait for life or death, and I will definitely follow the sun forever." After saying this, they looked at each other. The group of people rushed forward and killed in Jiyu's direction. The next moment, Jiyu was holding the treasure, and with a flash of his body, he came to the people in front of him, raised the treasure in his hand, and slashed directly in the direction of Jiyu. The Kunpeng giant sword in Jiyu's hand was suddenly in the next moment. One head flew out until the Kunpeng soul came out. At this moment, the Kunpeng soul opened its mouth wide, and took a deep breath. There seems to be a sense of swallowing the sky. It is radiating out, absorbing everyone in front of him. Those people swallowed their stomachs. Several people who rushed forward landed in Kunpeng's stomach in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Slayers Alliance took all this seriously, and his anger was covered in front of his body for a moment. Mysterious skills, stone mountains are heavy. It was actually an earth-level mysterious technique. The surrounding sand quickly gathered together, forming blocks of boulders. The huge stones, like a meteor shower, fell in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the Kunpeng giant sword beside him, and at the next moment, he was waving that giant sword. Waving towards the stones, the 18 golden Arhats did not wait for a long time. They jumped out in an instant, and slowly arrived in front of Ji-yu with the treasures. Ji-yu turned around and flashed. Floating in the air. The profound strength in his hand swung a sword forward heavily. The huge sword aura rang out with a huge sound, and the huge stones in front of them were bombarded and broken, and the fragments fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, you are fooled, kid. After shouting this sentence, those fragments turned into stars like light. You don't know, this mysterious technique of mine can be transformed into a formation with the help of the power of stars. In my formation, no one can escape and will suffer serious damage. As long as you enter, you will quickly turn into a piece of blood. Ji-yu ignored his words, but closed his eyes, feeling the movement of the formation beside him. The 18 golden puppets and the villagers stood firmly in front of Ji-yu, watching their surroundings vigilantly, no matter how the formation changed later. They made up their minds to protect Ji-yu even if they wanted to sacrifice themselves. Their gazes are exploring the surroundings, as if any unrelated people will appear later, they will definitely kill them. Suddenly a scream sounded. He looked around, and after seeing it out, he turned his head and let out his gaze, only to see that his gaze was locked on the people in the distance. He faintly said, "What happened?" Huang Lao-jen has turned into a pool of blood. He yelled out these words nervously, turning his eyes around. Ji-yu faintly said, "Let me take a look." It turned out that in this formation, the blood in the stars inside was gradually pulling out bit by bit. He took a deep breath and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He slowly took a step. The blood on Sanshunyo was being drawn out bit by bit at this moment. After Ji-yu sealed his acupoint, he carefully observed it. The blood is still being pumped out. He raised his head and couldn't see any stars. Where did the power of the stars come from? Ji-yu was puzzled in his heart. At this moment, because he was too close to Sanshunyo, the blood on his body was being pulled crazily, and he suppressed it with his mental power. He expelled those profound strengths. It turned out to be the technique of blood. It is no wonder that it can pull the blood chi in others, but it must contain the profound strength of one's own body as a guide. Thinking of this in his heart, Ji-yu opened his eyes. At this moment, he took a step slowly. Disappearing in the same place in an instant, he drew out the treasure and swung it out with a heavy knife. A terrible profound energy flew out of the treasure in Ji-yu's hand and hit the earth rock array, which shook slightly. Ha ha, what a fool, do you think my formation is so easy for you to crack? He laughed loudly. At this moment, Ji-yu flashed in front of him and disappeared in the same place. The next moment he appeared in front of everyone. He raised his head, and the treasure in his hand was waved out in the next moment. Accompanied by a loud noise. The mountain of earth and stone was slowly collapsing down at this moment, and the stones fell to the ground. A faint smile appeared in the corner of Ji-yu's mouth, and said faintly, "This is how I crack your mysterious skills." After this sentence fell. The head of the killer was filled with the word surprised. Only under my investigation, they have your profound strength on their bodies, so I deliberately waved out my profound strength and blended it in the mountain of earth and stone. This broke your formation. He stretched out his hand and waved it heavily. At this moment, the earth and rocks were flying, and a smile appeared in the corner of Ji-yu's mouth. Now I will return the formation to you. After shouting this sentence, the earth and rocks flew down in front of the leader of the Slayer Alliance. He looked out, never expected that he had fallen into his own formation. The people of the Slayer Alliance made screams one after another, and all the blood on their bodies was drawn out in an instant. Only if the leader could hold on for a while, they could feel that Ji-yu's mental power was so terrifying that they fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. Ji-yu's figure flashed before disappearing in the same place. He came to the leader of the Slayer Alliance, he held his neck with one hand, and now he wanted to resist Ji-yu's blood formation with all his strength. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Fight! He thought in his heart that he suddenly raised his head, picked up the Kunpeng giant sword in Ji-yu's hand, grabbed the hilt of the giant sword, and killed him in the direction of Ji-yu. The two played against each other in the air for hundreds of rounds. It was terrible. The leader of the Slayer Alliance now only had fear left in his heart. The tricks in Ji-Yu's hand are more fierce than the one. With the superposition of the tricks, Ji-Yu not only has no power loss, but more like it has improved his profound arts more diligently. Kid Ji-Yu, you forced me. V2 Chapter 686 Ignorant of Current Affairs. The leader of the Slayer Alliance looked at Ji-Yu in front of him with a hint of disbelief on his face, and Ji-Yu faintly said, "Boy, you are brave." After yelling these words, Ji-Yu disappeared in public, turned around, and swung out a heavy sword. Accompanied by the sound of a huge explosion. Blood was flowing from the corners of the mouths of the leaders of the Slayer Alliance, and a huge red mark appeared on their bodies. Well. After saying this, he slammed in Ji-Yu's direction. Ji-Yu jumped up, sucked heavily in his hand, and held the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand. The treasures of the two collided together, a bit of blood flowed from their mouths, and they instantly fell into a pool of blood. A smile appeared in the corner of Ji-Yu's mouth. He waved his hand, and after yelling these words, they turned around and gradually walked out in the other direction step by step. The villagers came out one after another. Seeing that the head of the leader of the Slayer Alliance was directly chopped off by Ji-Yu. Envy and crazy expressions appeared on their faces. Everyone held various things and placed them on the ground. They kept shouting, "Hooray, hooray, hooray." When Ji-Yu saw other forces walk up with a smile, he knew that from today onwards, the villagers would not be under any threat. Thinking of this in my heart, I turned my head and walked out slowly in the other direction. The duel field seemed particularly strong today, and many masters came over one after another, because today was a melee between Ji-Yu, Golden Sword and Tian Shoer. The sound of the accompanying whistle sounded. The narrator yelled, "Start." The Golden Sword folded his hands in front of his chest and looked in Ji-Yu's direction. The woman beside him also stood in place, without any movement. The three stood in a corner. At this moment, accompanied by a slow voice came over. The Golden Sword was attacked by Ji-Yu last time and collided with his tiger's mouth. It took him a few days to recover. Thinking of this in his heart, he turned around. He swung his two-handed sword fingers in the direction of Ji-Yu, and the Golden Sword behind him suddenly flew out, floating in the air, and surrounded by two circles in the air. Divided directly into two, and flew out in the direction of Ji-Yu and Tian Shoer respectively. Ji-Yu turned around and circled in the air. At this moment, the Golden Sword was continuously stabbing Ji-Yu. Secluded direction. Ji-Yu looked in Tian Fonger's direction, only seeing Tian Fonger a few ups and downs. He kept rising and falling in front of the Golden Sword, as if he was of heaven, dancing lightly. Even mysterious skills can have such graceful movements. This is something Ji-Yu never expected. He took 2 steps forward, and the Kunpeng great sword appeared in his hand at this moment, and he swung it out heavily. Ding! The host swung the Kunpeng giant sword and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Kunpeng's soul, as if he wanted to eat a small bug, flew to the crowd. He flew down, and directly opened his blood basin. Who knew that the Golden Sword passed through Kunpeng's spirit? He disappeared in the same place. After a while, he slowly took a step forward. Ji-Yu said lightly, "The Golden Sword is really good. You're good too. 2 elder brothers, do you have to fight to the death with the little girl?" Golden Sword said disdainfully, "If we don't move forward, I'm afraid you won't let us go later, right?" After hearing these words, a smile appeared in the corner of Tian Shoer's mouth. "What is your brother's mind? He is a good person." After shouting this sentence, he flew up to Ji-Yu. Compared with the threat of Tian Shoer, Ji-Yu in front of him was the most threatening existence. After sensing this, Ji-Yu suddenly turned around, took the Kunpeng giant sword in front of him in his hand, grabbed the hilt and slammed in front of the opponent. I only saw the Golden Sword holding his own treasure, colliding with Ji-Yu's treasure, and a relentless smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. "Boy, you are too young. But you have a good talent. If you spend a period of time in cultivation here, maybe the old man can't compare to you. After the words fell, a mouthful of blood came out from his mouth, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground, and the face of Golden Sword was filled with an expression of disbelief. How can it be? How can you break my moves? Jiyu smiled faintly, without any reaction, but disappeared into the place, walked out slowly towards the front, and walked in front of Tian Xiu'er. Tian Xiu'er felt that her hairs were swaying, her eyes showed a trace of fear, and the strength that Jiyu showed was too terrifying. Holding the Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand, he came to the opponent's body, and said lightly, "Old man Destiny, you are the key to leaving here, right?" When they heard that they could leave here, everyone was surprised to fix their eyes on the Old Man of Destiny. The Old Man of Destiny laughed loudly, unexpectedly, "You will see through it so soon. My spring water for immortality has not been finished yet." Everyone heard this and looked at each other. The Destiny Old Man said that he was not some pond water, so what could it be? In their hearts, they don't know what spring water for immortality is. He stepped forward and opened his hands. After raising his hands, the profound energy in the heavens and the earth continuously waved out, and a white light emerged from their bodies. Those white rays of light, all turned to the ring. Jiyu frowned and stretched out his fist. At this moment, he raised his hand heavily and slammed his fist to the ground, and there was a clicking sound from the ground. As if the whole land was falling down. A sea of blood appeared in front of everyone. It turned out that what they had been drinking all the time was not an immortal spring water at all, but a spring water. This kind of spring water can transform the profound practitioner's cultivation level into vitality. That's why they seem to be able to live so long. Of course, there are still some people who have not obtained this kind of spring water, so there has been nothing unusual. Jiyu slowly took a step forward, focusing on the other person. The Old Man of Destiny had already added something to these springs. As long as he activated the formation, he could absorb all the blood on their bodies. Jiyu turned his head, and said faintly, "Kill." Suddenly, the Old Man of Destiny flew to Jiyu's body, and he grabbed the golden sword beside him. For these spring water, the golden sword did not drink less. Although he was defeated today, he himself believes that he is not someone else's slave after all. He lifted Shou only, suddenly in the next second. Jiyu pulled him behind him, and with a wave of the golden sword, all the long swords exploded out at this moment, and sword rain fell from the air. The jingle sounds kept ringing. The Old Man of Destiny laughed, the treasure of the golden sword did not have any effect. He turned around and slapped out with a heavy slap. With the bursting sound, he flew up, and the Old Man of Destiny took 2 steps forward. The chi from his body flew out and covered his body. With the chi constantly reverberating, he grabbed the opponent's neck. "You should just make a sacrifice for me, otherwise I will keep the 3 of you down for what to do. Originally thinking that you will have a victory and defeat today, and you will die. Ha ha ha." He laughed loudly. The golden sword was slowly falling into the sea of fire at this moment, and the sea of blood was covering them at this moment. A swordsman with such a high level of coldness as the golden sword, he also stretched out his hand directly at this moment, as if he was calling for help. Jiyu disappeared in the same place. After a while, Jiyu gradually took 2 steps forward, and the remaining few people were walking forward in the direction of Jiyu at this time. Jiyu said faintly, "Tian Xiu'er, go." After receiving Jiyu's reminder, Tian Xiu'er reacted. She just thought about it and ran away, but she never expected that there was a thunder and lightning coming out of the sky at this time. The power of thunder and lightning was being contained in the air, and the power of thunder and lightning was instantly approved. In front of Ji Yofei, he caught the person in front of him. Tian Xiu'er was hurting others when he came back, but he never expected that he fell into a disadvantage today. Now he has to be chased down by his own master. Thinking of this in his heart, he disappeared in the same place in an instant, and Jiyu stretched out his hand to catch Tian Xiu'er behind him. A smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. Slowly took 2 steps forward. At the next moment, Ji Yu's Kunpeng giant sword had been chopped down in the direction of the Old Man Destiny. The chi of the Old Man Destiny was covering his whole body in an instant. He turned around and took 2 steps forward. The Kunpeng giant sword fell under one sword, and the 2 treasures collided. The Destiny Old Man used a treasure that looked like a crutch, and he turned his body around. He disappeared into the place in an instant. He flew 2 steps and said faintly, "Boy, if you have something to do, hand over Tian Shore. The Old Man can accommodate you under the Old Man." After saying this, he said, "Kill." The Old Man of Destiny snorted coldly, "I don't know the current affairs." V2 Chapter 687 Let go of your hand. The Old Man of Destiny flew up to Ji Yu, with a trace of unrelenting crumbs between his eyebrows and eyes, and he slammed forward in Ji Yu's direction. He glanced at each other left and right. In the spring water, it echoed continuously, and the blood water was like a flying spring, directly flying up to the body, as if a series of evil dragons were flying out. Coming to Ji Yu's body, the blood dragons were entwined with those people at this time, and the blood in their bodies was being sucked up at this time. Looking at the blood, gathered in front of me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took 2 steps forward, and the profound energy in his hand was constantly gathering together, blood was poured into his palm, and he waved out with a heavy palm. Only saw the blood dragon let out a roar, rushing directly to one of them, and in the next moment, it sucked up the crowd watching. Ji Yu and Elder Destiny looked at each other. They never expected that the person that Elder Destiny wanted to kill was not themselves, but the crowd watching the battle. Originally, I was planning to wait for the 7 stars to gather to perform this trick, but I didn't expect that your ignorant kid would ruin my thoughts. After this sentence fell, the corner of the old man's mouth let out a sneer, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Ji Yu's body, and he avoided Ji Yu's figure. With the dry claws facing forward, he wanted to grab the person in front of him. At this moment, Tian Shore flew out the Sipa in his hand at this moment. In an instant of effort, the Sipa flew out and wrapped around the dry arm. Accompanied by the sound of a cold snort, the 2 Sipas suddenly shattered at this moment, and Ji Yu's figure flashed and came to everyone. He said faintly, "Let go of your hand. Do you like this woman?" The Old Man of Tianming smiled. Ji Yu didn't pay attention to his words, but took a step under his feet. In the next moment, countless fine sands flew out of Ji Yu's feet. Ding! The host used the Earth Dragon and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Strictly speaking, the Earth Dragon is more powerful than the Earth Prison, and the Old Man of Destiny is entangled in his hands and feet by these Earth Dragons. At this moment, the sand fell down one after another. After seeing the sand, the Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand appeared in his hand in an instant. He picked up the Kunpeng giant sword in front of him and flew out. Ding! The host has used Agni Burning City to gain experience points of 1 by 999. The raging fire instantly contaminated the bodies of those people. With the burning of the raging fire, everyone screamed, and they fixed their eyes on Ji Yu's body. The people who were originally used to sacrifice to the Sea of Blood by the Old Man of Destiny were all cleaned by Ji Yu's burning city, and there was a trace of anger in his eyebrows. Outrageous, boy, you need to be rampant. After shouting this sentence, he flew forward and came to Ji Yu. He raised the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand and slammed directly in Ji Yu's direction. The Old Man of Destiny stepped on the 7 stars, and his profound strength truly merged into the ground in an instant. In an instant, countless blood chi sprayed out from the ground, directly colliding with Ji Yu. However, the fiery cloak on Ji Yu's body directly absorbed all the firepower into his body at this time. Ji Yu took a step forward. The cloak of flames on his body directly covered his body. Looking at his appearance, the Old Man of Destiny asked suspiciously, "Boy, you actually have spirits in your body." Only when he saw Ji Yu use the Kunpeng giant sword, there was a slight extremity in his heart. He felt that Ji Yu's among the treasures, there is a powerful spirit. Forget it, he raised his head, only to see that the current Ji Yu, Even the clothes on his body possessed the existence of artifacts, and this kid was full of treasures. If you kill him, use his flesh and blood to shape your own fountain of youth. After yelling these words, he flashed and disappeared into the place. After 2 steps forward, the corner of his mouth said faintly, "You kid, wait for me." He flew to Ji-Yu's body, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed the Chi-Yu's body. The Chi-Yu suddenly exploded, and Ji-Yu took 2 steps forward. Ji-Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He turned his body, and the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand swung down heavily. A smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth. "Boy, do you want to break my anger?" Ji-Yu pulled the treasure in front of him, suddenly turned his body, and waved the treasure out heavily. At this moment, the 2 treasures of profound power collided together. But beyond the expectation of the old man of destiny, the Kunpeng giant sword in Ji-Yu's hand flew out of an artifact, directly rushed over his body, and swallowed its soul. After uttering a scream, he collapsed to the ground. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji-Yu's hand kept cutting down. At this moment, the 2 arms of the old man of destiny broke apart and fell to the ground one after another. The old man of Tianming looked in Ji-Yu's direction with great fear. Ji-Yu picked up the Kunpeng giant sword in front of him and quickly twisted his body. The treasure opened a huge hole in the old man of destiny. After the old man of destiny died, Ji-Yu gained all the points on his body. Several people in the duel field lowered their heads. They seemed to be very frightened in their eyes. They raised their hands, and Ji-Yu said indifferently, "The flying locust stones and those few bring me something." The masters here all died in the hands of Ji-Yu. The staff in the duel field dared not follow, only to see them involuntarily swallowing a mouthful of foam. He took out a flying locust stone and handed it to Ji-Yu. After obtaining the flying locust stone, Ji-Yu planned to get up and leave. Although the old man of destiny was dead, the Wanxian League still had taboos in the Hell Valley. Ji-Yu also didn't think it was a good thing to let these people out. He handed a sky-level mysterious technique to Chief Liang, and Chief Liang felt a little bit unwilling to see Ji-Yu about to leave. "You will come back. Maybe we will meet again in the future." Ji-Yu said heavily. Tian Xiu'er stood in the distance, watching them walk into taboos. A smile was drawn from the corners of his mouth. Feishan came to that circle, Ji-Yu's heart moved, and he connected with the magic circle of the Jincheng faction, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. After a while, it disappeared in the same place. He appeared in the same place, with a smile coming out from the corner of his mouth. The 2 profound strengths were outlined together, and a small aperture appeared on the ground. Ji-Yu returned to the Jincheng faction, but he never expected that Tian Xiu'er followed Ji-Yu closely. The body flashed and disappeared in the same place. After a while, Tian Xiu'er also slowly drifted down. She waved the sipa in her hand, disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye, and ran out towards the bottom of the mountain. Ji-Yu sensed the appearance of Tian Xiu'er. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, someone would be able to follow him out, but a little Tian Xiu'er appeared. "Just let her be." Ji-Yu came out in the blink of an eye. They raised their heads, their eyes showed a faint smile came out. When the elders saw their head, they were able to walk out of the Devil Valley so peacefully. A smile appeared from the corners of his mouth. He faintly opened his mouth and said, "The head can come out of Hell Valley without any problems, I will wait for the head to congratulate." After shouting these words, they fixed their eyes on Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu took 2 steps forward and said faintly, "I have already got the holy treasure, I don't know if the thing is still there." The remaining elders walked forward, and they arched their hands and placed plates of things on the table. Countless treasures of heaven and earth are placed on the plate. There was a ray of light in his eyes. Ji-Yu stepped forward and took the things in front of him in his hands. Ji-Yu raised his hands, and he walked out with martial arts in front of him. The pagoda was at this moment, it gradually formed, and the pagoda was built by the Jincheng sent civilians. At this moment, they poured all those profound strengths into the pagoda. The current pagoda has not yet formed any effect. They fixed their eyes on the pagoda in front of them. He poured those profound energy into the pagoda. Along with the explosion of profound energy, the pagoda sent out a halo. Ji-yu slowly stepped out of one. At this moment, Ji-yu turned around, drew out a handful of treasures, picked up the treasures in his hand, and Ji-yu flew out too. All those profound strengths were poured into the pagoda. The flying locust stone and the other genius treasures were flying into the pagoda at this moment, as if they were wise up and down, and a ray of light appeared in the pagoda soon. They flew into the pagoda one after another. Seeing this scene, he kept turning his head back, and a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. After shouting out, the pagoda slowly formed. The people in front of him got up. Ji-yu just walked in and entered the pagoda. This made the pagoda full of treasures. He walked in and raised his head. The rest of the people walked into the pagoda. Very good aura. I feel that there is a lot of profound energy here. V2 Chapter 688 The formation has been locked. All the disciples of the Jincheng faction were surprised by the pagoda that directly flooded the sky. They slowly approached the pagoda, and all their eyes were surprised. How is this going? How could it be so powerful? What they saw in this pagoda was the pagoda radiating the light of holy light. Ji-yu ascended to look up, and slowly said to the people below, now that the cultivation pagoda has been built, the Jincheng faction will share it with the disciples of the inner and outer sects. Upon hearing Ji-yu's words, everyone shouted in surprise. The head is mighty, the head is mighty. I don't know who made the first call. The rest of the people entered the pagoda one after another, only to see that the pagoda was full of rich profound energy, and they walked towards a higher tower. You can feel the profound strength even more powerful. In their eyes, they all felt admiration for the head of Ji-yu. The Jincheng faction should have changed heads long ago. The old immortal was completely delaying the development of their sect. Naturally, Ji-yu didn't know what these disciples thought, but their thoughts were not missed in Ji-yu's heart. As the profound energy poured in, many disciples hovered in place one after another. Ji-yu took the treasure into his hand, and flew up to the top of the tower in a flash. He raised his head and said faintly, 7th rank formation, ground covering formation. After shouting this sentence, a huge 5-star light appeared underground, and the 5-star light seemed to be released suddenly in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the two profound strengths were colluding one after another. The formation method burst out the entire pagoda one after another at this moment. Ji Yujing took a step forward at this moment, and disappeared into the same place in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Ji Yu flew up. Looking at the slowly coming Ji Yu in front of them, their faces showed surprised expressions, after the entire land was covered by the light radiating from the pagoda. I saw only the light bursting out of the pagoda in an instant. Ji Yu retreated 2 steps in the blink of an eye, and instantly disappeared in place. His formation covered the entire tower. Ji Yu said faintly, the formation has been locked. He walked directly out of the pagoda in the other direction, and said to the person beside him, everyone, you can retreat. After Ji Yu's words fell, they instantly disappeared in the same place, and they directly raised their heads and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Several elders walked out at this time, and they all said, the head is really amazing, I'll wait and worship. 2 members of the Dragon Slayer gang also stepped forward. Helper, we have found what you need. They respectfully handed a small secret order to Ji Yu. After receiving the business card, Ji Yu disappeared into the place instantly. After a while, Ji Yu slowly took a step forward. 18 golden arhats. After hearing Ji Yu's sinicization, they instantly appeared in the same place and knelt on the ground one after another. Fists in both hands, facing Ji Yu in front of him, he said, well, see the sun. Follow me. After Ji Yu's words fell, they followed Ji Yu, and after a while, they followed Ji Yu and disappeared into the place instantly. Ji Yu flew into the pagoda on the spot in an instant. Ding, the host used the dark forest. In addition, a total of 19 figures in Ji-yu landed on the trees not far away. They stood on the trees in rows and looked into the huge cave. They landed on the ground, with a look of alert in their eyes. The Frost Queen's soul was in the cave mansion, only to see a lot of people outside the cave mansion gate, raised his head, with a vigilant look in his eyes. After this words were dropped, he was disappearing into the place in an instant. In a moment, he flew to the front of Ji-yu. He drew out the treasure and slammed directly in Ji-yu's direction. Ji-yu slowly lifted and closed, and directly clamped the treasure in front of him with 2 fingers. "You really are here." After finishing this sentence, Ji-yu faintly said, "Hey, it's not bad that you are coming down, follow us back. I need freedom, I want freedom." The Frost Queen's soul separation, not to mention, has not low strength. They disappeared into the place in an instant. The next moment, they killed in the direction of Ji-yu. In their eyes, it seemed to kill Ji with a killing intent. Secluded direction. Ji-yu was just a jump, so he jumped. Flying body came to control you, flying body down, directly gathering all the profound energy in his palm. In the next moment, the profound energy in Ji-yu's palm was slapped heavily on the thick chi, and along with Ji-yu's profound energy, it was slapped down, accompanied by a loud bang. A cloud of black fog was floating in the sky at this time. The Frost Queen originally had no treasures, but after she came to the door, she killed all the masters above the elder level of this little gang, and also snatched the treasures that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Past. After seeing the treasure in Ji-yu's hand, there was a ray of light in the eyes of Queen Frost, and his body flashed before disappearing into the place. After a while, he picked up the treasure in front of him, grabbed the position of the hilt, and the Frost Queen slammed forward directly in the direction of Ji-yu. He jumped directly, jumping 2 or 3 meters directly. Burning the city in flames. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The raging fire burst out from the Kunpeng giant sword, and gave birth to 2 groups of raging fires. The meteor shower generally fell directly, and the group of raging fires fell heavily. The Frost Queen let out a roar, and the treasure in her hand waved out heavily. At this moment, countless ice thorns exploded quickly. Those ice thorns quickly fell in the direction of Ji-yu. The gang chi in Ji-yu's hand covered himself, and those ice thorns were falling on his gang chi at this moment, and most of the impact power from that was removed at once. With a heavy wave of his forward, the profound energy in the ice thorn was quickly absorbed in the chi. With a heavy swipe of the sword finger, 2 huge profound strengths are colliding together at this moment. V2 Chapter 689 Master Character. The huge formation floated in place. Ji-yu looked at the huge formation in front of him, and he instantly disappeared in place. Holding the Kunpeng giant sword, he immediately flew up. The formation gradually rippled in the ground, covering the entire ground in the original place, and slowly spreading out. He jumped up, took the giant sword beside him directly, and slew in the direction of Ji-yu. The Kunpeng giant sword collided with the opponent's hand. There was a huge explosion. There was a loud bang. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared in place. The person in front of him looked at Ji-yu in surprise, with a look of surprise on his face. Ji-yu threw the Kunpeng giant sword into the sky, and directly split into countless giant swords, and the power of Kunpeng was falling down in an instant. They collided with the body of the Frost Queen's soul. Boom boom boom. 3 loud noises fell, and the smoke was floating out at this moment. Accompanied by a breeze, it moved. The thick fog blew away, and one person and one soul looked at each other. Among Ji-yu's eyes, a deep gaze came, and his body flashed, and at this moment, he appeared in front of the other person, his gaze locked in the direction of Ji-yu. The Frost Queen didn't understand why this human being kept pursuing herself. Ji-yu called out the soul in the rope of soul, and said to her faintly, "Your soul separation seems to be very eager to be free. So what, without her, I can't recover myself." The rope of soul is violently protesting. He disappeared into the same place in an instant, and the treasure in his hand collided with the opponent's treasure in an instant, and a clicking sound was heard on the treasure. The treasure was turned into fragments in an instant. The fragment was floating at this moment, and it burst out in an instant. At this moment, the fragment quickly fell in the direction of Gu. Gu raised his hand. The blazing fire robe on his body instantly floated without wind, and with a fierce fire cloak, Gu instantly disappeared in place. After a while, he raised the treasure in his hand and waved it down heavily. The two treasures collided together in an instant. There was a violent cracking sound around. Whether it was Gu or Queen Frost's person, in an instant, accompanied by a clicking sound. In an instant, two profound strengths heard a clicking sound, and the surrounding thunderbolts fell to the side, burning the flames in an instant, and the flames were burning toward the surroundings at this time. All burned a forest. The entire cave was turned into ashes at this time. Gu landed on the ground, his gaze looked ahead, he disappeared into the place in an instant, and he drew out the treasure. The Frost Queen did not expect that Gu would be so powerful. Two profound strengths were exploding in an instant, and the huge profound strength was slowly colliding over at this moment. Accompanied by the explosion, it gradually fell. Gu flew up and said faintly, "If you don't make a move, she will run away again." Queen Frost flew out, and then staged a violent demonstration scene where she beat herself up. Gu couldn't manage that much. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she pulled the Queen Frost out of her soul and injected his soul into the opponent's soul. On the body, he stood up, and he glanced in front of him. Gu turned around and flew out of the place in the blink of an eye. It directly slapped the opponent's body, only to see that the soul on his body was at this moment. He drew out his mind and infused the soul into a small profound tool. If there is a chance in the future, I will look for one for her. A suitable astral body is just fine. Having lost their minds, the Frost Queen's soul separation is similar to the other souls, and only the fighting instinct is left, and they fixed their eyes on Gu. Kill, kill, kill. There was only the sound of killing. She floated her body, came to Gu, raised her hand heavily, and waved the treasure towards Queen Frost. However, the current Queen of Frost has no entity at all, and will not be damaged by this sword at all. Gu turned around, and from Neji, he sacrificed the 5 treasures of the soul-holding device, and those treasures were constantly absorbing the profound energy. The power of the spirit was radiating out in an instant. The mental power instantly wrapped around the opponent's body, and after locking his body tightly, the bones up and down his whole body were constantly breaking up, after making repeated screams. At this moment, all the profound energy in her body was poured into Queen Frost's body. After absorbing the soul of Queen Frost, a girlish smile appeared in the corner of her mouth. The corner of her mouth smiled faintly and said, unexpectedly, "I still can't recover the power of the 3 souls. Perhaps only in the main hall of the Hall of Evolution can you get that power. But I am afraid that I will not be able to defeat her. Thousands of years have allowed the 3rd soul power to produce spiritual wisdom. I am afraid that something bad will happen in the future." After saying this, Gu turned his head and said coldly, "So what? I am afraid of myself, I am here." The Frost Queen picked her up like a little girl and kissed her. Don't blame her, because Gu is very clear in her heart. In her heart, Gu turned around and instantly disappeared in the same place. He faintly said, "Aren't you the High Queen?" "There is no way, my young girl's soul has been taken back, that's it. It will take some time for her to become my master." Hearing these words, Gu smiled helplessly in the corner of his mouth, the dark forest appeared again, and 1 person and 1 soul were flying out constantly at this time. The matter here can be regarded as an end. Gu stood up and said faintly, "Let's go to the north, and take back your last soul." Riding on the horse, he drove the horse fast and ran forward. After a short while, he came to the border. Gu pulled up the rein in his hand and looked into the border, only to see numerous flames and thick smoke coming out of the huge city wall. Accompanied by the black mist, it kept flying upwards. Countless guys riding profound beasts came to the front of the border one after another. The general of the Southern Territory rode his horse and yelled continuously. V2 Chapter 690 Kunpeng Great Sword. The general of the Southern Territory pulled the rein in his hand, and the horse at his feet uttered a cry. Accompanied by the neighing sound, an army of profound practitioners slowly walked out and stood under the city wall. On the city wall, there was a young man in white clothes standing. He looked coldly under the city wall. With the loud drumming, rows of soldiers were slowly walking forward at this time. He raised his hand high, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Countless spears fluttered out in an instant, and profound energy poured into the spears, and directly pierced the city wall. Seeing that the city wall was about to collapse, the young man in white standing on the wall raised his hand high. At the next moment, the gang chi instantly covered the city wall, and he was able to gather the gang chi of so many people and transformed it into his own gang chi. At the next moment, they turned their heads, only to see that the chi was gradually falling down at this moment, all resisting the city wall. Suddenly the city wall began to collapse. Jiyu turned his head, and he slowly took a step forward. He must enter the city, no matter what method he uses. The general of the Southern Territory didn't seem to have any good means. After the first round of spears were projected, the spears were inserted into the city wall one after another, and the spears fell into the chi, and fell to the ground. When he arrived, he was not too impatient, but raised the spear in his hand, "Kill with the old man." After yelling these words, they rushed forward, killed them, and came under the chi. Although they gathered a strong chi, they lifted and retracted and waved out at the same time. After the heavy impact fell, a crack appeared on the city wall. Gang chi turned into fragments at this time. The gurgling sound spread, and they rode the profound beast under the city wall. The profound beast grabbed the city wall with its claws, climbed directly onto the city wall, and landed on it. They landed on the city wall one after another. They drew out the treasure. A huge explosion erupted from the chi, and the young people in white on the city wall raised their hands. With a wave of their hands, everyone on the city wall ran forward and jumped to the ground. They raised their hands one after another, their sword fingers raised, and they slammed directly in the direction of the soldiers of the Southern Territory. After shouting to kill, the soldiers from the two sides strangled together, and a corpse on the ground fell into a pool of blood. Jiyu took a step forward. Most of the people here used the mysterious skills, and the whole body disappeared in the same place for a moment. After that, Jiyu's mysterious skills were released, and it burst out with a boom. He stretched out his hand and waved forward. Ding! The host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. Jiyu disappeared in the same place. He turned his body, and slowly took a step out. A treasure appeared in his hand, and the sword swung out. Kunpeng's spirit flew up, and a raging fire emerged from the fire, sprayed into the chi, and the flame seemed to have the power that could never be extinguished. Just a little bit of the chi on both sides. The white-clothed boy looked in Jiyu's direction. How could this guy be eyeing his own power? Who is he? Everyone in the Southern Territory was also very surprised. How could someone from the human profound realm come out? Jiyu slowly took a step, and the Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand was swiped again, and the Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand suddenly shot out, and the flames sprayed out again. Burned on the city wall. The city wall was flushed red by the fire, and gradually melted. After seeing this scene, everyone around him was at this moment, and they came forward one after another. They rode a profound beast and gradually walked forward. The Southern Territory general saw the collapse of the city wall, and his heart was immediately happy. Screamed. Kill! After roaring these words, they rushed into the city wall. The profound practitioners inside the city wall were actually watching the show. They didn't think it mattered who was the king. A faint smile appeared from the corners of their mouths. Under a scream of killing words, another group of people rushed out. This was the last guarding force in the city. If this group of forces couldn't drive them out, they could only fall in a pool of blood. Everyone in the Southern Territory killed them and came forward. They raised the treasure in their hands and chopped it down toward the other's neck, only to see a stream of blood coming down from their necks. They disappeared in the same place. People on both sides jumped under the city wall, raised their hands, and killed everyone inside the city wall. The Blood Sea can be called within the current city wall as such. The people on both sides stood inside the tall towers and watched all this. Jiyu also held up this opportunity and jumped onto a profound beast, followed the profound beasts, and rushed into the city wall. The soldiers rushed in when they saw Jiyu. They rushed towards Jiyu one after another. He held the treasure beside him in his hand, jumped twice, stood up, and looked at the people who had killed him. The treasure in his hand was swung out. Along with the explosion of profound energy, the two of them each stepped back and came out. Jiyu turned around and waved down heavily. There was a loud bang. They flew upside down. A few soldiers raised their hands and slew in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around and pierced his direction with a sword. Jiyu picked up the treasure in his hand and turned around abruptly. Come, passed the treasure in his hand across the necks of the soldiers. The blood ran down all at once. The people of the Southern Territory followed Jiyu into the city wall, and they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. The general of the Southern Territory didn't know who this person was, but he appeared here, still possessing such a powerful force. He certainly wouldn't be an ordinary person, only to see them shouting. Kill! After shouting out this sentence, the two factions fought together. The general of the Southern Territory came in front of Jiyu and said politely, "Everyone, we protect him from retreating." After shouting these words, everyone ran forward, and several people around stood in front of Jiyu. Under the crit of the flames resisted the chi. Gradually, the flames spread to the surroundings. Jiyu wanted to withstand the opponent's attack, but did not expect them to use their lives to withstand Jiyu's flames. Jiyu said faintly, "You." Upon hearing Jiyu's words, the Southern Territory general said, "This little brother, what happened on the battlefield is our military commander's affairs. It has nothing to do with you and quickly retreat." V2 Chapter 691 Your name is Jiyu. After shouting this sentence, the generals of the Southern Territory came forward one after another. They fought their swords against Jiyu, and Jiyu said lightly, "Next Jiyu." What? Hearing Jiyu's name, everyone was shocked. Isn't this the king of the Southern Territories they respect? Speaking of the Southern Territory king, their faces showed a trace of guilt. "Enlighten my king, we have 7 or 8 generals who have fallen here, and many of them are still founding generals." Jiyu was a little curious. Among the Northern Territory, is there anyone who can resist our southwestern allied forces? There was a hint of doubt in his words. The Southern Territory general lowered his head in embarrassment. They were indeed advancing all the way, but then countless masters appeared in the Northern Territory, killing their leaders one after another. This is what happened. Hearing that there is such a master in the Northern Territory, even him, with a look of doubt on his face, he slowly said, "Impossible." In Jiyu's words, with incomparable anger, they jumped under the horse and knelt on the ground one after another, arching their fists with both hands. Knowing to the king of Southern Territories, "We don't want to, but they are really amazing." After hearing this, they slapped their whip and ran forward. They surrounded Jiyu, and when Jiyu appeared, they would feel that they had the hope of winning. After these thoughts appeared in my heart. They looked in Jiyu's direction with hopeful eyes. Jiyu raised the treasure in his hand and said, "Kill." After yelling this sentence, he waved his whip and killed him. When Jiyu saw this scene, he jumped directly and stood on top of the profound beast, only to see the profound beast approaching Jiyu a little bit. He suddenly opened his eyes. A heavy sword was swung out, only to see the mysterious light flashing, and everyone in front of him approved. Only saw those few people fall to the ground one after another. A mouthful of blood came out of their mouths, and they stepped back 2 steps, and the blood splashed on the ground. A row of soldiers in front of him walked forward one after another with long spears in their hands. The white-clothed boy walked out. The wind was blowing at this moment. Ji said faintly, "In the king of the lower southern territory, the person who comes will report sex. Name." The other party suddenly laughed. "Southern Territory King, as long as you die here, then you are not a Southern Territory King, right? The dead don't need to remember my name." He waved his hand, and the rest of the people, also at this moment, ran forward one after another, holding the treasure spear in their hands, turned the treasure and waved them forward. Ji held the treasure in his hand heavily. Wave. There was a ding sound. The two treasures collided together. After the ding sound rang, the two of them separated. Ji sensed that the opponent was also an opponent of the fifth level of the human profound realm, and they fixed their eyes on Ji. He slowly said, "Southern King, it is said that your name is Ji. Didn't you just say that the dead don't need to remember your name? Then return this sentence to you, the dead don't need to remember my name. Speak up without shame." The white-clothed boy uttered these words. The 15 people next to him, wearing gold armor, slapped the BMW sitting down, galloping forward, holding the spear in his hand, and stabling directly in the direction of Ji. Ji raised his hand and held the spear in front of him with one hand. Grasping the spear in front of him, Ji bent his hand slightly before breaking the spear in front of him. The spear broke instantly. He picked up the spear in front of him and swung it down in the direction of Ji. He avoided the iron spear in front of him. Kunpeng's giant sword was also swiped out in the blink of an eye, and a cold expression appeared in the corner of Ji's eyes. He turned his body around and waved it out. Among the 15 men, the generals were the first. He chopped down the long sword in the direction of Ji. Ji turned around, and swung forward with a heavy sword. The two giant swords collided together. There was a crisp sound, and the two of them backed up. He locked his eyes on each other's body. He flashed and disappeared in the same place. The general did not expect that he would connect to the next season Yi. There is no hitting power. The white-clothed boy snorted coldly, "Ji, I see how you died this time." After yelling these words, the people beside them instantly disappeared in the same place. After a while, they appeared beside Ji and surrounded him heavily. Suddenly a roar came out in the air. In the sky, there was a roar. "Go away." After hearing this roll of words, everyone in front of them slowly retreated. They fixed their eyes on the blue sky behind Ji. I only saw a young girl in a black gauze dress in the air, stepping slightly in the air and coming to Ji's body. Xiaobon fell behind Ji, and when Xiaobon appeared, everyone in front of him felt fearful, and they retreated 2 steps behind them. Ji said faintly, "Xiaogu, come behind me." After shouting this sentence, Xiaogu glanced at Ji tenderly. Ji's strength was rapidly improving, and her strength was also rapidly improving. Small bone, mysterious technique, fairy flying to the sky. This is the mysterious technique of human-dragon cooperation discovered by Ji in the small bone family. The two merged together, flying together, and their eyes met at this moment. The 15 people flew up at the same time, holding the treasure, and slowly falling in the direction of Ji. Those treasures fell in the direction of Ji. After the huge bombing sound fell, Ji flashed, turned around and stabbed a sword heavily. The two looked at each other. When the eyes met each other, the eyes were connected to each other. After falling on the ground, Ji raised his head and picked up the treasure. At this time, the white-clothed boy was killing the two of Ji Xiaogu. From knowing Xiaogu until now, Ji only saw her make one shot, still without any opponents. A thick black mist flew out from her hand. The young man in white snorted coldly, and after the thick fog was dispersed, Ji's figure appeared behind the thick fog, and the treasure fell directly with a sword. The white-clothed boy widened his eyes. V2 Chapter 692 Do not speak martial ethics. The boy in white had never expected that Xiao Gu had such a powerful strength. In fact, even Ji Yu was wondering, when she was separated from Xiao Gu, this girl was obviously only as strong as the second level of the human profound realm, how could she be so much stronger now? However, the ossicles now can be said to have completely disappeared from the previous immature heir. Like a queen, standing high on the mountain, despising all beings. Xiao Gu said lightly, I have accepted my mother's inheritance. This is no wonder, Ji Yu thought in his heart, and at the same time, he flashed in front of the boy in white. Boy, did the two of us fought? He couldn't understand Ji Yu's words, and even with a kid like you, he dared to challenge me. This is simply humiliating the existence of their family. So there was a loud shout, and the whole person disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared in front of Ji Yu. He also came with a long sword in his hand. Looking at Ji Yu in front of him with cold eyes, he said faintly, Ji Yu, today I will kill you in this Mabe city, in the land of the western regions, how can you allow you to mess around? After shouting these words, the spear in his hand flew like a dragon and came to Ji Yu. Avoided the attack of the spear. His body flashed, and the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand could not be restrained long ago, but Ji Yu was no longer the Ji Yu in the past, and the 18 golden body arhats did not allow anyone to attack his master in front of them. But Ji Yu always couldn't bring these people who had gained spiritual wisdom into his own ring. They only saw them standing in front of Ji Yu, swinging a sword heavily in their hands, and under a loud bang, the light suddenly burst. All around was illuminated by a white light. The white-clothed boy was forced to retreat by this white light, and looked in the direction of Ji Yu with a fierce look, his expression as if he was about to eat Ji Yu's stomach. There are many people fighting against few people. Is it because the profound practitioners fight against each other? Ji Yu couldn't help but laugh loudly, just now, your number is not under my 18 people. You are shameless. People of all families obeyed their orders and Mabe city gave up, but this son must be punishable. Suddenly there was a wave of shaking from the mountain, and the white-clothed boy pointed to Ji Yu and said, the army is here, and you are lucky. We will see you later. Only a moment of brilliance flashed by, he disappeared into this land. It's actually a spatial mystery. The Southern Territory general slapped the profound beast and ran to Ji Yu. Quickly chase, my king is here, today the big guys don't have to be afraid. Ji Yu said slowly, you don't have to chase it anymore. The Emperor, why is this? Ji Yu laughed loudly, they are using space mysterious skills, they have already left this Mabe city far away. It is normal for the generals to follow the Emperor to the city lord's mansion to report the war. Ji Yodwan sat on the seat of the city lord's mansion. There were 8 generals kneeling in front of them. This was already the first battle on the border, and their faces showed shame on the faces of the remaining generals. Ji Yu asked indifferently, what is going on? They looked at each other respectfully, and said respectfully, enlighten my king, we encountered great resistance in the battle, and now there are so many people left, it is already a fluke. 10,000 Immortals League? Exactly. It turns out that the young man in white is theirs. No wonder, this is the reason why they have been blocking Ji Yu, no one wants to see the 4 domains be unified, because it is not easy for them to rule the mortal people for their Wanxian League. But this is too ridiculous. Ji Yu snorted coldly, he stood up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It would be fine for the mortal things to be taken care of by colorful sky snake in the future, and he has even more ambitious goals. The generals under him were all afraid of Ji Yu, afraid that his anger would fall from the sky, which they couldn't bear. Ji Yu turned around, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Everyone, I have done everything for my southern territory. How can this king blame it, but it's just a mere western territory. Children, can you follow me on this mountain and river? The generals were overjoyed and bowed down. On the second day, the army reorganized, full of 100,000 profound practitioners, wearing battle armor and holding a profound crossbow, approached Tianyuan city step by step. Upon receiving this news, the king of the western regions immediately mobilized his army of profound practitioners to fight against Gu in a decisive battle. This battle can only be won, not lost. This is his last resort. The profound beasts seemed to sense the determination in the hearts of the profound practitioners, and the fierce light blew through them. Standing on the city wall, accompanied by the sound of drums, the gate of Tianyuan City slowly opened. Xiao Wudi, the general of the king of the western regions, led an army of profound practitioners to charge first. The Southern Territory general raised the 7-ranked treasure in his hand. First round, let go. His voice covered the battlefield, and countless Xian crossbows made a huge sound of mechanization. Xian Jian carried the master's profound strength, like rain. The profound beast of the western regions was pierced into the chest by a profound arrow that was more than 7 inches long, and fell to the ground, waving its claws constantly, as if to tear the enemy in front of him to pieces. Ji Yu shouted, "Kill!" The 18 golden body Luohan took the lead in charging. "I will go at the end." Under Qiu Wudi, a general in Xingyi roared, slapped the giant lion in the north under him, and jumped out quickly. Overlord Spear. A long spear glowing with blue light suddenly appeared in his hand. Fight against 18 golden puppets. In an instant, as if the world changed color, the spear broke open. He never expected that he was not the enemy of oneness. General Xingyi roared, holding a broken spear and stabbing one of the golden Rohan, only to see that golden Rohan suddenly fell to the ground, although he was immortal. But being held back by this treasure, he couldn't even move. Ha ha ha, it hurts fast. Suddenly, his gaze was stunned, and the whole person was penetrated by the treasures in the hands of the remaining golden arhats to his heart and lungs. Even with the chi protection, there is no future. There was blood flowing from his mouth. In the first round, the fighting general ended up like this: Qiu Wudi didn't talk nonsense, let it go. Only saw the air once covered by profound arrows. Like a falling meteor, even though the 18 golden body arhat was fast, they were nailed to the ground by these profound arrows. General Southern Territory's face looked like pig liver. "Little thief, you don't speak martial arts." He glanced at Ji Yu, and Ji Yu nodded. "Brothers, kill with me." Even the profound practitioners are not much different from the mortals in the large-scale fighting. The 2 soldiers and horses each used their own profound skills, and the profound strength collided together. It seemed like a behemoth that could eat people. The 2 men and horses who were the first to collide with each other, even the corpse capital could not be found. Only blood was left all over the ground. But this does not affect the soldiers in the rear to continue fighting. Under the blessing of Ji Yu's formation, the profound practitioner of the Southern Territory has become so powerful. After just a few rounds, the corpses were piled up on the battlefield, and the smell of blood spread throughout the battlefield. After 5 rounds, Qiu Wudi was left behind with a few teenagers and 5 or 6 soldiers. They knelt before Qiu Wudi. "We walked. You go first, the deity will arrive later." After saying these words, the teenagers rushed forward. Ji Yu lifted up, and raised his hand. Those few southern generals looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu faintly waved his hand. The generals of the Southern Territory rushed forward and were in a stalemate with each other. One by one, the generals were swallowed by the opponent's mysterious skills. Only Qiu Wudi was left. He drew out the treasure, slapped the profound beast under him, and charged forward. Those Southern Territory generals were no opponents at all. Seeing the death of his general, countless profound practitioners slew Qiu Wudi like ants. As his name suggests, Qiu Wu's enemy has a blue and white silver spear with the power of thunder and lightning. In front of him, he is playing flower-like fancy, countless thunder and lightning harvesting the lives of men in the southern region. The corpse underground was like a hill. Qiu Wudi stood on the corpse mountain, looked in the direction of Ji Yu, and laughed loudly. "Ji Yu, can you dare to stand with the deity?" Qiu Wudi couldn't retreat. He was the last barrier of the western regions. Even if he died, he would still block Gu. Gu frowned and stepped slowly into this battlefield. He was not riding a profound beast, but indifferently harvesting the lives of those crazy soldiers. Xiao Wudi also moved. Because at the time of the fifth charge, there were no soldiers behind him. The two jumped up at the same time, the treasures in their hands collided together, accompanied by a loud bang. Ji Yu and Xiao Wudi stepped back at the same time, and the two stood on the sand. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand was trembling constantly, as if they had finally found someone who could let it fight presumptuously. Xiao Wudi roared. As soon as the spear was released, the power of thunder and lightning, like a thunder snake, directly flew to Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu turned around and swung out a sword heavily. The power of Kunpeng directly collided with that thunder snake. The surrounding city walls were trembling violently. It is unnecessary to know how many natural treasures the city wall was collapsing at this time. He looked at the person in front of him and flew forward and ran forward. He stabbed the huge Kunpeng giant sword into the opponent's hand. Under the pain, Xiao Wudi's spear fell to the ground. Surrender. Ha 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 ha, Ji Yu, the old man is incompetent and can't kill you. I can die, I can be divided by you, but I can't surrender. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Ji Yu understood the other party's mind, and he put away the giant sword. A group of soldiers from the southern territory rushed forward one after another. Kill. After shouting this sentence, countless spears penetrated Xiao Wudi's chest. V2 Chapter 693 City of Steel. Xiao Wudi fell in a pool of blood, which meant he was dead. With blood flowing down the ground, Ji Yu stood up, holding the treasure, and slowly walked out towards the city. Suddenly the sound of thunder and lightning broke out. Countless people walked into the hall, and they knelt down one after another. Enlighten my king, we have already looked for their location. With a cry, Ji Yu led the crowd to a small city gate, only to see a house floating high in the air. What was held inside was the treasure they had accumulated. The door slowly opened, only to see the soldiers of the Southern Territory walk in. Their eyes lit up suddenly. There were so many treasures after a young age, they seemed to be lunatics, and they rushed directly in front of the pile of treasures. They took the gold coins in front of them into their arms. A smile came out on everyone's face. At this moment, they slowly walked out of the door, and countless treasures suddenly appeared on their bodies. The soldiers from the Northern Territory arrived one after another, but when they saw the soldiers from the Southern Territory, their hearts trembled slightly, because they didn't seem to be dead here, so they put away the weapons in front of them, turned their heads, and moved in the other direction. Went out. As the horn sounded, everyone gathered in the square. Among the four major regions, the western regions are still struggling to persist. The tenacious force that broke out in the western regions defeated all the coalition forces in the three regions. Ji Yu was a little surprised. Their whining voices came over, and the surrounding soldiers stood up. They took the treasure in their hands and stepped directly out, and they set up the treasure and killed it towards the capital. The capital of the western regions is a huge city of steel. They used profound energy to build this firm city wall. At this moment, a huge cracking sound came. Countless groups of profound energy of various colors flew into the sky, and fell down in the sky, and the flame burned on the profound iron city wall, as if there was a hot flame, completely melting the surrounding profound iron. But no one can resist that move. Seeing the countless flames, Ji Yu suddenly opened his eyes and raised the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand. Kill. The battlefield stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and Ji Yu's voice resounded through the sky. As the voice fell, everyone came out one after another. Ji Yu saw this scene and flew directly into the sky. When they heard Ji Yu's sentence full of killing words, they were so scared that they trembled all over. The killing words resounded through the sky, and everyone was killing them at this moment. Ji Yu fell into the crowd. Qi Ling was trembling with excitement, opened his mouth, and constantly absorbed all the souls around him. Ji Yu suddenly flashed and disappeared into the place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind another group of profound practitioners. Under the swing of Kunpeng's giant sword, they fell in a pool of blood one after another. The king of the western regions watched so many people fall in a pool of blood, and no one could support him. He closed his eyes in despair, and said faintly, "Stop it. Master Qi, can you surrender?" After yelling these words, they turned their heads, only to see that Ji Yu disappeared in the same place, and appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Standing on the high mountain, the king of the western regions said faintly, "Who is here?" Ji Yu. Ji Yu is the king of the southern regions. How could the king of the western regions not even know his opponent? After thinking of this case in his mind, he disappeared into the place, holding the treasure in his hand, and cut it down directly in the direction of Ji Yu. He faintly said to Ji Yu, "If I can resist your 10 moves, then please, don't kill my subjects, how about?" After saying this, Ji Yu closed his eyes and nodded. A white light flashed. Ding! The host used Razor Man and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Razor burst up in the air, and directly turned into dozens of white lights. In an instant, it scattered around, turned into a little bit of starlight, and flew directly toward the opponent's body. The king of the western regions opened his mouth wide in the corner of his mouth. What? After saying these words, a chi covered his body. Ji Yu turned around, and the treasure in his hand was waved out in the next moment. After it was cut down, the chi from the king of the western regions covered his body. The power of those thunder snakes collided with the chi, booming, and with 3 loud noises. The smoke was covering the field at this time. However, the chi in his body is too weak, and there is no way to get close to others. After the power of thunder snake collided, they were turned into fragments. They fell into the sea of blood one after another. They fell to the ground one after another, only to see Ji Yu slowly step forward. Faintly he said, "Everyone, come up." After Ji Yu finished speaking, the king of the western regions took a step back slowly. The arrogant head was also lowered at this time. Ji Yu's body flashed and disappeared in the same place. He faintly said, "From today, you are my subjects." After Ji Yu finished speaking this sentence, everyone around him bowed their heads. The king of the western regions was seriously injured, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Ji Yu said faintly, "From today, you will plant seedlings in the fields. As long as you have cultivated well, you can also send them to the southern territory. It will not be too different from ordinary people." After shouting this sentence, everyone around cheered. If they can be like ordinary people, it makes their hearts extremely excited. Ji Yu began to walk into the palace of the western regions and searched through the books. After seeing the books, there was a smile in the corner of his mouth. After smiling, Ji Yu walked out towards the door. He disappeared in the same place, drew out the long knife, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped it down. Seeing the silver light flashing, he disappeared in the place, and directly stretched out his sword finger. Cut off the treasure directly in front of him. He slapped the opponent's body with a palm. As the explosion sounded, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. There was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Ji Yu said faintly, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, a white light appeared in front of him. V2 Chapter 694 Who are you? After the white light fell, he faintly said, "Who are you on earth?" Ji Yu's words fell, his eyes were at this moment, and he looked out. "Ha ha ha, how can you be allowed to wait for such a villain to enter the royal land?" In the corner of his eyes, there was a hint of vigilance. A white-haired old man walked out slowly, with a ha-ha smile at the corner of his mouth. After seeing Ji Yu, he flew forward and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around, swiping a sword, and 2 voices collided together at this time. After the explosion fell, the 2 of them fell backward one after another and came out. He stood on the ground, only to see a puff of smoke slowly blowing over. At this moment, the white-haired old man waved the long sleeves in his hands and disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned his head and gave a heavy palm. After waving it out, the two palms collided at this moment. After the smoke dissipated, they flew out and stood in the stone chamber. His gaze was at this moment, looking in the direction of Ji Yu. He faintly said, "Boy, you are so capable." Ji Yu said faintly, "Your king is dead, and will you not surrender?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, he gritted his teeth, and Gragla's voice slowly came out at this time, and his body was disappearing in place at this time. The treasures collided here. The two fell to the ground, and the two looked at each other at this moment. Ji Yu said faintly, "Old man, you are good, take your body for a use." After yelling this sentence, Ji Yu's body consciousness was flying out at this time, and the mental power directly entered the other's mind, and the old man screamed out. Ji Yu flew over and slapped it down with a heavy palm. Suddenly the soul on his body was flying out at this moment. A scream came. In Ji Yu's palm, a huge absorption power was emitted. At this moment, the huge absorption power was born and sucked up. At this moment, the soul of the old man flew directly out, and Ji Yu's divine consciousness directly applied force. Instantly the opponent was wiped out, and Ji Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He took a step forward slowly. The sound of explosions around was slowly coming out at this time. He quickly waved the treasure in his hand forward. The surrounding light fell one after another. Ji Yofei stepped forward and directly forced everyone around him onto the opponent's body. He opened his eyes and said faintly, "Close." After speaking these words, they looked at each other and disappeared into the place in an instant. He drew out the treasure and swung out a sword directly. In a blink of an eye, his long sword was swung down. There was a loud bang. The light was slowly landing at this moment, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. After Ji Yu disappeared into the same place, in the blink of an eye, he flew out and said faintly, "Retreat, everyone." The general of the southern territory, then clasped his fists in his hands and retreated directly. He summoned the corpse directly, and in an instant, the person was absorbed into Ji Yu's hands, and Ji Yu was disappearing in place at this time. In the blink of an eye, he faintly said, "I have done what I promised you." After Ji Yu's words fell, the light became generous at this moment, and suddenly at this moment, the light slowly began to dance. He faintly said, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, he disappeared into the place. Ji Yu was holding the treasure, and at the next moment, he was approaching Ji Yu. He turned around and waved the treasure directly out. There was a loud bang, and in the next instant, he slowly began to dance. He disappeared in the same place, and the Frost Queen's soul divider entered the body in an instant. And the corpse is slowly joining together. The corpse was gradually changing into the appearance of a girl in the next moment. Ji Yu disappeared in the same place. At the next moment, he disappeared in place, and Ji Yu slowly took 2 steps forward. The Frost Queen looked at her body happily. She looked in the direction of Ji Yu, hugged Ji Yu directly, and said faintly, "Thank you." Ji Yu hummed. This disappeared in the same place. "I will be called Qingru from now on, don't forget me." Ji Yu disappeared into the place, and he stepped on the sky. Just when he was fighting the old man, Ji Yu sensed a flurry of light changes. The next moment, a crack appeared in the air. I saw that the crack was collapsing. He went directly into the crack. He disappeared into the original place. The next second, he appeared in an icy sky and white snow. He faintly said, "In the far north, I am back again." The afterimage of Queen Frost appeared beside Ji Yu. She floated beside Ji Yu, and Ji Yu slowly said, "Let's go." After saying these words, the wind started to blow in the next instant, and he turned around. In an instant, the long sword was swung out, accompanied by an explosion sound. The surrounding fire was spreading in an instant, and the fire melted all the surrounding ice and snow. Ji Yu was holding the treasure in his hand and disappeared in the same place in an instant of kung fu. In the next second, the Kunpeng giant sword was swung out in an instant. accompanied by a huge explosion sound came up. At this moment, the huge ice cube quickly fell down. Seeing the huge ice cube, Jiyu disappeared into the place in an instant. He picked up the huge sword in his hand, and in a flash, got out. At this moment, he disappeared in the same place. He took a step forward slowly, and he said faintly, "Kill." After yelling this sentence, the pagoda in front of him shook violently at this time, and the evolution temple here was actually abandoned. The stone statue of Queen Frost stood tall and solemn in front of the two of them. He raised his head and said faintly, "Kill." After falling with this sentence, the treasure instantly burst onto the stone statue. V2 Chapter 695 Clone. After the fall, Jiyu suddenly returned to his body. He looked outside. Only seeing the direction of the Temple of Evolution, a white light was still shining. There seemed to be an illusory figure floating above, only to see him laughing. Who has the courage to break into our Temple of Evolution? After hearing this sentence, everyone looked at each other. Jiyu took a step forward and said faintly, "Look at who is this." Only then did the remnant soul phantom appear beside Jiyu. After seeing the frozen queen, the white-haired old man showed a look of surprise on his face. "The frozen queen? Is that you?" With a look of surprise on his face, Jiyu nodded, and a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the frozen queen. With this phantom, he could return to a more powerful state. Jiyu slowly walked into the gate. Only a white light flashed by. The three came to the Temple of Evolution. Upon the arrival of Jiyu and others, the stone statue of the frozen queen gradually shattered. A figure appeared in front of the three of them. Jiyu said lightly, "This is your clone." The remnant soul void came to the front of the remnant soul and stretched out his hand. This remnant soul without any sage injected directly into her body. She then regained her sanity. "My strength has recovered a lot, and now I can open the door to the middle territory. Are you ready? Even though your strength is so strong, you are still the lowest in the middle territory." Jiyu smiled slightly, "There is no problem." Seeing Jiyu look so confident, the frozen queen took 2 steps forward, and the power in her hand was gathering. The colors in the sky changed constantly. The rays of light of several rainbows suddenly brightened, and several rays of light were gathering in the sky at this time. Gradually shattered. As if a divine light poured into the ground. Jiyu slowly walked forward, and under the injection of that light, Jiyu disappeared. He was summoning the remnant soul void, but he couldn't see her shadow, and the voice of the remnant soul void came in his mind. "I will keep hiding in your body until we find the Temple of Evolution." Jiyu raised his head and took 2 steps forward. Only an old man came over, touched his white beard, and asked Jiyu, "Young man, who are you?" "This is Zhongshin village. I haven't seen any outsiders for many years." Jiyu arched his hands. "The old man is in the next season, dare to ask you if you know where the Temple of Evolution is." "Haha, who doesn't know the Evolution Temple in Central Region? This is the most evil existence, boy, you must not look for them." The old man seemed to think of something, and gradually began to narrate with Jiyu. It turns out that in the past few years, the people who survived from the Temple of Evolution have been catching young children and brutally trapping them. As for the whereabouts of the children, no one knows. They feel that those people are already dead. The Middle Territory gradually split into 3 major empires, and the 3 major empires are all conquering the Evolution Temple, but the strength of the Evolution Temple is too powerful, and they quickly lose. The 3 empires that followed were just remnants of what remained. Jiyu thanked the old man a lot. When he passed the beam of light just now, his cracking sky, I don't know why, quickly started to operate, and now he has almost reached the realm of breakthrough. The old man took some food out. Just when he was about to entertain Jiyu to enjoy the food, suddenly there was a violent noise from the door of the village, and Jiyu turned his head. Looking out the door, he didn't know what happened. "I saw a group of soldiers wearing armors and said lightly, 'Old man, don't force us, quickly hand over your black stone and food, otherwise you will kill you. Several old men trembled. Sir, you only came here a few days ago. Where can we have any food? Presumptuously, let Laozi stay away. An old man was about to go up and cried and hugged the officer's leg. This was their final killer move for these poor people. Ji Yu frowned, only to see them flying up. A whip was about to fall on one of the old men. Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared in place. After a while, he appeared in front of the other man. He raised his hand and directly caught the opponent's whip. Pulling him directly to the ground, his body was dripping with blood, and he kept panting and saying, "Kill him, kill him." The two people shouted loudly, and the two people behind the officer flew up, and a yellow spear appeared in each hand, and a red light appeared in the spear. Ji Yu took a step back with the old man. Only the two red rays of light directly shot down the chi on Ji Yu's body. With a loud bang, Ji Yu disappeared in place, and the treasure in his hand swung out with a sword. The huge Kunpeng power flew out of the spirit and directly swallowed their souls. Never imagined that the guards would lose all of them. The remaining officials pointed to Ji Yu in front of him. Well, you will wait for Lao Tzu. After saying this, they turned and ran out, and the old men sighed. To Ji Yu, he said, they are here to collect taxes, and we have to leave this village. Ji Yu asked, where are the elderly people going? We don't know, we are all old, how far we can go. Looking at their faces, they were all with desperate eyes. Ji Yu knew in his heart that he had harmed them. He said indifferently, what you say like this is that you are harming you, and that you will continue to be I live in this village. After saying this, Ji Yu ran 2 steps quickly. Ding, the host used 3,000 thunderbolts and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ji Yu's figure is already strong enough to be able to travel at a rapid pace. However, he did not choose to go so far, but ran into a small town not far from the village, which even had a small wall. There is also a small flag on the wall, which is a purple flag. There is also the appearance of a violent tiger profound beast. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward and said lightly to the person in front of him, hello, may I ask if the jurisdiction of Xinping village is here? The man raised his head suspiciously. There are still people alive in that village. Ji Yu has already got the answer, leaving a gold coin to say thank you. The guard scratched his head. What a strange person today. Lord City Lord, you have to believe me, that guy is too arrogant, the person we sent out died, and it was very miserable. After hearing this, he frowned. He opened his mouth and said, no matter who I am, I feel that it is against the will of our star soul nation, and I am simply looking for death. After saying these words, the 2 green planing boys walked out. The person you met should be a profound practitioner, and for the profound practitioner, we should let the people in the Xingxuan palace take action. That's that. Please 2 of you. At this moment, several guards burst in and hit the rock wall. They turned their heads and fixed their eyes on Ji Yu. There was a sense of resentment in his eyes. Facing Ji Yu in front of him, he asked, boy, you are so brave. The dog leg who had survived in Xinping village pointed at Ji Yu nervously and shouted, it's him, it's him. After shouting this sentence, Ji Yu took 2 steps forward, grasping the opponent's neck and directly lifting it high. Flew it out. The 2 youths in green robes said, in front of us, I dare to be so arrogant, so that we don't put our Xingxuan brothers in the eyes. Mysterious technique, the stars flicker. An extremely powerful white light appeared in the sky. Ji Yu couldn't see anything clearly before his eyes, but the spiritual power was covered nearby. What made Ji Yu a little surprised was that their mysterious skills could directly seal off the spiritual power. He disappeared in the same place seriously, turned his body, and directly chopped down the axe directly at Ji Yu's head. He turned his body, and the 2 treasures were colliding quickly at this time. Come out. This small city lord's mansion collapsed in an instant. The 2 of them also entered the 4th layer of the human profound realm. The 2 of them bent down and fixed their gazes on Ji Yu. The Star Soul brothers came to Ji-yu in front of and behind him very quickly. At the same time, holding the treasure, locked directly behind Ji-yu, and pierced the two spears directly into Ji-yu's body. Ding, the host used Agni burning city. Two groups of fierce fires slowly exploded towards the sides at this time, and the flames were burning on everyone at this time, only to see that both of them were covered by flames. They slapped the underground table. The table shattered instantly. What a powerful profound strength. Damn my robes, they have all been burnt clean. This kid is too powerful, we can only use that trick. But big brother, we can't live after that trick. If you can't live, you can't live. After speaking these two sentences, they put their hands together. Suddenly a ray of light brightened up. The other party instantly disappeared in the same place, and the first summer was in front of Ji-yu in an instant, and the two exchanged their own blood for a huge increase in profound strength. Ji-yu slapped the thick soil underground. Ding, the host used the thick soil wall and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The thick earthen city wall directly surrounded Ji-yuzi, and the two men's tricks fell, leaving only a trace. V2 Chapter 696 This kid is a bit capable. Brother Xingxuan never expected that Ji-yu still had this kind of strength, and his eyes were fixed on Ji-yu. Ji-yu suddenly turned around. His hands slapped on the ground. The two earth dragons flew out suddenly, let out a roar, and exploded forward with teeth and claws. Entangled on Brother Xingxuan's body. The two brothers wanted to break free from the earth dragon in front of them, but the earth dragon bound their legs. There was a heavy squeeze. A huge painful sensation came from their legs. They slapped their bodies and fell directly onto the ground. Looking in the direction of Ji-yu, Ji-yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Tulong roared and shot directly at the two of them. It hit them directly, the chi suddenly shattered, and the two of them fell to the ground. The Xingxuan brothers supported each other so that they could stand firmly on the ground. They looked at each other, and Ji-yu faintly said, "Go away." Ji-yu was just a word. The two looked at each other. It was obvious that they were not any opponents above their strength. They were disappearing in place at this moment. The city lord saw his two thugs both ran away, and fell on the ground. With some fear, he looked in the direction of Ji-yu, as if he was afraid of what would happen later. With a smile on the corner of Ji-yu's mouth, he looked at the person in front of him, and slowly said, "From today onwards, change the lord of the city." After saying this, he raised his hand and slashed it down. The city lord screamed and turned around. Ji-yu turned his head and walked out in the other direction. After seeing the head of their city lord, how dare the rest of the people resist, they looked at each other, walked out one after another, bent their waists, and said to Ji-yu, "Good son." The guards in the city did not have the confidence to defeat the big figures who had defeated the Star Soul Palace, so they had to bend down and surrender. Ji-yu asked them to send an army to pick up the old people from the new village. The old people said that he was too old to run around, so he planned to spend his life here. Ji-yu also understood that these elderly people were reluctant to go everywhere, sighed, and said faintly, "That's good, I will let people transport food regularly." After saying this, Ji-yu returned to the secret room in the city lord's mansion, sat cross-legged on it, and the profound energy of his hands was being injected into the corpse in front of him at this time. Along with the infusion of profound power, Ji-yu's uniform mentality was also present. At this moment, they also merged on the corpse one after another. After 3 days, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a warm light shining directly on the ground. Ji-yu knows that he already has a preliminary sanity, and there is such a puppet here. Ji-yu is not worried about how they can treat those old people. After finishing everything, Ji-yu got up. Suddenly 2 subordinates from the city lord's mansion came over. "Master Qi, there is someone outside the door asking for a meeting." This made Ji-yu very curious. At this moment, who else would come to see him? After a hum, he walked outside the door. Only saw a teenager in a white robe appear. He arched his hand and said to Ji-yu who was in front of him, the next name is Qin. He is a disciple of Baixunmen. It is said that 2 days ago, the husband broke through the Xingxuan brothers' joint mysterious skills by himself. Jiyu smiled faintly, if it's not true, you won't come to me. After saying this, the two arched their hands at each other, and said faintly, we want to invite you to join us at Baixunmen, because if Mr. is alone, it is extremely easy to be tricked by the people in the Star Soul Palace. He originally thought in his mind that their hearts trembled, and Jiyu faintly said, okay. Unexpectedly, Jiyu would actually agree to this request. After saying this, they looked at each other and took a step forward. A ray of light lit up in the sky of Zhoan. That ray of light was injected directly onto the ground, a beam of light directly hit the ground, and the two of them directly entered the beam of light. Guanghua flashed, and instantly disappeared in the same place. This is the moment when the light flickers. After a while, they appeared on a huge palace. Jiyu took a step slowly. Several fairies walked out and rubbed Qin's face. Little fat man, this is the master you are talking about. Qin finally pushed them away, squashed his mouth and said, don't pinch my face, it hurts. The fairies looked at each other and laughed loudly. It was so cute. They thought in their hearts, but this season you looks too handsome. After such a long experience, coupled with the improvement of Jiyu's strength, there are also major changes in appearance, from a shameless guy to a handsome guy. Jiyu said faintly, how are some fairies? Qin said, don't stop me, I will take him to the Danyan Palace. As he walked, Qin asked, I was prepared for you to reject me. Why would you agree to me? Jiyu suddenly stopped and said faintly, there is no other reason, it's because I want to see how strong there are, and I want to conquer the Temple of Evolution. Hearing that Jiyu was about to conquer the Temple of Evolution, an incredible expression appeared in his eyes, and he quietly bumped Jiyu's shoulder. Faintly said, in this case, try to say as little as possible. If you are heard by those outside, it will be very troublesome. Jiyu smiled slightly, he didn't care about these so-called troubles. In the Danyan Palace, an old man appeared, holding a hip flask, and Jiyu unexpectedly felt a sense of danger in him. He looked forward and said faintly, this kid is a bit capable. If you are a disciple, you have wronged him. I think it should be suitable for the 3rd grade instructor. After speaking, he took out a token from his arms and threw it directly to Jiyu. There are 50 profound stones every month, and the board and lodging are in the profound door. Is this treatment okay? Jiyu nodded, there is no shortage of Xianshi himself. Upon seeing this scene, the other party nodded in satisfaction, hiccuped, and walked out the door. V2 Chapter 697 What do you want? Qin and Jiyu introduced the situation of Baixunmen. The disciples were divided into 4 levels, namely the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xianhuang. As the name suggests, the yellow character students are the lowest introductory disciples. The Xuanzi class is a more advanced student, and only the members of the Tiandi class are the most respectable existence. The instructor is divided into 9 grades. The tutor of the 1st to 3rd grade is the tutor of the yellow character class. Ji Yuan did not expect that he is the tutor of the lowest class, so let him see how low talent this group of students really is. He stepped inside the gate. I only saw a faint white light lit up inside. Ji Yu stepped forward, turned around, and instantly disappeared in the same place. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the ringing of 3 bells. Ji Yu came to the door of a class. There was a squeaky voice inside. It wasn't about where they were playing in a mortal brothel, or they were bullying people. After saying this, they twisted their bodies. Ji Yu took a step slowly. The students inside seemed like Ji Yu had never appeared before. What they were talking about, Ji Yu didn't pay attention to them after sitting at the table. 2 old men with white beards passed by in the corridor. By Xuanzuan, don't worry, our tutors here are the best, and your child is the best choice for us. The son of the Prime Minister of the Star Soul Empire, there is absolutely no problem here. Bai Xuanzuan laughed and said to the old man, Deputy Dean Table, don't worry, the Empire will continue to support you. After all, the Star Soul Palace is indeed hateful. Recently, it is said that it has hooked up with the Evolution Temple. They turned their heads and walked to a small door. When they were about to walk in, suddenly the people beside them directly grabbed the people in front of them and just stood in place. Bai Xuanzuan said angrily, does your instructor teach students this way? If this is the case, how will you compete with the people in the Star Soul Palace for the dominance of the Empire in the future? This instructor is definitely something. After saying this they looked at each other, and they took a step forward, intending to look inside. They stood up, Jiyu stretched out his waist. Have you enough trouble? I don't have a beginner profound practitioner. Are you embarrassed to be noisy here? After hearing what Jiyu said, they glanced at each other. Jiyu Zhanqi came up and swung out with a heavy punch. The huge stone in front of him suddenly burst out. The stones fell on the ground one after another. He faintly said, does anyone want to have this kind of power? A child stood up, my father is the general of the Star Soul Empire. With him, I just don't work hard, I can still bully men and women and wait for death. What if your father is gone in the future? Hearing what Jiyu said, he was speechless. Jiyu said lightly, maybe it is the person next to you who will bully you tomorrow. He clenched his fists when he heard Jiyu's words. What the young master said is the truth. You are a third-grade instructor, and you don't know what qualifications you have. The shadow slave will beat him up. After yelling these words, a black figure suddenly appeared on the ground. He drew out his saber from his back and fixed his gaze on Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, he flew out and slammed directly in the direction of Jiyu. The treasure was brandished directly. The black mist was spreading out at this time, and Jiyu felt that his shadow instantly solidified, as if binding Jiyu. A smile of disdain appeared in the corner of Jiyu's mouth. There was a boom. The shadow suddenly cracked open, Jiyu stretched out his hand, and an earth dragon flew out and hit him directly. Ding! The host used the power of earth and gained experience value of 1 by 999. With a loud bang, the other party suddenly fell to the ground at this moment, and the shadow slave vomited a mouthful of blood at this moment, and the boy was surprised. This is the strongest person under my father. He took a breath, and Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward, summoning the treasure directly into his hand, and shadow slave stood up. He arched his hands and said, I lost in the next. After saying this, he bowed back. Jiyu said lightly, have you given up? After hearing these words from Jiyu, they bent down and disappeared into the spot in an instant. He slowly took a step in the other direction. The few remaining people looked at each other. Jiyu said faintly, starting now, immediately go out and run 1,000 laps for me. What? The faces of these students turned black in an instant. Jiyu ran out first, and ran with them. Bai Xuanzuan touched his beard. This looks like something. After running the circle, they fell tired to the ground. At this time, a tutor from the Xuanzi class came out and looked at the student lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth suddenly laughed, just you guys. Students also intend to control our place. After hearing these words, Jiyu raised his head. The students on both sides stayed in the same place and looked over the playground. Jiyu faintly said, this is our students' territory, then how can it be? The instructor of the Xuanzi class said, just your students, there is no need to do so much training. Jiyu frowned. What do you want? After saying this, they looked at each other, and the other side said, you guys get out of here. Jiyu slowly took a step out, and the profound energy on his body gradually emerged, and a chi directly enveloped his body. He looked forward. The instructor of the Xuanzi class said lightly, why don't you still want to do it? He stepped directly on the ground, and a ghost appeared on his body, which was a manifestation of the possession of a wolf profound beast. In the Star Soul Empire, most people chose to use the profound technique of profound beast martial soul fusion. He said lightly, I don't know, do you have that ability? After hearing this sentence, Ji Yu flew forward directly and disappeared in the same place. He turned around, and his heavy tricks suddenly burst out. The two profound lights flew out suddenly. It was bombed on the ground and burst out on the ground. V2 Chapter 698 Remember. The instructor of the Xuanzi class snorted coldly. Seeing that Ji Yu dodges his tricks easily, a hint of thought came into his heart. He drew out the treasure and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. The chi from Ji Yu's body suddenly came out, and the chi approached directly in his direction. After feeling the chi, the instructor of the Xuanzi class grew sharp claws directly in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he flew forward in the direction of Ji Yu. A paw directly grasped in Ji Yu's direction. The instructor of the Xuanzi class turned around, and jumped to Ji Yu's body. He directly grasped in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned around, but he hadn't even appeared the Kunpeng great sword, and a raging fire had already appeared in his hand. Accompanied by the raging fire in the palm of his hand. The instructor of the Xuanzi class directly swung the sharp claws forward, and the two groups of fire split directly and fell to the ground. At this moment, the flames on the fire spread quickly. Burned on his body. The flame burned directly on the chi on his body, and a fire burst out of the instructor of the Xuanzi class. He withdrew one step back and came directly towards Ji Yofei. He raised his hand and waved it down heavily. The force was so huge that it directly collided with Ji Yofei. After the wolf paw contacted the chi, he immediately bounced back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Long live mentor, long live mentor. At this moment, he suddenly cheered up. He turned around and disappeared into the place in an instant. The next moment, he flew to Ji Yu's body. A heavy claw swung out in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped directly and stepped heavily on the opponent's body. With a loud bang, he sank directly, and a huge ground appeared under his body. He stood up, shot his gaze in Ji Yu's direction, and in an instant, he came forward and slammed in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned his head, and the treasure in his hands suddenly flew out. After the Kunpeng giant sword appeared, it burst out directly, and the golden light was radiating out at this time. He flew to Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu turned around, that treasure weapon broke the instructor of the Xuanzi class in an instant, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The whole body softened and fell into a pool of blood. Ji Yu faintly said, "How about it, do you want to continue?" The instructor of the Xuanzi class wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned around, and walked directly out of the door. After opening the door, he instantly disappeared in place. He took out a treasure and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around, and the treasure hit with a heavy sword. Up. Originally wanted to kill Ji Yu a carbine, but unexpectedly, Ji Yu directly subdued it. He said faintly, okay, I'll let it go to you. After this sentence fell, he turned his head, and directly led the people from the Xuanzi class, and walked out the door one after another. This was the first time they felt extremely excited sincerely. Ji Yujing turned around at this moment, and disappeared into the same place in an instant. I looked at the children who were still cheering. He said directly, "What are you doing here? There will be something you will feel better in the future." After shouting out these words, those people stood up one after another and ran directly to the outside. After running for a while, he turned around and fixed his gaze in Ji Yu's direction. They disappeared in the same place instantly. They ran quickly towards the other side one after another. The person in the Xuanzi class wiped the corners of his mouth, and said faintly, "Teacher, do we just forget it?" There was a bit of resentment in their eyes, and a relentless smile appeared in the corners of their mouths. He faintly said, "Even if he is great, what can he do?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other, and he slowly took a step, and suddenly at this moment, a fire was slowly born. His body flashed and disappeared in the same place. The next moment, he appeared in Ji Yu's direction. He drew out the treasure, and directly slammed forward in Ji Yu's direction. Ji drew out the treasure in front of him and turned around. The treasure suddenly waved up. The two treasures collided together and disappeared in place. The few puppets in front of them continued to dance and slew in Ji's direction. Those people sat on the chairs. They flew forward, brandishing the treasure, and slammed directly in the direction of Ji. Ji turned around, holding the treasure in his hand, and directly hit it. Accompanied by a loud bang came. At this moment, the smoke came out, and they set their sights on Ji. Ji faintly said, "Did you see it?" The instructor of the Xuanzi class frowned and said, "They are just rubbish. As long as you win the game in half a month, isn't it all right?" This sentence is slowly falling down at this time. Half a month later, at this moment, the surrounding sounds rang loudly. At this moment, they sounded the sound of drums, and they came out one after another, carrying a treasure on their bodies, and they sat in front of the table. They sat on both sides of the table. It will be the martial arts conference later. At this moment, they slowly walked to the top of the ring. One of them stood up and said, "Everyone, today's martial arts conference is a battle of the four masters of the Tiandi Xianhuang Four sect. The profound door also has the honor of the Star Soul Empire. Everyone, begin." Accompanied by the loud drums, a booming sound rang out. In the yellow character class, Jiu selected 12 students and taught them a set of formations. They jumped directly onto the ring. The remaining people, also at this moment, slowly climbed onto the ring. At this moment, they looked at each other. They raised their hands one after another and looked at each other. At this moment, the members of the Xuanzi class were also climbing up the ring. They coldly said, "Ha ha ha, the hatred of our instructor last time, today we will report on their behalf." After speaking this sentence, they raised up one after another at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Ji's body. Ji said faintly, "Remember. V2 Chapter 699 You keep up." The rest of the people fixed their eyes on Ji. They looked in Ji's direction with firm eyes. Ji's body flashed, and instantly disappeared in the same place. As the person walked to the top of the ring, the wooing voice was slowly coming out at this time. At this moment, the rest of them slowly walked out, focusing on the people of Ji's lineup. 12 people in the yellow character class stood on the ring. He slowly raised his fist, and the students of the Xuanzi class came to the top of the ring one after another, and they raised their hands. Xuanzi's holy light shines on the earth. After shouting out these words, a mysterious light shone from the sky and shrouded directly on the ground. Suddenly, a huge aperture appeared on the ground. Everyone in the ring was directly enveloped at this time. Jiu raised his hands to the people of the yellow character class on the stage, and their respective treasures appeared in their hands in an instant. They pointed the treasure in the direction of the students in the yellow character class and raised the treasure in their hands. "Kill!" After shouting these words, countless thunder and lightning smashed down in their direction in an instant. The members of the yellow character class jumped up one after another. The treasures in their hands were basically all made by Jiu himself, and their treasures were flying out one after another. The treasure collided with the thunder and lightning, accompanied by a loud bang. The treasure created by Jiu pierced through the thunder light directly above their chi. After a loud bang came. They flew upside down one after another, and the members of the yellow character class instantly disappeared in place, shouting directly at the treasure, and the treasure lit up with a mysterious light. The treasure penetrated them instantly. The students in the Xuanzi class never expected that they could only perform a few moves in their hands, and their bodies fell soft and fell to the ground. The blood on his body was slowly flowing down at this moment. An 8th grade instructor came out. The competition is over and the yellow character class wins. Everyone stayed in place. How could they imagine that the yellow character squad that Jiu brought could defeat their direction? Jiu took 2 steps forward and nodded to them. He faintly said, "You are doing very well." After hearing what Jiu said, they nodded, and their faces were all covered with the word pride. Jiu turned around, and the 8th grade instructor said, "You are continuing to teach the yellow character class, it seems that it is not appropriate, or you can adjust to the mysterious character class." Ji said faintly, "No need." After he finished saying this, the 8th grade instructor snorted coldly, as if he was very ashamed of Ji's shameless deeds. The instructor of the Xuanzi class stared at them and snorted coldly. The rest of the battle ended very quickly, and the yellow character squad led by Ji only had a short period of 1 month. It was very rare for them to make such rapid progress. As for the students in the Tianzi class and the Dizzy class, they far surpassed the profound strength of their class. Accompanied by the whining horn sounded. The game is over at this time. The 8th grade instructor said, "Our Star Soul Empire's annual tradition is to lead you new students to the Star Soul Deep Forest to find the appropriate profound beasts. Only by combining with the profound beasts can you have a powerful profound strength, as well as powerful profound skills." After he had finished speaking, they looked at each other. Ji took 2 steps forward and disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared not far away, and a fierce red profound energy came from his hand, injected into the huge stone in front of him. I saw the huge boulder suddenly light up. Xian Shunsher opened instantly. Outside is the dense forest of Star Soul Deep Forest. They stepped into the Star Soul Deep Forest, and the yellow character class students entered first. The 8th grade instructor looked at the instructor of the mysterious character class and glanced at Ji who was not far away, and made a wiping motion at him. The 2 of them stared in an instant, and stepped into the halo. The instructors of the Dizaban and the Dizaban both saw that scene just now, and there was a smile in the corner of his mouth. But his plan is to watch the battle between the 2 classes. The students of the Tianzi class came in one after another. There are only 12 people in the Tianzi class. They are known as the Golden Generation. As a member of the Golden Generation, they don't need to look at anyone with their straight eyes. So after seeing them, a faint smile appeared in the corners of their mouths. Instantly disappeared in the same place. The next moment, the tutor of the Tianzi class, wearing a pink long skirt, or a tube-top skirt, everyone looked at her proud figure with an expression of envy. You have to be careful, some people have bad intentions. Being arrogant made Zi Shuling not afraid of anyone at all, but it was only a reminder. At this moment, Zi Shuling drew out the treasure, took his students, and flew in towards the deepest part of the forest, but the people in the Earth class didn't dare to go so far, just watching from a distance this scene. At this moment, after they stepped into the Star Soul Deep Forest, the members of the Xuanzi class looked at Ji and the others. Ji said, "According to the logic of the normal profound practitioner, I should help you take down the profound beasts outside, but now I think the profound beasts inside are more suitable for you." After speaking these words, they looked forward, focusing on Ji's direction. A student in the yellow character class asked, "Mentor, the profound beast inside is amazing. We are not their opponents." After hearing these words, they looked at each other. Ji said, "If you want something outside, just stay here obediently. After I help them hunt the profound beasts, it will naturally come to you." After hearing what Ji said, he raised his head and looked forward. He faintly said, "I am wrong, mentor, I shouldn't doubt you." Ji smiled faintly and led them directly into there. He spoke to the people behind and said, "You follow." After shouting these words, Ji took the lead to run. He didn't use any mysterious skills this time. They followed Ji and ran continuously. Ran to the depths of the deep forest. Only saw a lion jump out suddenly, it roared in a low voice, opened its mouth, and came out with 2 sharp teeth inside. I saw that the lion was at this moment, slowly stepping forward, locking his gaze on Ji's body. Ji rushed out first. With the chi from his body in his hand, it melted directly into his fist. In the blink of an eye, he hit the leopard with a punch. The leopard flew upside down in an instant. It collided with a pillar and fell directly. The profound beast didn't expect it to be in the middle of the day. It was not the boss in this deep forest, but it was also the top of the second-rate circle. Now it actually fell on its body. The instructor of the profound character class said lightly, "The profound beast doesn't have much aura anymore. Go." After yelling these words, they jumped directly from above the trees, they rode up their horses, and slammed directly in the direction of Jiyu, who turned directly around. Stretching out his hand, he directly grabbed the two students from the Xuanzi class, turned around, and threw the two people out. The two people slid directly on the ground, and the three students in the Xuanzi class filled their bodies with their own profound strength, and slew in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu waved a few punches. The fist kept swinging out, booming, and the three fists suddenly fell down, and the fists that hit them directly collided together, and the fists clicked. The whole body softened and all fell to the ground. It seems that there is a sea of blood and blood, which is constantly being passed on. At this moment, Jiyu slowly radiated his gaze, they danced forward, turned around, and cut down with a sword. The instructor of the Xuanzi class stepped back a few steps. The eyes of the two of them collided. Jiyu said faintly, "Do you want to fight against me regardless of the meaning of the same door? Your origin is unknown, and you don't know who it is, kill." After shouting these words, they leapt out directly, and they took out the long swords one after another and slew in the direction of Jiyu. Ding ding ding. The sword moves in the air are at this moment, and they are constantly colliding together. Jiyu's body spun quickly. The treasure was at this moment, a loud bang sounded, and the opponent flew out at this moment. Eyes collided at this moment. Jiyu picked up the treasure in front of him, flew out and shot it directly into his body, swiping a sword, and suddenly a stream of blood flowed out of the necks of the two of them. He immediately covered his neck. The whole body softened and fell to the ground. You. He said you 3 times in a row, and his mouth suddenly seemed dumb. Jiyu said lightly, "Humph." After a cold snort, he took the treasure and stroked it directly across his neck. A stream of blood suddenly flew up and landed on the ground aside. Jiyu faintly said, "Let's do it." After saying this, he took 2 steps forward, raised the treasure in his hand, directly held the treasure in his hand, and stabbed it down heavily. At this moment, the cheetah vomited a mouthful of blood. The profound beast soul was injected into the opponent's body at this moment. V2 Chapter 700 Thank you Mentor. Li Fu pierced his treasure into the profound beast in front of him. The profound beast could only let out an unwilling roar. As the soul of a profound beast entered his body had undergone tremendous changes. In a short moment, it seemed that a profound soul had entered his body. He took a step forward, not lightly or unhappily. A loud boom suddenly sounded. The surrounding trees collapsed one after another, and a burst of profound energy poured into his body. He flew up, ran forward, and slammed out. Under a loud bang. The claws of the leopard profound beast fluttered out and caught directly among the trees in front of them. The next moment, at this moment, several cracks appeared in the trees in front of them, and in the blink of an eye, they collapsed in an instant. Jiyu slowly said, "Your strength has reached a good level. The rest of you will follow me in." After shouting this sentence, the remaining students came out with a hint of excitement on their faces. In their eyes, it seemed that as long as the souls of those profound beasts were injected into their bodies, they would be able to become a generation of powerhouses. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in place, and they followed Jiyu, flying into the depths of the Star Soul Forest. They landed on the ground one after another, looking out towards the periphery for an instant. The instructor of the Xuanzi class never expected that Jiyu really dared to kill. Although he didn't really kill him, he could almost conclude that the few people behind him must be the same in this life as the Xianzhang Dao. Any relationship anymore. The 3 students standing behind him were his last pride, and he did not allow his pride to be provoked. They were in an instant, Fei ran forward, their eyes fixed on Jiyu's body, and at the same time they drew the treasure from behind. Killed in the direction of Gu. He turned around and waved the treasure in his hand heavily, and a loud bang came. The 3 students stood in front of Gu. Just before they were thinking about it, Gu waved his hand, and the rest of the people flew forward in this moment of effort, and with Gu's help, defeated a few profound beasts. They stood in front of those profound beasts. Those 3 members of the profound character class were planning to kill the profound beasts in Gu's hands, and a smile appeared involuntarily from the corners of his mouth. The remaining people shot at the same time, killing the profound beasts under them. After killing them, their profound beast souls were slowly floating at this time. Entered into their bodies. The souls of the 3 profound beasts poured into their bodies at this moment, they merged into that person's body, and they instantly opened their eyes. Picking it up from the ground, they jumped up instantly and fixed their eyes on Gu. In the next moment, they raised the treasures in their hands one after another, and came forward. Gu took a step back. Several people behind him appeared in front of Gu in an instant. They pulled out the treasure, and at this moment, they looked in the direction of Gu. After a loud boom came, the explosion sounded loudly. The remaining people were flying upside down at this moment, and they fell on top of them. Never thought that the students brought out by Gu were originally lacking in talent, but after joining the soul of the profound beast, they would have such a powerful existence. The next moment, they flew forward, and he raised the treasure in his hand, and in an instant, he waved the treasure down heavily. The 3 beings called the pride of heaven, they are being shattered at this moment, one after another collapsed in a pool of blood. The deputy instructor of the Xuanzi class didn't know how to face this situation anymore, his class leader was killed, and the rest could only continue to retreat. He gave birth to his hands and arched his hands, Instructor Gu. Gu set his sights on him, why do you want to come and join in the fun? After hearing Gu's words, his face suddenly blushed. Now, how dare he go against Gu, he faintly said, Teacher Gu, what are these words? I'm here this time. Took our people away. Come as you like, leave as you like. The deputy instructor's face suddenly blushed, and he took out a gem from his arms. This was the profound stone with the most profound strength. With a heavy shake, he directly waved the profound stone in his hand. At this moment, they raised their heads and fixed their eyes on Gu. Can we still go now? After hearing these words, Gu collected the profound stone into Neji and destroyed it directly. Watching this scene, they turned around. Instantly disappeared in the same place. He turned around, and at this moment, he slowly walked out in the other direction, and he faintly said, let's go. The deputy knew that Gu looked down on them and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. In a moment, Gu turned around and slowly said, we can almost go back. After hunting down the remaining profound beasts, they poured all their profound energy into the opponent's body, and he disappeared into the spot in the blink of an eye. The next moment, they opened their eyes. They have gained so many profound beast souls, and they are already overjoyed. They also said, thank you, mentor. After shouting these words, they instantly disappeared in place. I don't know how many ups and downs, they landed on the ground and ran out in an instant, and they ran up one after another. Gu turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Some disdainfully said, what are you going to do? After hearing these words, they flew up and ran out directly. Gu said faintly, you use the beast profound soul. After yelling these words, a burst of profound energy radiated from their bodies, and their bodies were also covered by the souls of profound beasts. They were flying out in an instant. The speed really accelerated a lot in an instant. Following them continuously, they kept their gazes at this moment, slowly raised their heads, and looked forward. At this moment, it fell on the ground, and a cry for help came not far away. Gu suddenly showed a hint of vigilance on his face, and Gu shouted loudly. The soul of the profound beast on everyone did not land, but covered himself. He turned around, and the people behind him followed. The remaining people, at this moment, fell on the ground one after another, and they raised their eyes. It turned out that the students in the Tianzi and Dizzy classes were facing a huge King Kong. King Kong roared at this moment. Roar! After yelling a word, at this moment, many ripples flew out of their mouths. Roar! The remaining people in the Tianzi class flew towards the end. They landed on the ground and slid out directly. The rest of the people sacrificed their own bodyguard Qi and appeared directly. After seeing the Qi, they directly raised their heads and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu asked, "Need help?" The instructor of the Tianzi class and the instructor of the Earth character class are all geniuses among geniuses, outstanding people among outstanding people. Now seeing their Earth character, they are being repelled by a profound beast. Still in their eyes, there was a trace of disdain. They said, "This matter is not good for our two classes. Can Teacher Ji Yu be able to repel the diamond profound beast?" After shouting these words, the profound beast King Kong slapped his chest. Ji Yu turned around, and he faintly said, "You are not his opponents, get back quickly." After Ji Yu yelled these words, the profound beast King Kong slapped his chest, and then flew up by himself, whipping out the students of the Tianzi class one after another. They landed on the ground and slid heavily. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu directly said, "You have nothing to do, right?" After they were rescued, they looked at each other, took over all of the children, stood in the middle of the place, and released their gazes directly. Ji Yuzheng raised his head at this moment, and they flew out instantly, radiating their eyes. At this moment, his fist was injected into the fist, and he directly waved his fist, which was able to collide with the fist of the profound beast King Kong. In a short period of time, the earth moved and the mountains shook. It was able to collide with the fist in the hands of the profound beast King Kong with the power of the flesh. Under the collision, a loud bang came from the surrounding area, and a faint profound light came from the surrounding area. The profound beast King Kong was at this moment, and came out 2 steps later. It raised its head at this moment, slapped its chest, it roared, and the surrounding fluctuations were constantly spreading at this moment. The profound beast King Kong raised its head at this moment, it flew out, it spun around on the ground, and it was constantly waving out at this moment. The profound energy in their hands slowly appeared at this time. He came out and knocked down the profound strength on the surrounding rocks. At this moment, the stones were falling on the ground one after another. The remaining huge profound beast slapped his chest, flying to Ji Yu's body, and he slammed a punch. A few others raised their hands at this moment, and the profound beast King Kong appeared a cyan chi at this moment.